viewfoundation.com. Make a contribution for our end of the year giving campaign, or you can call right now, 901-468-9357. Melissa will take your credit card contribution over the phone. Maybe you want to call and say, hey, I'm putting a check in the mail. Here's the amount. We'd like to acknowledge that. We won't give your last names, but we'll certainly give your first name and your city and state, if that's all right. So again, 901-468-9357. Let me just mention real quick, $250 donation just came in. Thank you, Vicky online. Vicky from Lawrence, South Carolina, $250. And then we're going to go to the Striking Below the Belt. $104 just came in from Jamie out of Custer, South Dakota. Also, we have Carl. Carl, he just gave $500, over $500, $522, and he is out of Stone Mountain, Georgia. So thank you for that, Carl. Kelly just gave $10. Kelly is from, doesn't say where she's from, but thank you, Kelly. Some of you fill out that information. Some of you don't. That's fine. And then we have one from Mike and Kathy. Mike and Kathy from Oshkosh, $104. Thank you for that. We have Linda. Linda just gave $26, and she is out of Pine City, Minnesota. Thank you for that. $10 from Carolyn. Carolyn is from Santa Ana, California. Thank you, Carolyn. And that brings us up to speed right there with that. And I have more that just came in by print. But in the meantime, here you go. Striking Below the Belt, the dangers of really school-based clinics and the violation of parental authority, a documentary I produced with a gentleman by the name of Jeffrey Botkin back in the early 90s, a case we broke. The parents came to me. The father and mother you're going to see in this, they came to me because they knew I was the education reporter for the Michael Reagan show. I verified the story, then took it to Michael Reagan, and we made it a big story, and they ended up in federal court when we introduced them to the Rutherford Institute to handle the case for them. Again, the audio is a little off because it's old, but here it is. Watch this.
Events in this quiet eastern Pennsylvania valley are provoking loud discussions across the nation. Public school officials here in East Stroudsburg are angry that parents are critical of school policies. And some parents are so furious with the public school system that they are making immediate arrangements to get their children out of the local schools permanently. According to school psychologist Stephen Kossor, these frustrated parents realize that the public school situation is hopeless. Many came to this conclusion after a recent incident at Lambert Middle School sent 6th grade girls home in tears.
On March 19th, 59 6th grade girls, these are 11-year-old girls, were taken out of their classrooms at the J.T. Lambert Intermediate School in East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, taken down to the school nurse office and told to strip down to their underwear. They were standing in line, and they began to find out as girls would come out of an examining room, a private examining room, they were finding out that the girls were going in were being given genital examinations. And so at this news, at least 16 of these 59 girls began to cry and make a run for the door. And the school nurse went and blocked the door, barricaded the door, and these girls began to cry, asking to call home. At least 16 of them requesting specifically to call their parents, stating that their parents would not be in favor of this. Their parents would be would definitely object to such an examination without their permission and or consent, and certainly such an examination at school. The school nurse told them they were being babies, that they were going to have this examination whether they liked it or not, so they better just get it over with. The girls were brought into the room one by one. They were made to strip down to nothing, lay spread eagle on a table. They had no covering, nothing covering them. The doctor didn't talk to them, did not walk them through the procedure and tell them, now this is what's going to happen. The doctor had no communication with them at all and gave them a genital examination.
Susan Tucker was given a forced exam against her protests and in spite of the fact that she provided the school with evidence of an earlier private physical. Her testimony, which is being withheld on the advice of attorneys, is consistent with other classmate reports, which paint a picture of mass student crying, threats of punishment, ridicule, the forbidding of parent contact, grave embarrassment, violated modesty, painful touching, and bleeding. Susan's entire family has been adversely affected by the ordeal.
When I heard about it, I became so anxious. I suddenly couldn't catch my breath. I couldn't breathe. And I thought there was something wrong with my heart. I didn't know. I was just holding myself, trying to catch my breath. And I kept telling myself to take a deep breath because and when I still think about it, I get that way. I just can't believe that this happened, that my daughter was abused this way at school, and I was not there to protect her. It's a horrible feeling.
The first thing she did is when she came in the house is she said, "Dad, you got to kill somebody." I said, "What?" And she said, "You got to kill somebody." And she stormed off into her room, upset. And, well, you know, my wife chased her in there, and I'm just going, "What is this?" You know, my wife went into the room and sat there for 2 hours talking to my daughter about what had happened. We wanted to make sure we had the facts straight. We wanted to get it clear in our head exactly what happened. And when my wife came out of the room, she told me what happened. My wife was pretty upset. We got on the phone right away, and we started calling, we know a couple school board members that we called. And we talked to them, and they were shocked. They could not believe it. They said there's no way that this type of examination could be happening at school. We said it is. And they said, well, they'll get to the bottom of this. And I mentioned to one of the school board members that you better not lie to me or my daughter about this. It's the worst thing you could do. And if you lied to me, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call the police, and then I'm going to sue you.
The next day, school officials responded to parent anger at a public meeting by accusing the examined girls of lying about the genital exams. After the superintendent claimed the girls had not been touched, several families did call the state police, demanding a criminal investigation.
You just don't tell a child that has just told you probably one of the most serious things she's ever told you in your life, that you're a liar. And that's what they did to my daughter Susan and these other 58 girls.
The disturbing details of this Pennsylvania incident reveal a direction in local education policy that actually suspends parental involvement in a student's life. East Stroudsburg did not deviate from this direction even after receiving hundreds of telephone calls of protest.
School board in East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, after this occurred, had a school board meeting and had a vote of 8-1 against adding wording to district policy that would have allowed a child to deny a physical examination from the waist down. And the school board, in a vote of 8-1, voted against adding this wording, allowing young kids to deny physical examinations from the waist down. So basically the school board was saying, parents who are here, we don't care what you think. We don't care if you feel your children were sexually molested. We don't care what you think at all. We'll do what we want with your children we want to. We'll sexually molest your children any day of the week we want, and you can't say anything about it. In fact, the doctor who performed the procedure was recorded in the Pocono Record as saying, even parents don't have any say over what takes place in a physical examination.
The Rutherford Institute, a nonprofit civil liberties organization, has agreed to help aggrieved Pennsylvania parents and their daughters by bringing a civil suit against the school district in an effort to put a stop to actions like these, which, according to Rutherford, totally disregard both parents' and students' rights.
This case brings the idea of government intrusion to new heights. I'd say it's even worse than just a violation. These young girls probably had never had such an exam, and one girl even had her legs pried open against her wishes. When I heard about it, this particular case, I was stunned to think that a school could take such a role and examine these young girls, some of them who had not even handed in consent forms. Some parents had handed in consent forms saying, do not examine our daughter. She's already been examined or will be examined by our own private physician. The school examined the girls anyway. And so even where parents had refused to give consent, the school examined the young girls. The school's answer to those charges are, well, we lost the consent form. The consent forms also did not allow the consent forms also said that if parents did not turn the forms back in, then it would be assumed that they did consent. We believe that that's illegal. That's not effective consent. They would have had to have said yes in writing. Otherwise, the school should have assumed no. They shouldn't have assumed, yes, you can go ahead. So in other words, the parents could not consent simply by not sending the form back in. The thing that was most disturbing to me was to hear that these young girls were asked to strip down in front of each other in a room, that several of them were so upset by the event that they were crying, and that rather than demonstrating compassion, the nurse said that they were a bunch of babies, that the girls were so upset they were trying to climb out the windows.
And these girls, they were traumatized. It was horrible. This is a test that I was not prepared to tell my daughter about for years. I would think maybe 18 years old or earlier, unless if there was something wrong. I didn't have an exam like this until I was 21, and that was traumatic. And at 11, it's ridiculous. It should never have taken place.
Parents who reported this incident to the police were shocked that police investigators neglected to interview their daughters and yet officially concluded that there was no evidence of school district wrongdoing. Parents were even more astonished to discover that school officials fully intended to continue examining 11-year-old students for genital warts, lesions, and parental sexual abuse. Family physician Dr. Gregory Botkin considers this most bizarre, noting that it is definitely harmful to average girls of this age who do not need these procedures to be examined as they were without the customary professional preparation. To do such a thing against their consent can be regarded as criminal assault, and in some communities, as molestation.
What we hope to accomplish through this case is not only compensatory and punitive damages against the school, but injunctive relief. The East Stroudsburg Area School District has already said that it has done nothing wrong and that it intends to carry forth this kind of an exam in the years to come. So what we're hoping is that the judge will tell the school, you must stop this kind of an exam, give declaratory relief saying that this kind of an exam is unconstitutional, and then compensate the girls for the violation of the right to privacy, violation of parental rights, and then there are many state claims involved too, including intentional infliction of emotional distress, assault and battery, and other claims. I must say that this case takes the cake. We haven't seen anything this extreme, but we have seen a trend lately, and that trend is toward schools taking more authority away from parents. We just recently had our Hot, Sexy, and Safer case in Massachusetts, where parents were not notified of a program put on by Susie Landolfi. And she had an act where sexual acts were described, children were asked to participate, and parents were given no notice at all. And for many parents, this obscene program would have been something that, had they known about, they would have asked that their children be opted out of the program. And so we see a lot of things like this where schools are making decisions that parents ought to be making. And parents are taking more and more of a back seat to the schools. And even the NEA has said that there are no parental rights. And so if the NEA has that kind of an opinion as far as the parent's role, it makes one wonder what the schools believe they are allowed to do with children.
The National Education Association is not a government organization, but its policies reflect federal policies very accurately. When this federally funded guidebook was released to public school teachers and other officials, it revealed an official anti-parent attitude that opened the door to student abuses that were to be concealed from parents as a matter of federal policy. The book's message was simple: all children belong to the government. Tradition-minded parents are at odds with the government's plans. The school must go around the parent using complete deception when collaboration fails. This official policy has led to grossly arrogant school policies and attitudes that have intimidated public school graduates since the 1960s. The domineering positions of East Stroudsburg officials are not rare. According to education policy experts, the infamous pelvic examinations tell only one small part of a story all parents need to know.
Here's a case where public servants in the public school acted like the worst kind of tyrants. They actually spilled the blood of unsuspecting children and then insisted that everything was in perfect order. Now, they can say this because the perfect order that they live for has a government elite controlling every citizen through the local school as everyone else goes along without any protest. And this is why they resent the few parents, like the Tuckers, who are protesting. And every American should know that their brave efforts and the Rutherford Institute lawsuit are truly heroic events. But there's a whole lot more to the story. The real news from East Stroudsburg is not school tyranny. That's old news. It happens in some form every day. The real news is that so few parents are protesting tyranny, even this time when the tyrants hit those little girls so hard and so viciously below the belt. Now, I believe that too many adults in East Stroudsburg are cringing before the powers of the government school. Some are actually afraid the school will somehow find a way to punish them if they speak up. The doctor, the school board, and even the state police are equally as cowardly, in my opinion. They are afraid to rock the boat. They have sided with the school and against parents' rights because they believe parents are an inferior authority. Now, the reason they have bought such a backward idea, and please listen to this very carefully, is because the schools have for so long abused these grown-ups, not below the belt, but above the neck. History teaches that tyranny of the mind always precedes tyranny to the body. And this story from East Stroudsburg shows that one of America's most traditional communities has been tyrannized for a long time by a destructive curriculum that's right in the classroom. And that's why the little girls are having nightmares right now, and why so few are coming to these girls' defense. The collective backbone of East Stroudsburg was torn out in the classroom several years ago. And this is the story I wish all parents could understand. Tyranny of the mind is terribly dangerous. It will kill America. And that's why Thomas Jefferson said he had sworn on the altar of Almighty God eternal hostility against any form of mental tyranny. And today that kind of mental abuse is in thousands of communities just like East Stroudsburg. There is very little hostility against the teaching of shallow, wrong ideas, the withholding of real knowledge in a way that destroys our ability to think. And so our entire population is in grave danger of becoming a compliant, blubbering mass of apologetic, quivering jelly. Now, in some talk radio programs, we hear big, bold talk from parents threatening horrible things if their schools strike their little girls below the belt. But if they are not today protecting their children above the neck, the big talk is just that. It's just big talk, hollow rhetoric. And the tyranny their children will ultimately grow into will be a whole lot worse than the tyranny of a pelvic examination.
Yeah, that's from the early 90s documentary that Jeff and I produced called Striking Below the Belt, which fits because we're talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Warning school districts, anybody that's giving children shots without their parents' permission, particularly when they have an exemption on file. I mean, think about that. You just heard that attorney from the Rutherford Institute say some of these parents had an exemption on file. That they'd already said, look, our daughter's already been examined by our own doctor. Don't do this. And 11 years old anyway, really? 11? A pelvic exam? Genital exam. So this shows you again, folks, how long we've been doing this, and that we're also, again, still today in 2025, December of 2025, warning about the dangers of school-based clinics. Because RFK Jr. was reporting on a school that gave a child a vaccine, even though the parents had said no. School-based clinics, they're still a threat. And again, that's from the early 90s. Logan was asking, how old were you in that one, Dad? Yeah, I was in my 20s, early 20s. So there you go, mid-20s. We've been doing this a long time, folks. We've got a legitimate track record. And I think that's why so many of you support us, because some of you have been following us since then. And many of you do know about our long track record and that we have stayed the course. So thank you for your support at worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. I want to thank Dawn, who just gave $52, and she is out of, I think it's called Livania, Michigan. So thank you, Dawn, for that. $1,000 from Ronald, and Ronald is from Bloomington, Illinois. So thank you, Ronald, for that. We'll be reading off more contributions throughout the day. So thank you for calling it in. You can do that and give over the phone if you want. 901-468-9357, 901-468-9357. Or you can make a contribution online at worldviewfoundation.com. Our end of the year giving campaign, along with a 2-day international online Worldview conference. Let's go now to Garland Favorito. There's a big story breaking all over the place. Here is Rasmussen Reports, our buddy Mark Mitchell, who I think will be on tomorrow. He's reporting here news, quote, the Smartmatic system can be altered. This is a fact. This technology was later exported abroad, including the United States. Regime operatives maintain relationships with election officials and voting machine companies inside your country. I do not claim that every election is stolen, but I state with certainty that elections can be rigged with the software and has been used to do so, end quote. So says former head of the Venezuelan intelligence. Here is a letter that he wrote to President Trump. This is breaking news today all over social media. He joins us to talk about it. Garland Favorito of voterga.org. Garland, thank you for joining us. Tell me what you know about this gentleman that wrote this letter to President Trump and what he's saying. And does this have anything to do, in your opinion, with what's happening in Venezuela with the Trump administration? Here it is, Hugo Barrios. He wrote this on December 2nd, so that's just 2 days ago, guys? So what do you know about this? And is this why President Trump might be going so aggressively after Venezuela?
You betcha, Brannon. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. He has been in American custody, I believe, for some time. And he has, it's something that we've been briefed on all the way back to January in inauguration week. And, we've been actively, as you know, trying to rid ourselves of this Dominion voting system as a result, because that is connected with Smartmatic, and now the links are more and more being revealed that of Smartmatic's ties to the Venezuelan government and actually creation by the Venezuelan government, and then also the involvement of the Cartel de los Soles, which are apparently behind the drug boats that the president's been blowing up lately. So, yeah, I think it's all connected. And get to your point, Brannon, it is exactly why I think that President Trump has positioned a lot of military and naval resources down in the Caribbean. And I think that some type of strike will be imminent, or I know they're trying to work on diplomatic relations right now. But there is a connection between the dating back to the Hugo Chavez regime, and then also with Maduro and Castro, who had supported both of them in getting them to power.
Look at what this guy wrote in his letter. It's 3 pages. I can't read it all. But he says, my name is Hugo. Barrios, that's his last name. For many years, I was a high-ranking member of the Venezuelan regime. I was a 3-star general, trusted by both Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro, and served as director of military intelligence and a deputy in the National Assembly. Today, I sit in an American prison because I voluntarily pled guilty to the crimes charged against me, a narco-terrorism conspiracy. I write to atone by telling the truth, the full truth, so that the United States can protect itself from the dangers I witnessed for so many years. I publicly broke with the Maduro regime in 2017 and fled my country, knowing that I faced criminal charges in the United States. In doing so, I became their enemy. Knowing the risk, I acted with the strongest conviction to dismantle Maduro's criminal regime and bring freedom to my country. Today, I see the need to address the American people about the reality of what the Venezuelan regime truly is and what President Trump's policies are not. President Trump's policies are not only correct, but absolutely necessary to the United States national security. He goes into narco-terrorism, the gang Tren de Aragua. He goes into counter espionage against the United States. And then Smartmatic and your elections. He said that was born, Smartmatic was born as an electoral tool of the Venezuelan regime. I want you to pick it up right there. What does he go? I mean, we can read it, but I'd rather have you tell me what did he say and how far off the mark have you and others been about predicting this before his December 2nd, 2025 letter?
Yeah, I think we've been right on the mark. So you will recall, Brannon, the indictments that came out of Miami, Florida, in regards to the Smartmatic officials money laundering after allegedly rigging the Philippine election in, I think it was 2016. There was some money laundering charges brought. I think they had laundered some money through an Oklahoma bank here, and they were brought from the U.S. Attorney's office out of Miami, Florida. So that happened, that actually happened and was kind of slid under the nose of the Biden administration. Of course, maybe Joe was asleep at that time, so didn't notice that. So there's so many issues as you are getting to, Brannon. The Dominion system they acquired Sequoia from Smartmatic in 2010, and that allowed this Smartmatic software that he's talking about to be imported into the United States. And we have found out, and I think we've discussed on your show before, some of the reasons why we now know that the Dominion voting system is in fact wide open to programming from remote locations. And this was brought out in testimony September 30th of 2024, just last year, by some folks that Clay Parikh and Ben Cotton, unrefuted expert witness testimony that all the Dominion voting systems are tied together and that they don't meet the original certification requirements from 2019. So this has caused us to file recently a petition with the Election Assistance Commission to vacate Dominion's certification because we now know that's all connected in with Serbia. The programming was done from Belgrade during the last couple of election cycles, both not only programming but maintenance as well and remote access. So what appears to have happened, the Smartmatic software has been placed on the machines, and the Dominion voting system, we now know from the expert witness testimony, has they're all interconnected worldwide with what we call an X.509 certificate using the same shared value, the same common shared value. So in other words, it's like having the same password for every Dominion Democracy Suite 5.5 system around the entire world. So if you're on one system, you can get into another one. And that is how they have allowed all this interconnection to occur. And this voting system is set up to be remotely accessed. All the components, the database, the firewalls, the default ports, even a uncertified SQL Server management studio that manipulates the data. That is another component that's on the machine. So this is all set up for remote access, and it all ties back to Dominion Smartmatic and Venezuela, as he has alluded to there, that Venezuela actually, we now know, was responsible for creating the software originally that was then acquired by Dominion and brought into the United States.
Mm. So is this going to do anything for us? Is this going to, I mean, what coming up midterms? Are these machines going to be used? I guess Dominion got bought by Liberty something or another. So tell me where we stand now with all these machines and the midterms coming up less than a year from now.
Yeah, it's a great question. Dominion was recently purchased by Liberty Vote, so this is, or at least it was renamed Liberty Vote. It's like taking a Ford and putting a Toyota sticker on it. You know, that doesn't really make it anything but a Ford. So that's basically what they've done. They've just renamed it. The Scott Landecker was and is the founder of No Inc. And No Inc. That poses another integration issue altogether, which is for the future. But what's important is what you said, Brannon. What are we going to do for 2026? That is the absolute key question, and there's no indication that Scott Landecker is going to do anything for 2026 in regards to the Dominion voting system. We're hearing that they're saying no changes, although we're hearing two different things coming from the same mouth. So that's a real issue, and that's why we have filed this EAC complaint to vacate Dominion's original certification, because we now know, Brannon, that when they were certified in 2019, at least the system here in Georgia, and we believe all the Democracy Suite 5 systems have the same problems. But when they were certified in 2019, it was supposed to be certified on standards from 2005, which from the EAC. And specifically, those standards required that the system store their encryption keys in protected encryption modules, which they don't. And that 2005 standard was based on 2001, which they didn't comply with in 2019 and still can't comply with in 2026. And on top of all that, it didn't comply with the password protection standards that date all the way back to 1984. So in 2019, this Dominion system was certified and did not even meet standards that date all the way back to 1984. So, and they were required to do that by the EAC in 2005. So we want to vacate the Dominion certification so that we can have some kind of legitimate form of conducting the 2026 elections, be it hand-marked paper ballots, publicly recorded hand counts. That's what we need to go to. We need to get rid of this system in Georgia and other states. And quite frankly, we need to get rid of all the electronic voting, because I think if you had the forensic analysis on, for example, ES&S that we've had on other on this Dominion system, we would probably find the same type of things.
Mm. All right. So what else are you working on before we let you go? You have anything else coming out of Voter GA? Any lawsuits? Any legal filings?
Well, yeah. In fact, we have made our recommendations to the House Elections Security, our security findings to the House Election Study Committee here for the 2026 elections. And the big news down here is last week that the Fani Willis indictment of her 18 political adversaries was dismissed in its entirety.
Good.
So that's huge news. And here's something that's really ironical about that. The statements that the Prosecuting Attorney's Council made in dismissing this were almost identical to what we said 2 years ago when we called for the impeachment of Fani Willis. And I believe we did a segment about that on your show 2 years ago. And almost everything we said has now proven to be true as of just before Thanksgiving, when the Prosecuting Attorney's Council released their null prosecutorial motion saying that they are not going to pursue the case against Fonnie Willis's political adversaries. So we're pretty thrilled about that down here, and have put together an analysis of all the statements that the Prosecuting Attorney's Council made that are the same things that we said 2 years ago.
Excellent. Well, you're doing great work. VoterGA.org, VoterGA.org. And I bet we're one of the few networks that has you on, aren't we?
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to be on your show, Brannon. And there's so much more we can talk about. So I'm anxious to come back.
But why are so many so-called conservative networks afraid to continue covering this?
That's a great question. There are a lot of them that are afraid to talk about Dominion still. And there's some that have been sued over the ballot case. We just had a press conference about the showing us the ballots in Fulton County. We have the other good news that we didn't talk about is the DOJ is intervening in the our Fulton County cases, and we're grateful to that. We've been reaching out to both the criminal and civil divisions about that. So, networks have been sued about that, the Fulton County situation, the Ruby Freeman stuff, and they've also been sued about Dominion. But my message to them is you don't have to worry about that anymore. Dominion is going to be history soon.
VoterGA.org. Thank you as always, Garland.
Thank you, Brannon.
And if you guys appreciate what we're doing here, folks, before we turn it over to one of our broadcasters, Tamara Scott, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock live. If you appreciate all we're doing, we need your support. It's our international 2-day online Worldview conference combined with our end-of-the-year giving campaign. Would you go now and make a contribution, please, at worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. You can also use that phone number, 901-468-9357, 901-468-9357. I want to thank Scott from Fort Worth, Texas, contribution of $25. We have from Lucedale, Mississippi, Melvin and Jane. So thank you to them. Mark and Christy, $95 was Melvin and Janet from Mississippi. $10 from Mark and Christy from Thurton, Ohio. We also have another one from Ohio. That's William and Holly. That's $285. William, that's actually the same name. Let's see. Lauren from Galesville, Wisconsin, $34. And Richard from Peoria, Arizona, $300. And then Gregory and Christine from Fond du Lac, $150. So thank you, guys. Again, you can make a contribution now at worldviewfoundation.online. Also find our mailing address there if you prefer to send a check through the mail, or again, online by phone, 901-468-9357. I'll be back live at 1 o'clock Central. Until then, thanks for watching, and here's Tamara Scott.
You're watching Worldview Tube, a Brannon Howse television network.
The Tamara Scott Show. Tamara has served as the state director for one of America's largest pro-life, pro-family public policy organizations. In 2007, Tamara was named one of America's top 10 most influential kingmakers by the Religion News Association. Tamara has spent years proclaiming and defending the values of a Christian worldview that is the foundation of our constitutional republic. And now, here is your host, Tamara Scott.
Hey everybody, I am Tamara Scott. I am honored to bring you the Tamara Scott Show on wvwtv.com, and I'm also honored to give the rest of the crew a break. They're doing a share-a-thon today, and so I'm glad to be able to give them just enough time to go regroup, maybe get a bite to eat, maybe just freshen up a bit, but what they're doing is very important. I'm honored to be on this network where we bring you great information. The guests that God brings us every day is a surprise to me. And the information is phenomenal, and you're not getting it any other way. A lot of it you're just not getting, or you're not getting as soon. You may get it 5 years later, 10 years later. I'm not talking about like the breaking headline that everybody scrambles to get. I'm saying good, solid information. Brannon Howse, myself, we've talked about it before. We were saying things, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and a lot of people are just now coming to a lot of the realizations and revelations that we were talking about. Not that we're bright or anything else, Brannon is, but God has just revealed it to us and allowed us to share information or have guests share information. And so Worldview Foundation is a great way for you to help sponsor WVW Foundation. WVW Foundation is a great way for you to help sponsor what we do here. So the shows, when we do the shows, you get to see them for about 7 days complimentary. And then they go behind the paywall at worldview2.com/vault, worldview2.com/vault. But this is a great way just to give to that foundation. Oh, you're doing such a great job, Thomas, keeping right up with me as I'm kind of all over the board here. But Worldview, WVW TV, WVW Foundation is a great way for you just to give to this ministry. At the end of the year, we're all looking for things to do, ways to be good stewards of our money to help ministries that are making a difference, and this would be one. This would be one, so consider that. All right, I'm going to jump to my guest. I'm very pleased to have Greg Crawford with me. Now, I tell you, the guests that we get interviewed, it's always like I get to meet the coolest people. Well, Greg, I've known forever. Him and his sweet wife, Julie, they're humble servants. We have a congressional prayer caucus that takes place every Tuesday at our Capitol, led by a variety of different people who have served as the chair or the president. I'm not sure what the title is here in Iowa, but they meet every Tuesday. Greg and his wife are often there. On the few times I get to go, because I'm usually here in studio now, they're there, and they're humbly sitting amongst others, just offering to pray, not trying to be up front, not trying to take ownership, not trying to take leadership, just being there to pray. I love the heart, if I may say that. So today, when I was going to interview Greg, we have a mutual friend, and Deborah kept saying, you've got to interview him. You talk about Nigeria. He's got information on Nigeria. So I called to put him in the show with Judd Saul, who we've interviewed several times. Judd has Equipping the Persecuted, and then he also has Truth Nigeria, another website. And he was going to be with us today. He wanted to meet Greg. It was going to be a great time to connect him. I love connecting people who are doing the work of the Lord. And then Judd got called away to another meeting. So I get Greg the whole time, and I want you to hear what he's got to say. You're going to be surprised. If you can't tell, that's what I'm leading up to. I've known this guy, I don't know, maybe 20 years, maybe. And do you know Greg?
It's probably been I know at least 15 years, but probably pretty close to 20 maybe at this point.
So. I think so.
Time keeps moving fast.
And just the humble heart that you have, the work that you do, you don't tout what you're doing, you're just doing it. And so you started the base. When did you start the base? Thebaseiowa.com. Where did you start the base?
Well, we moved up here 13 years ago out of Southeast Iowa. And we had a ministry going in Southeast Iowa for about 15 years before that. So it's been, we started into ministry about 30 years ago, probably closer to 35 in all honesty. And then moved up here we felt we needed to move to the capital to be more accessible to everything and outward into the state, because we have a vision for the state more than just a local ministry.
Well, that's just it. Your building you have is a quiet little unassuming building, but thank you for opening it up. Before the election in 2024, I think you allowed a prayer meeting to take place, and it was just a really great gathering. I know you are about prayer, you're about teaching, but I didn't realize how much. Let me tell people a little bit from your bio here. You and your wife have been married for 40 years, but together you have been involved in virtually every aspect of church culture and outreach, church planting, mission trips, concert promotion, inner city and gang ministry, crisis pregnancy counseling, prison ministry, street evangelism, children and youth ministry, hosting Bible studies, anywhere else that you could help serve, which is true. In 94, you helped found the Jubilee Christian Fellowship, which later became Jubilee International Ministries, which I'm going to ask you, Congressman Riley Moore, I've been watching. He's made some great statements, had a lot of good press releases out on Nigeria. He called for the president to designate Nigeria as a CPC, country of particular concern. The president did do that. And then after that, I think he's met with some of the heads of state in Nigeria as well. I think they were here, but he met with heads of state from Nigeria. And in his press release, there is a Jubilee ministry. Is that by chance your ministry mentioned, do you think?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
We started working over there in about 95, 98, roughly. So it could be because we're well known on the southern band of all across Nigeria.
And we're going to get to that. I think people will be surprised. So you've helped 60, you've planted 60 ministry schools in other nations, 2 online schools, and 2 resident schools over the years. This is amazing. And you have a PhD in philosophy of ministry. I didn't know that either. You don't have that title.
Yeah, I'm not about titles.
I love it. Thank you so much. All right. So, and 22 books. I do have some of your books, but I didn't realize 22. Where can people find your books?
They're on Amazon and Kindle. And I'm just getting done with another book right now. I've done a pathway. It's called Pathway Discipleship. And it's to take people from salvation to the point of growing in their faith in the foundations. And I tied it into 50-some YouTube videos that I produced. So it's really a discipling program.
Very good. And so if people want information or to follow you, what's the best way to do it, Greg?
They could do it on the baseiowa.org, or my personal website is gregcrawford.org.
All right. So today, and Thomas, I don't know if you want to throw it up on the screen or not. It's just a real quick little post. I don't know this woman. Her name is Melissa Doherty, but the show is about an hour, 22 minutes long, which not everybody can take time to listen to, but if you will, I think there's a lot of good information. Her guests are Kevin Briggins and Laura Ziffer, and I don't know either one of them, but their credentials are very impressive as far as history and experience. But in this, you can see right there, they're talking about Islamophobia, the fact that people, that word right there stops people from telling the truth about the dangers. But they're saying every 2 hours, a Christian is killed in Nigeria. Every 2 hours is what they're saying. And Congressman Riley's statement on the 7th said that 50 to 100,000 Christians have been murdered since 2009 in Nigeria. 50,000 to 100,000 Christians murdered in Nigeria just since 2009. At least 7,000 Christians just this year alone. 35 deaths every day is what he's saying, and 19,000 churches have been destroyed. So, all right, Greg, when was your first trip over to Nigeria?
I think I went in 2000, roughly. I started doing leadership training over there. I went inland. I didn't go into the main cities because that's what most people do, because it's very easy. I went inland and started training, and we were doing leadership conferences with pastors. And that first trip, we did 3 conferences, and we did trained probably close to 1,000 pastors in the 3 conferences total. And then we just started going after that, and eventually we planted a base and started doing micro business and just a variety of things to establish ministry there in the nation. We've seen a lot of change over the course. I fell in love with the nation back then. It was authentic Christianity, authentic faith, passion, unbelievable passion for God. A lot of the things that I saw needed in the American church, they actually had. And that's what kept drawing me to go back and keep investing into the nation.
So you started, as you say, in 2000 maybe. All right, so we were talking about some of the experiences that you had. First off, you said you don't go where everybody else goes, which I appreciate that. We've had Brian Brannon, I think, on the show. He is working to convert folks out of Islam into Christianity. Admirable. Jad Saul is willing to go in and call it what it is. He's on another show talking about Islam, the dangers of Islam, and their plan to destroy Christians. We've got about 3 minutes before we go to break. Let me just ask you, Islam, people want to tell us that in America we have the right to have freedom of religion. Well, if you're under the Constitution, yes, but Islam is more than a religion. It is a military and a political force. And when I read the statement from Congressman Moore's office, is this a genocide? Are they coming after just Christians, or is it just Fulani herdsmen trying to get territory?
It's a little of both, but it is a what I call a regional genocide. It's targeted in certain areas. It's not what I would call a sweeping genocide of the whole nation, where they're just going systematically block by block and trying to wipe out. But what they're trying to do is create a lot of terror and fear, because Islam wants to take over the whole nation. So they're trying to discourage and bring hopelessness into the church and fear. And so that's why they're attacking a lot of the churches and a lot of the Christians. It's been going on for a long time, and the numbers that you stated are probably higher than what we realize. A lot of things are not reported. And so it's very hard to really get a good grip on what's going on there. There's a lot of different conflicts. There's land conflicts, tribal conflicts, religious conflicts, political conflicts, and they're just overlaid and intertwined so much. It's hard to sort what's really happening in certain places.
The religion of peace doesn't seem so peaceful in any country.
No.
In any country where it
No.
seems to be the majority. All right. And I know you've made statements that has caused the government to come after or maybe put you in protective custody. We'll talk about that when we come back. To everybody out there, you're going to want to get a beverage, get comfy, and sit and listen, because when I was just talking to Greg yesterday, it was just unfolding, and I was just amazed at the stories he has been through. We're just going to go through some of that when we come back. Before we do, let me tell you about our Bella Grace. We have the Bella Grace Elixir. Inside is the collagen with the cat's claw, astaxanthin, and collagen. In this little sachet, it's so easy because you can just rip it, sip it, and flip it in the trash. No mixing or measuring. You don't have to drink beverages you don't want. It's just this simple. I can keep it in the car, in the studio, wherever I am. Helps me stay on my schedule when I'm off schedule. But you can find more information at tamara.bellagraceglobal.com, tamara.bellagraceglobal.com. And one of the things that you all noticed that helped me realize some of the things it was doing, you all said better joint health, improved mobility, improved immunity, stress management, endurance, less fatigue, muscle recovery, mental clarity, focus, and gut health. And it also helps with eye strain, fatigue, computer vision syndrome, visual acuity, depth perception, alleviating dry eyes, and immunity. Also, the firmer, smoother skin texture, fewer fine lines and wrinkles, improved skin elasticity, decreased age spots, more even skin tone, improved skin hydration, reduced oxidative stress, healthier nails, less cellulite, hair health, better sleep. Call those cosmetic if you wish, but maybe they're byproducts of actually being healthier. And did I tell you about helping with cognitive function in 2022, getting that award? And then in 2023 in the sports arena for active ingredients, nutrition, and format. More information at tamara.bellagraceglobal.com. We'll be right back after these messages with Greg Crawford talking about Nigeria.
Do you appreciate all the free programming we produce here at Worldview Tube? Well, if you do, we need your partnership now. If you're already supporting us, thank you. If you're not, would you please consider doing so? We have to have a big November and December end of the year giving. Please go here right now to this website, worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. You can give through credit card. You can give through PayPal. You'll find our mailing address there if you prefer to support us through the mail. You'll also find our phone number. Simply use that phone number by leaving a voicemail for Melissa or texting her, and my wife will get back with you and help you make your contribution over the phone. We send out tax receipts with our EIN number, well, the first week of February of each year. We, again, have to have a very big November and December as we get ready for pushing out more Christian worldview programming for 2026. So thank you for going now to worldviewfoundation.com. That's worldviewfoundation.com.
All right, I'm talking with Greg Crawford. Greg has been very busy just doing the Lord's work, not talking about it, getting it done. Greg, thank you for joining us today on the Tamara Scott Show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, so when I was talking to you yesterday, you started just kind of sharing some of the experiences you've had. Let's start. We said 19,000 churches have been burned. And you're saying they're doing this to discourage people from Christianity. What happens when they burn a church, or when they, well, I guess when they burn, they can't come back in, but we've seen several murders and massacres near churches. Is that correct?
Right, yes. A lot of these things that are going on right now, let's say a church is in a service, and they come in during the service time. A lot of it is Boko Haram and both the herdsmen as well, the Fuluna herdsmen. And the herdsmen are trying to take over territory to get more land for their cattle, and somehow they've gotten armed. China's involved in some of the stuff going on in Nigeria, funneling money in because they're wanting to get control of oil wells. The government of Nigeria has a lot of, it's almost Muslim controlled. And so there are some Christians in government, but very few. And so these churches are meeting, and in comes herdsmen, or in comes Boko Haram. Boko Haram is just absolutely ruthless. They'll shoot people, but they'll machete people. I've actually got a machete here from Nigeria in my office, but it's very brutal. And so, like an example, something that just happened about 3 weeks ago, church had, you probably heard about in the news, had 32 people, I believe it was, abducted. But they killed the pastor, they killed the assistant pastor, they killed one of the lay people, and abducted 32 people. Now they hold those people for ransom. The ransom starts out at around 50 million US dollars, and then they drop it. They'll eventually let those people go for about 5,000 US dollars. But they want to trade that person or those people for land. And so they will sign over their land rights to get their loved ones back. So that particular church on Thursday, they were having a prayer meeting. They were invaded, people abducted, people killed. The following Sunday, with no police or no protection, and by the way, the police were only a few blocks away, but refused to come because they were under orders not to help, and that's how it is over there. And so on Sunday, they came back to the same place. They danced, they worshiped, they celebrated, and someone gave a message to encourage them, and the church was encouraged, and they went on. And I think about America, how many of us would return the following week to the place where we just experienced such a trauma, and yet the church over there that is alive, it's growing. Persecution and martyrdom is causing it to really live for their faith, knowing they could die for their faith. And we're living in a nation that doesn't require that of us. 80% of Christianity is living in a nation right now that may require martyrdom. It may require you to die for your faith. So we're living in the 20%. So we're kind of living in a vacuum here in America, not realizing what the rest of the world is going through. And so the churches over there, they're unfazed. They come back. Church is completely burned out. They will come back in those ashes the next week and still hold service. So that is, that's what's going on kind of behind the scenes in the church and the church life. They're unfazed by all of this right now. I mean, they are, but they're not allowing it to dictate their faith or how they're going to operate their life.
It's kind of amazing. I mean, even in the political square, the public square, we are timid. I just put on that post earlier that had Islamophobia on it. And because of that, people don't even want to say things. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to admit what we're seeing. When we continue to see violence everywhere Islam is, I've asked guests, name a country for me where Islam is the rule, is the government, is the majority religion that has given us innovation, creation, invention, medical breakthrough. And no one's really been able to give me any, right?
Yes.
So we're afraid to even talk about it here in the public square because of that word Islamophobia that people pin across us. And yet you're saying people watch loved ones be murdered and they go back, clean it up, and have church the next Sunday.
Yes. Yeah. And we're going to have to realize, because after 25 years of going in there, I was thinking about this morning, I've spent over a year, easily over a year in Nigeria doing short-term missions, going 2 weeks, 10 days, 7 days. I see patterns that is happening in America that's similar to where they were before. Corruption going on, political all the way up, corruption in police, not wanting police to police, military being called in, and all of that that's been going on is, and now you see we got Boko Haram, we got a lot of activity that's been allowed to come because the government doesn't want to get involved. And in all honesty, the church is sitting here trying to lead. I've got a spiritual son over there that runs one of our bases, and he's because we have a base in the south and we have a base in the north, and he's considering. I mean, he's about my age, of laying his life down for the sake of the nation and starting to be a voice in the nation, knowing it'll probably cost him before it's done. And those are the decisions that are being made by Christian leaders. Then there's another type of Christian leader over there that's siding with the government, and the government's funding them large chunks of money so that they would be in agreement with them to try to gain the following of all these big church leaders. And so the church is, it's kind of separated, which is probably very good, because you have like what I would call the authentic church and you have the religious church. And but these smaller churches, and there are hundreds of thousands of them, because even in what we did over there, we planted 45 schools of ministry on the Southern Belt. So that network of schools was turning out 6,000 to 8,000 students a year. And by the time they graduated, they all had a church going. So there's lots of little churches everywhere, and that's, they're not connected to a larger thing, and that's where a lot of these herdsmen are picking on the Catholic Church, Boko Haram, but they're also looking at these little independent churches trying to discourage. And it's politically driven, it's money driven. There's so much corruption in the government. I was in a service, it's been probably 5, 6 years ago, maybe a little longer, and I spoke out against the corruption in the government and the fathers of the nation pocketing their money. And I didn't realize I had 800 government officials in that service, and it was being recorded for national television. So it went out on national television, and I thought, well, that's not that big a deal. And well, I had the secret police come to my motel, and I had to go to another place. I had to go to a government compound to stay. I'd have secret police assigned to me for the next 3 years when I came in the nation, because they were concerned I would be assassinated. And I thought, still didn't think, well, this isn't that big a thing. I went up to Amsterdam flying home, and people in Amsterdam airport had recognized me because it made the news up in Europe. Then I realized, wow, this really did cause a stir here in everybody. So, but there has to be voices that speak out, or nothing will change. And I'm really hoping the U.S., that Trump will step into this more. I know Ted Cruz is stepping in, trying to get some facts lined up. And, he'd sent a man over to go right to the very heart of where all this had happened. But he had an Islamic man that was he was traveling with, and so he was feeding him a different storyline. And so my guy that's on the ground over there, he knows exactly what's going on. And we've had people killed in a church literally 20 minutes from where our base is over there, and the herdsmen are right up behind our base right now in the jungle right behind it. And so it's a very volatile thing. There were some farmers that were killed just about 6 months ago, about 15 minutes from where our base is over there, and there was big protests, and they had the dead bodies in the streets in front of the government houses and saying, "What are you going to do about it?" And the government just keeps turning their face away from it because they don't want to deal with it. And part of it is it's a way of controlling the people. And there's tremendous, like you're saying, there's tremendous resource, but everybody's fighting for that resource to gain control of the oil fields, the agriculture, et cetera, et cetera. I know in Liberia, there's gold and diamond mines, and there's fight with there, and China's involved in Liberia, trying to get their hands into all of that, and they already are in there. And then here's China trying to come into America. So, you start to see the parallels, and then not being willing to take on and understand Islam and being able to have answers to combat that, and just allowing it to go and being passive Christians. Passivity is ruining the church in America. And when you look at the other nations, they cannot afford to be passive in their faith. Their faith has to be more militant, and their faith has to be more active. And so I see we need a wake up here in America just as much as we need, be concerned about what's going on in Nigeria. And there's a lot of Nigerians living here in America. Down in Fort Worth, there's 150,000. You go over to Atlanta, there's about 100,000 down there. There's pockets of Nigerians living here. And so they fled the nation because they just don't want to live in these kinds of conditions. So
I hope that they fled and came here because they want better and not because they're going to bring what they had here, right? We
right.
hear
Most of them are coming for what we have to offer as a nation. Yeah.
All right. So we've got just 2 minutes left on this side of the break. You talked about the government and what you said. I'm glad you didn't know the officials were there, and I'm glad that they protected you. When they took you, did they take you into police custody, or did they just offer you support? Because if they took you police custody, were you frightened that they might be taking you not to protect you?
Yeah, they came to my motel room is what they did, and then they escorted me to an official in the government's home.
Okay.
And at that point, I didn't know, if I was going to be arrested or not. And so he had a really frank discussion with me, and he agreed, but he said, "You can't be voicing like that," and he kind of, went down that path. And then he said, "We're going to release you, but you'll have to have secret police traveling with you because, we're concerned that you're going to be assassinated or somebody's going to do you harm." And so I had secret police travel. So now today, when I go over, I was just over last year again, I have two types. I have the secret police that I have travel with me. I have plainclothesmen travel with me as security, and then I have hired security that I travel with to make sure that my team is all okay. And my team doesn't even know who the plainclothes people are, but I do. And
Wow.
then I also have a phone number for somebody high in the government in the secret police area that's a Christian that I can call if I'm in trouble. I can always give them a call to help come and bail me out if they're close, But over there, it's a little different. You don't call 911. You have to go find somebody. You have to find the ambulance, find the police, find the fire department, come bring them back. So
Talking with Greg Crawford, we're talking about his work in Nigeria and the fact that he has to have like 3 different forces of police custody, his security, to go out and evangelize. And yet you and I are too often timid to share the gospel with a clerk at the store. And yet he's taking armed guards to protect him while he goes out and gives the gospel in a very dangerous part of the world. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
But with Brannon, it's always cutting edge stuff happening in the world, and it's not just from the political angle, because you can get that on other platforms, but it's always from the biblical angle. So you're dealing with a guy that loves Jesus. You're dealing with a guy that's very intelligent. You're dealing with a guy that is cutting edge conservatism, and you're dealing with a guy that wants to be biblical all at the same time. And so for that reason alone, I hope many, many people will not just lift up his ministry in prayer, but will also financially get behind it, because he, from the angle I'm trying to describe, he really is the only game in town. And we desperately need it in these last days. Can I get an amen to that?
All right, as we tell you, we have the Numi. They call it NutriSwish. I call it Swish and Swallow. It's like a mouthwash. You swish it for 3 seconds, 30 seconds, 3 minutes, some people do, and then you swallow. The lavender is for ladies. There are no hormonal supplements in it, but if you're taking some, you might want to check with your doctor. The blue is for everybody over 18. It has the glutathione. Glutathione is an antioxidant, helps with over 400 cellular functions, and it helps detox heavy metals, forever chemicals, graphene oxide, which is something many people learned about in 2021, 22 maybe, when it was in some injections and that people felt coerced to take. So this helps detox the heavy metals, forever chemicals, and graphene oxide, as well as glyphosate, which is a chemical that is apparently in ag products, maybe in a product that's in your garage for your lawn. There are concerns for people who may think that there are links to cancers, HPVs, and diabetes. If you are concerned about this, the glyphosate, the glutathione, helps detox the glyphosate. The good glutathione helps detox the glyphosate. Some people actually get IVs of glutathione. It wanes after time, and it's expensive. This is a great way to keep that glutathione in your system economically and consistently. Now you'll see the photo there with the mango-colored bottle. That's Numi Neuro. Numi Neuro for your mind, your memory, and your focus. People started talking about brain fog a couple years back, whether it's from a virus or a vaccine. The Numi Neuro will help you with that. Now, when used with the blue bottle together, the Numi Neuro and the blue, the results were so good that the American Brain Council actually wrote about it. It looked like an endorsement, but we're told they don't do endorsements. It's just simply a review of what they saw, and it was that positive. More information at numi.com/TTSS, numi.com/TTSS. All right, Thomas, I'm going to ask you. I've got the furnace on here in the studio, which I'm still freezing, by the way. It's a -6 out there today. Are we okay? All right. If it's interference, let me know, and I will shut it off. I am talking with Greg Crawford, PhD in philosophy and ministry. We're talking about his work in Nigeria. And I have a statement. I think that Assemblies of God, November 17th, put out a request for prayer. 17 armed bandits attacked Assemblies of God Zuru missionary area in Nigeria's Kebbi state, abducting 11 Assemblies of God Nigeria believers. The terrorist attack occurred during a service in a local Assemblies of God church, and the abducted individuals have not yet been recovered. And I don't think I've heard any more about that. I think we even have names for them. And so I'm just telling you, this is the diocese, the Catholic diocese, buried a couple of priests as well the last week. But Greg, they're not coming just after anyone, and not just about Nigerians, but it's about professing Christians seem to be those under greatest threat. Is that the truth? This is about Christianity.
They see Christianity as a force that can change the culture and course correct everything that's wrong right now. And all of these groups are about power and having authority over people, being able to manipulate people and control them. And they see that Christianity is about freeing people. It's about bringing a better future, et cetera, et cetera. And so they see it as a real big threat. And even, you could say even like the Catholic Church, has rituals and has its way of doing things, but they even see organized religion as having a threat just as much as a spirit-filled church or, a free-flowing type church, Pentecostal church, whatever you want to call it, charismatic. They see every church as a threat, and they are attacking both those that are new and not connected into a larger organization, and they're attacking the large organizations. They're doing both, and they're doing it intentionally and knowing about it. And, they have spies that they send out, and when I'm doing meetings, I have to be attentive to who's on the outside of the building, because the windows are gone. It's an open air type building. Even though it could seat 500, 600 people or 1,000 people, all the windows are open so everyone can hear inside what's going on. And you don't know who's standing on the outside looking. And even my last trip, I noticed a couple people that looked pretty shady. And when I looked at them, my eyes caught their eyes. They took off real quick. So they're targeting, and it's planned. It's intentional. It's premeditated. It's all of those things. And I think didn't quite catch the state that where those Assembly of God guys were from, but I've got kind of a map here, and I don't know if it will show if I put it up here, but it might help people understand. Nigeria itself is about it would be like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Iowa. It's about that much of a landmass, maybe just a slightly bigger. And this map, and if we don't see it, we don't see it, but I'm hoping maybe we can see it, this shows Nigeria. And you can see up here, the pink is Boko Haram and the influence of Boko Haram. And then the black scratchy lines is the herdsmen and where the herdsmen are located as well. And then the two yellow points is where our bases are at. So this gives you an idea how widespread some of this violence is. And there's kind of that. So once you see it like that, it's basically Boko Haram almost owns that whole territory up there in the northeast. And then the herdsmen are coming down a line east and west. And then below that line of the herdsmen, below that area, that is all mainly strong Christian population. So there's going to eventually be a cut through here, east-west in Nigeria. They're even considering that it may end up as two separate Nigerias, one that is more Islam and one that is more Christian. And Ibadan in Nigeria is the largest concentration. That city is the largest concentration of Muslims in the world. And I've done meetings in Ibadan, and it's very strange when you go someplace and there's the call to prayer in the morning, and your motel is across from a mosque, and they have that speaker blaring right into your motel. It's very different when you're in these different cultures. And we have to learn how to reach people in these cultures. We have to learn how to, what is their culture lacking? What is Islam lacking? And, I don't want to get into that so much, but people need to get studied up on this. We have concentrations of Muslim people in America right now. And they have said in Europe that they will take Europe by just sheer population growth. And we're sitting at a point where we could almost lose our culture because we're not populating fast enough in America. We'd rather have things than have our kids, have more children. And so we've got to be reaching them. Can't be afraid of them. We have to be touching them. And I find it amazing, in Africa, there's lots of stories of entire villages that were Muslim having the same dream on the same night of Christ and the cross, and waking up in the morning and becoming born again, and the whole village becoming born again. And so I'm not so concerned about the vast number that's sitting around. I am concerned about the lack of passion in the church for the gospel to go forth, even just in the local level of my neighbor or my neighborhood. And so, over there, like I said, I saw authentic faith. People pray, and they pray all night, and no one's sleeping during the night. They're intently praying, and they're crying out to God. And right now, Nigeria is really crying out for the nation. They're crying out for change. They're crying out for God's mercy to come and to save them. And you know, some are moving into Ghana and different nations to get away from this. But a lot are saying, I'm going to stay and fight for my nation. I'm not going to allow them to take my nation. And so it's a perilous time, in all honesty. I was going to go back over in February, March, and I'm just kind of waiting to see, if this unrest is going to be settled or not. But it just seems like it keeps coming. And the reports keep coming of somebody else that's been abducted or killed or terror that's happened. And I'll say this about the youth, and I know I'm kind of talking a lot, but the youth are rising up and they're saying, I want authenticity. It's just like America. I want authenticity. I want the church alive. I want the church with power. And there was in the city that I go to, there in our base, I've been by this church several times. The youth, 25,000 youth came to that church. They found out the pastor had made a pact with witches and had stolen a baby and sacrificed it on the altar of the church so he could do miracles. And this is the kind of thing that's going on, because you have another layer. Here's the witchcraft layer. And so the youth of the city found out, and they were like, we will not allow this in our city. And they went and they burned that church to the ground. So not only are the militants in Boko Haram, but the youth aren't going to tolerate that. And in this area, they actually have occult police that the government has put in place to stop occult activity and arrest people that are doing occult activity, because they see that as very detrimental on both sides of the fence. So you see how this is just so multi-layered. And so when you go over there, you've really got to be aware of what is going on in the nation. And I read the newspapers before I go, so I'm informed. And but you can see these things are similar to America in many ways.
Right? We've got to go to break here in just a minute, but I want to talk about that when we come back. I'll give you these figures before we go. Brigitte Gabriel, I'm sure you probably know her. I think it's Act for America. And she survived, I would say she survived a nation who understands very well what Islam is. But she's warning us over our last election. She said, well, we were all, over one mayor in New York, one mayoral candidate. We were all focusing on that. And instead, in 9 different states, New York, Virginia, Washington, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, I believe it's Michigan, New Jersey, and Maryland, all had some 76 candidates running, 42 Muslim candidates were elected. And here are the rundown: 6 mayors, 7 state legislators, 20 city councils or commissioners, 6 school board members, 2 judges, and 3 other political positions. And her warning, she reads from the Muslim Brotherhood Plan for America, written in 1991. And she says we're 30 years into it, and they are well underway in their plan to resettle and have a civilized jihad in America. Something for us to consider. When we come back, we'll talk with Pastor Greg Crawford about America and what we need to be doing here in our own country as he continues to minister both in America and Nigeria and other countries. Stay tuned. Greg Crawford is our guest today, the Base Iowa, thebaseiowa.org, but his work in Nigeria. Greg, do you ever feel like, you're, are you ever discouraged in the work over there? Because we continue to hear all of the 7,000 killed just this year, 35 a day, 50,000 to 100,000 in the last 10 years. What keeps you going?
Well, I tell you, I guess to me, I'm not so discouraged about Nigeria as I am America. That's quite a statement, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um, Over there, they're living their faith, and this just happens to be the outcome of them doing that. But I see exuberant worship. I see authentic Christianity. I see faith that's being worked daily. I see relationship with God. And the thing that I think is different from here and there is they live Christianity as their lifestyle, and we live Christianity compartmentalized, meaning I go on Sunday morning, and that is my main focus through the whole week of what I do. I'm not living my faith like I ought to be living my faith, or I'm so concerned about being rejected by somebody that I never share my faith. I had somebody tell me, evangelists are to share faith. That's not my role as a Christian. And so I think we have some really wrong concepts of Christianity that have infiltrated in to make us not effective. I think we have some wrong interpretation of what Scripture says as well. And so I'm very adamant about making sure doctrine's right. Of course, with all the schools I've started, I've had to do that. Um, so I could say, well, I kind of lay some of this at the body of Christ, but I also somewhat lay it at leaders needing to find a better way of conveying what Scripture says with a more intensity and passion that would cause people to want to engage it in a better fashion. Um, Trying to say that as nice as I can, but it's because that's what I see over there. You don't have to convince them. That's part of the problem. Uh, you say something and they're going to go do it immediately. You don't have to convince, you don't have to explain. You don't have to take 6 weeks to explain what this means to pray for somebody and then try to convince. They go do it. They see it as an honor to serve God, and they see it as an opportunity that God has given them to do something with their life. Over here, um, see, over there you recruit people, and over here we beg for volunteers. And every church leader goes through this here in America. You can't find somebody to do certain tasks in the church. They're not seeing it as ministry. They're not seeing it as privilege. They're seeing it as a task or just something that needs done. Those are mentalities and mindsets that we have got to change. Because, when I signed up into Christianity, well, I'll just put it that way, when I signed up, I gave my life under his lordship to do what he wanted me to do. It was at his disposal. And if he wants me to do this, that's what I'll do. But I think here in America, for the most part, most people want to be able to be sure that they make heaven and their sin is dealt with, and they want relief, but they don't want sacrifice. They want to live a life of comfort. And what's crazy is the devil's trying to steal our purpose of why we're here, and we're trying to fight to live a comfortable life in America. And one of the things I told the Nigerians many times is I'll never pray for you to be prosperous because your poverty has forced you to draw together. In America, we're so prosperous, we don't really need God to be involved in our life. So consequently, he takes more of a second or a third place in our weekly activity and our focuses. Um, so I think those are some of the things. And discouraged by over there, I'm I'm disheartened to see so many having to die, but it's causing a real separation. And in all honesty, when it's done, their faith is going to be deepened, and it's going to cause them to grow in a way that they would never be forced never be able to grow unless they were forced into it to a degree. I'm afraid if we do not decide to mature as the church in America, we're going to be forced into it eventually. So,
I know when we were
yes.
we're talking about just their mission over there, even here in America, even sitting in a church, even well-intentioned, it's been whitewashed for us. All we have to do is drop money in the tray when somebody comes and speaks about a nation. We really don't, I don't think, and we even take mission trips. I will know in our church, some great people are doing mission trips and really working what they can as they have their jobs here. They're just taking weeks out to go do mission trips. So I won't, not a blanket statement on everybody. But boy, you're right. Passivity, the neglect, the complacency. We had better figure it out here in America, because Judd Saul, who I wanted to have on the show today, made the statement that if we don't get things turned around here, Nigeria, what they're dealing with today, could be here in 30 years. And I think he's absolutely right. And I think it's their plan. 2 minutes, Pastor, 2 minutes. What would you say to viewers out there? We've got Christmas coming up, the advent of Christ. Just what would you leave our viewers with?
I would take this opportunity because at the time of Christmas, everybody is more open to the gospel. I would take this opportunity to minister to my families the gospel, my friends. I would use it as a chance or a moment to say, you know, you all understand this story, but let me really explain the relationship that God wants to have with you. Salvation is not just getting free from your sin, it's the reestablishment of relationship. And God wants to have relationship with every single person. And I think we need to change our message, that it's not a sin-focused message, it's a relationship-focused message. And to me, that's why Jesus came. He was a sacrificial lamb, yes, but he came so that we could see a model of relationship with the Father that we had never seen before.
Yeah, and it's not a distant relationship. It's not. It is a close, in communion, walking and talking with the Father. Thank you, Greg, for taking time out to be with us today. I know you've got to go to a meeting. Dress warm, sir. It is still blustery out there here in Iowa, and the roads. You know, when you get off the main road, they are still ice packed. So just be careful out there. But thank you for the work that you're doing. The iowabase.org, iowabase.org.
Yeah. Thebaseiowa.org. Yep.
And so if
well,
people,
thank you so much for having me on.
My honor, and I hope you come back. If people are interested in some of your disciple work, if they want to learn, I mean, you're obviously about educating and equipping people. Do you offer ways they can do that online?
Yeah. Yes, we have an online school called Legacy School Online, and you can find it by just typing that in. We have the Pathway Discipleship online. I have blogging. I do blogging. It goes out to 150 nations. And I have created a whole blog site for people and a lot of teaching. And we have probably about 500 YouTube videos. So we've tried to do stuff to educate people. I'm all about educating and creating foundations in people to be effective in what they do for God. So we can't tell people to do it if we don't give them the tools, but then we got to give them the opportunity too. And they need to find that opportunity if it's all around us every day.
And we need to find that in our schedule somehow. We need to discipline ourselves. All right, everybody, as we tell you, live boldly, love better, laugh bigger, be encouraged, but never be complacent.
Two years ago, whatever was 100% of my traffic to my website, it's been crashed by 95%. That's stunning to me. Mostly Google has done it, but other actors as well. What's happening on a global basis, there's a war against free speech. It's not just an incidental thing, oh, we just want to shut somebody up. That's not it. This is an orchestrated, top-down war against free speech. All the things you have coming out of Worldview Tube and Weekend, etc., all of these things are expression of free speech. And I can dare say that their traffic has been hammered as well. If they're successful, these masters of tyranny, if these people are successful shutting down free speech, we're all dead at that point, basically, because that's where the killing is going to start. This is what's on the chopping block right now. The reason you look at this organization just as because you could get something out of it, right? You should look at this organization as an organization that needs to support just to keep free speech alive, period. Who are you going to turn to at this point if this voice was silenced? Where would you go? Newsmax? Give me a break. No. Fox News? No. So I want to encourage you, support the foundation, support Brannon's work here any way that you can.
You're watching Worldview 2, built on the 35 years of Worldview books, documentaries, research, high-profile interviews, and the radio and television broadcasts of Brannon Howse.
We have a big announcement, folks. It's called Bella Melt. In the first week, you lost 3 pounds on this, right?
That is correct.
Your GLP-1 is a natural hormone that's in every single one of our bodies. And your GLP-1 lets you know if you're full. It's a satiety hormone. So when your GLP is working properly, it does help suppress your appetite as well as reduce those cravings. So what it's going to do best is it's going to reduce your sugar cravings or any other cravings you have in your body. It's going to suppress that appetite. But where Melissa got the most benefit, I think, over the last week was the L-carnitine. The L-carnitine tells your mitochondria, this is where you make, we talked about it before, this is where you produce energy in your cells. It actually tells those mitochondria to burn fat for fuel.
MelissaHouseBG.com just now introducing for the first time Bella Melt with GLP-1 Fast Action.
Hello, I'm Brannon Howse. Would you like to gain access to over 20 years of my radio shows, TV shows, my books? I've written 15 books, and most of those books are ebooks now. And we have conference DVDs, conferences where we filmed our conferences at the Ozarks, literally starting 20 years ago. It's all available in our archived vault. All you have to do is go to worldviewtube.com/vault, worldviewtube.com/vault, and for a reasonable monthly fee, you gain access to over 20 years of Christian worldview programming, news, information, books, documentaries, and a powerful search engine. And folks, it's a great way not only to educate yourself, equip yourself, but
you woke up with a sore throat and a low-grade fever. You know you are getting sick, so here's your choices. You can get sicker and miss work, try to see a doctor this week, or sit hours in a crowded waiting room at urgent care.
I have a smarter option for you. Open your medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to doctor-recommended prescription in your booklet and take the right meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. It includes doctor-prescribed medications to treat over 39 medical issues like respiratory infections, strep throat, pneumonia, UTIs, and more.
No waiting to see the doctor and no standing in line at the pharmacy. It's right here.
Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit, and here's how to order.
Go to worldviewhealthcare.com. Your kit to treat dozens of common and serious illnesses is rushed to your door. worldviewhealthcare.com. That's worldviewhealthcare.com.
The emergency kit available at worldviewhealthcare.com. Make sure you don't have to go to urgent care. I got pneumonia. I didn't have to go. I took this last year. Stayed at home, went to bed.
Faith, spiritual values, moral issues, government, economy, education, work, responsibility. What we think about these depends on our worldview. Now, VCY America presents Worldview Radio. with Brannon Howse.
Welcome. Glad you're with us. We're going to be joined by our reporter on the ground in Israel. We have been on the air since 9:30 this morning. We're doing a 2-day international online worldview conference. We've already had so many wonderful guests, including already a report from Israel from Itamar Marcus with Palestinian Watch. And we're going to get another one now from Aaron, who joins us on the ground in Israel. Aaron, welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Brandon, great to be with you.
You too, my friend. I hear you've already had a very eventful day. You had someone on your tour that broke their leg?
Oh, yeah. We were up on Mount Arbel in the Galilee, the suggested site where the Lord gave the Great Commission. And I just said on my microphone, everyone, it's rocky terrain, be careful. And sadly, one of the sweetest ladies, she twisted and turned on her ankle, and we had to take her on a tractor first. We carried her on our shoulders because we were out in the middle of the mount, and then we got her to a tractor. We taxied her to the hospital, and then they did an X-ray, and yeah, she's in a cast, and poor lady.
Yeah, poor thing. Where's she from?
She is from Dallas, Texas, and let me tell you, her story is amazing. She was born in Kuwait to a sheikh.
Really?
When she was 8 years old, her family took her to Mecca. She witnessed the beheading of a lady when she was 8 years old, and she said she was traumatized. And her testimony is that she lived in fear and horror. She saw a lot of abuse through the religion, through her family. Her family took her to the United States for a holiday. 3 days later, after they arrived in America, Saddam Hussein attacks her homeland, Kuwait. She couldn't return, so she had to remain in America. And then when the dust settled, her father came. He was worried that the West was influencing her, so he forced her to marry a man who was about 20 years older than her, and she did not want to do it. She fought, big fight. She managed to get away from that, but she lived a very unhappy life. And by the way, all this time she lived with the hijab, only her eyes covered. One day, after 8.5 years of living there, no one reaching out to her, finally a Christian girl one day saw that she was down and out. She hugged her. She invited her to the church. She went in the hijab.
Wow.
And there the Lord met her, and she got dramatically saved. That lady, Brandon, now ministers all around the world to Muslims, and she grew up, she was taught to hate the Jews, to hate Israel, and now she has a burning love. This is her 13th time coming to Israel. She loves Israel. She has a special heart for Holocaust survivors because most of them, when they were children, they experienced trauma to some degree or another. And that's what she experienced. And she's been able to, in a redemptive way, turn that trauma into ways of reaching out and sharing the Lord with others. Isn't that a great story?
What an amazing testimony. I'm glad I asked. I'm glad you shared. And maybe you could help introduce me to her so I can interview her. Sounds like that's someone I should be interviewing.
I'm going to work on that. Absolutely. Great idea.
Particularly if she's right there in Dallas, Texas, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
And
so
can I just say, Brannon, because I think I've asked her before if she'd be interested, would you be able to interview her like without her, her face being seen?
Yes,
because
absolutely.
She has to be very careful where she opens her up to. So
yeah, we can put up a graphic so we don't have to show her face on TV.
Fantastic. Okay, great.
Yep. We just put up a silhouette and just say her name and just have a silhouette, not her face.
Excellent. I'll work on that.
Yeah, let's work on that. All right. So what are all the Jew haters going to say in Germany? I read a story today that immediately caused me to think, are they going to boycott, divestment, sanction? Are they going to BDS Israel? Because if they're going to follow through on BDS, Germany cannot take the Arrow 3 system that they're going to deliver to Germany because Israel is sending supposedly interceptors. They're putting in these Israeli interceptors over Berlin, the Arrow 3 system. It's been delivered to Germany. I think they need to send it back until Germany gets control of their Islamic, Jew-hating environment, until Germany gets rid of allowing the Islamists to run free and spread their Sharia, their Islam, their cultural jihad, not to mention the real violent jihad, until they protect the Jews in totality. I don't think Israel should do this at all. I don't know why your government, again, gives in. I don't know if you guys need the money. I don't know why you guys don't use your technology as leverage to say, no, we're not going to sell you or give you squat, Germany. I mean, who are they, by the way, trying to protect themselves from? Who are they worried about sending over missiles? I'm guessing Russia. I'm guessing that's who they're concerned about. But they're going to turn to the Jews for help. Really? Germany? I still think you guys owe billions of dollars in reparations to Jewish families for what you guys did, your country did. I still think you're holding out on all kinds of reparations, art, artifacts, everything. God bless the Christians over there in Germany. I'm sure it's rough. America, we have our own bad stories as well over here, turning away the folks on I think it was the USS St. Louis, instead of taking the Jews in. Many of them were rejected by us as a country as well. But isn't it interesting, all the anti-Semitism, and now Germany wants the Israeli technology, and I guess they have received it, the interceptors for the Arrow 3 system delivered to Germany to protect Berlin. How ironic. Well, I guess it's, once again, the Jews being a blessing to the world, not only through our Savior, the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah, and the Bible, all the writers of the Bible Jewish except for Luke, but medical technology, cell phone, thumb drives, missile interceptors. I mean, we could go on and on. Fruit. And of course, the most importantly is the small cherry tomatoes. But I mean, on a serious note, though, I read this today and I thought, what a bunch of hypocrites. What a bunch of hypocrites.
Look, it's not just the Germans, it's many nations who take our high-tech Motorola, our Teva pharmaceutical, medicinal, Nobel Peace Prize, agriculture, drip irrigation. We could go on and on and on. Here's the thing, Brannon. About 6 months ago, Benjamin Netanyahu, you know what he said? He said, I need to tell you that in private, most of the world leaders that I talk to, they agree with us. But for the sake of their population, for the sake of their people, for the sake of their political survival, they have to come out and say negative things. Bibi Netanyahu said that. He knows what they do, and he puts up with it. I was just reading an article today about this very thing. When is the policy of Bibi and the government going to change on this issue? Now, the article did say, as long as it's working out for us, you know, what should we really care as far as, you know, the money that we're going to make from this? But it's the PR where we are losing big time. So while we may put money in our pocket from the sale, in the long run, Brannon, this is doing incredible damage. We do need to change this. We do need to say, hey, you want to be our friends? Be our friends. You want to stand with us? Stand with us. But you know, like I said, Netanyahu, he knows what's going on, and he somehow puts up with this, even among the Muslim nations. So this is nothing new.
No. I want to go to the issue of the United Nations. International Hamas documents. This is from the Free Beacon. I asked Itamar about this today. Do you know Itamar, by the way, of Palestinian Watch, Itamar Marcus?
I've seen him before. I don't know him personally, but yes, I've seen him.
We got to get you guys together. You're in the same country over there. You're fighting the same thing.
Amen.
International Hamas documents reveal terror groups infiltration of UN-affiliated aid groups in Gaza. Hamas placed its allies into senior non-government organization positions. Sorry, Dolly, that was me. I dropped something. Ensuring nonprofits can be exploited for security purposes. I mean, this is what you and I were reporting on within the first hours of October 7th, was the UN UNRWA guys taking part, who had been discipled and trained in that UN school, taking part in the October 7th, and then some of their staff on social media celebrating. I mean, we need to keep shouting from the rooftop, but how can you guys get a fair shake at the UN when the UN is clearly anti-American, anti-Israel, pro-Hamas, pro-communist?
Look, I remember going back 15 years ago, before October the 7th, our foreign ministers, our ambassadors to the United Nations, they were standing up, voices crying in the wilderness about these kind of things back then. And only now is it really coming out. And thank God that it is coming out. You know, this is one of the toughest lessons, I think, to believers in God, the sense of justice. You know, we cry out sometimes day, night, months, years, and it just seems that the wicked, and we see this in the book of Psalms, that the wicked are prospering. But thank God the day of judgment does come, and hopefully this is going to be exposed more and more. The question is, will the United Nations top echelon, will they do something about it? Will they flush out these people, or is it serving their interests? And I think we all know the answer to that. It serves their interests. The United Nations are very anti-Semitic. They turn a blind eye. They know what's going on. They get paid for what's going on. And then they pay others for what's going on. So, you know, we need other people like, remember Nikki Haley, when she was the American ambassador to the United Nations, the things that she didn't so much expose this kind of thing, but she was a voice standing up for right. And she was a catalyst in turning things around. But sadly, this kind of thing was so deeply buried. But October the 7th has exposed a lot. And I'm glad to see that more is being exposed. May it continue.
Mm-hmm. And when I come back from the break, I want to deal with Pope Leo. You keeping up with Pope Leo? And Annie Cyrus is going to join us as well. Pope Leo visits a mosque and removes shoes and calls for Muslim terror state. He, following in the footsteps of Pope Francis, by refusing to discuss Christian genocide in Africa, while remaining obsessed with importing Muslims into Christian countries and creating a Muslim terror state inside Israel. We'll have Annie Cyrus join us and talk about this, along with our reporter on the ground in Israel, Aaron Lavarco, lighttothenationsministry.com. He's brought to you by our foundation, worldviewfoundation.com. Thank you to all of you that have been calling into our hotline to leave a voicemail where you can play. We're going to be playing a bunch of those today and tomorrow. Love to get your testimonial at 901-468-9357. Leave a testimonial. We'll play that here today and tomorrow. Thank you. Be right back.
News is moving faster than ever, and so are we. Worldview Tube brings you 24/7 live stream coverage and now real-time alerts when it matters most. Once you have the Worldview Tube app installed, exit the app and navigate your way to Settings. In Settings, locate the tab labeled Notifications. Select the Notifications tab. Scroll down until you locate the Worldview Tube app icon. Select the tab, and here you can turn on and customize your notification experience for the Worldview Tube app. News doesn't wait, and neither should you. Turn on push notifications to stay informed. Every headline as it happens.
You're watching Worldview 2, built on the 35 years of Worldview books, documentaries, research, high-profile interviews, and the radio and television broadcasts of Brannon Howse.
All right, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Worldview Radio, our website, worldviewradio.com. We're going to add Annie Cyrus into the conversation. Many of you know her. She hosts her own broadcast called Live Up to Freedom and has a Substack, liveuptofreedom.substack. crises.com. She was born and raised in Iran. She knows a lot about what Aaron described earlier with a lady that's on his tour there in Israel right now from Dallas, Texas. Her story sounds very, very similar to Annie's testimony. And this lady lives in Dallas, and we're going to try to make connection with her and have her on. I'd love to hear her testimony directly from her. But Annie has a very similar story that you guys have heard, and she joins us to talk about lots that's happening as well and respond to some of these stories with our reporter on the ground in Israel, Aaron Lavarco. Annie, welcome to the broadcast as well. Thank you for being with us on the VCY America Radio Network and WROS out of Jacksonville.
It's wonderful to be back. And hi, Aaron.
Hi, Annie. Great to see you.
It's good to see you as well. Can I quickly ask a question, Brannon? Because
yes.
I just got a report that I want to see if Aaron can confirm for us. There are reports coming out of Iran that the mullahs are panicking because they heard that President Trump re-invited Bibi to the White House, and Bibi is coming to get green light to finish Iran. Can you confirm that?
I can confirm everything except for that very last statement. Green light to finish off Iran.
Well, I call it finish, but they're worried that he's going to get green light to go back and resume attack with Iran, continue the 12 days war. That's what they're calling it.
Okay, absolutely. That's what I'm hearing a lot of, Anni. And it's all go. Our reservists are being called up. Right now, we're attacking in Lebanon, and it's very, very serious. It's our Air Force are going in. They're eliminating operatives of Hezbollah because recently the Iranians have supplied Hezbollah $1 billion as well as giving them new ammunition. So obviously Iran are the ones that are feeding Hezbollah. They're keeping up the battle. So yes, this seems to be what's going on, why Bibi has been invited. So yeah, we're excited as well. You know, when Trump came a couple of months ago, waged this, got our living captives back, waged this peace deal, we were all breathing, thinking the war hopefully is over, and it's not over. Hezbollah are breaking every part of the ceasefire that was agreed upon. Iran are just laughing at Trump. So we're getting ready for round 2, what they're calling it, the next round.
Yeah. I figured you could confirm. I mean, I can confirm what I'm hearing from the panic of mullahs, but I'm like, let me see if I can confirm that you are hearing that. Earlier today, Itamar Marcus did say that we're going to have to attack them before they have the 2,000 missiles ready. And then I got this breaking news. I'm like, wait, it's all lining up, which I'm very glad. And it might seem off as an Iranian. I do a victory dance that Israel might be going back, but it's needed.
Yeah. By the way, yes, absolutely. By the way, a kind of a light turned on just recently. I was reading some articles about Giuliani, the Syrian president, shaking hands with Trump. Why is Trump rubbing shoulders so close with Giuliani? And one of the big reasons I read was that Trump does not want Iran coming through Syria. He needs Giuliani to hold on to Syria for now. He doesn't necessarily mean that he's a friend with Giuliani, even though it looks like that. He needs Giuliani to keep that place, Syria, from becoming a vacuum where the Iranians can smuggle weapons through Syria all the way to Lebanon, to Hezbollah. And this is the main reason why Trump is, maybe we can use the word, using Giuliani, using Syria as a buffer zone to keep the Iranians out. Whether it's totally accurate or not, it makes a lot of sense to me.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I published a Substack last week, I think it was Friday, where I finally showed the traces that I've been having feelings about, and you're kind of correct. But Trump is finishing what Biden started. What happened in December a year ago, was a coordinated color revolution in Syria. Giuliani didn't come to power on his own. And the main purpose was Biden regime was even feeling the pressure from Israel that by leaving Assad in power, Iran is uncontrollable. So yes, this was a color revolution. Giuliani comes in power. We try to keep him under control, and he's going to turn against Iran. However, there are two problems. One, we all know how those kind of color revolution ends up. Let's look at Lebanon. Secondly, Iran has already coordinated agreements with Giuliani. So Giuliani decided to be friends with America and Iran at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, the other part of the article was saying Giuliani's days are numbered, that Trump doesn't want him in there long term. Why? Because inside of Syria are so many different factions. The Kurds, the Druze, the Christians. And what Trump is looking at long term is to give all of these ethnic minority groups their own autonomous regions. And to do that, they've got to get Giuliani out of the way. So it's just a matter of time.
Wow.
Right. But I would say there's another glitch. On the phone call of last Thursday between Netanyahu and Trump, when the invitation happened, Trump specifically said to Bibi that I need Israel to cooperate with Syria, do not attack in Syria, because I need to make sure stabilizing Syria through Giuliani's government happens. So, I mean, again, we see what's in front. I still disagree with shaking hands with Giuliani or legitimizing Giuliani. That's a case that I will not negotiate over. But yes, there might be a plan but splitting Syria into 7 different nations of its own, that's going to be even a bigger challenge than overthrowing the mullahs in Iran. Because Iran has more power than we think. We're going to lose half of Syria to Iran immediately, and Iraq, to mention, which now has the Iranian government.
And you know what? We haven't even talked about Turkey yet.
I was just about to say, I'm sorry, Brannon. Did I hijack?
No, you're fine. Let's get to Turkey. But before I do, I want to go back to Pope Leo real quick, because Pope Leo, he's been in Lebanon. Is he still there or has he left?
What is today? Thursday? No, from what I read, he's leaving tonight. No, this morning, last night. Yeah, so he should be out of there now.
Well, here's the headline. Pope Leo, this is Israel 365. Pope Leo striking out in Lebanon. Growing up in Chicago as a White Sox fan, it's safe to assume that Robert Francis Prevost was very much part of the baseball culture. It's also safe to assume he knows the term swing and miss. As the Pope, it's outstanding to see him swing and miss not once but 3 times in the context of his brief visit to Lebanon. Arriving in the war-torn and Hezbollah-dominated country, Pope Leo delivered public remarks ranging on a variety of topics: peace, religious coexistence, the country's economic crisis, political division, and lingering efforts of the Israel-Hezbollah war. He even delved into international diplomatic issues that would otherwise be far afield from his theological role as head of the Catholic Church, seen by many as a foul ball. His first strike was not saying anything to ensure the protection and well-being of Christians in Lebanon, long threatened and attacked by Islamists. His best attempt, but definitely a swing and a miss, was to make a passive statement urging native Christians to remain in Lebanon and be part of the country's pluralistic past. Leo did not, however, explicitly address the ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah, Lebanon's requirements to disarm Hezbollah by the end of 2025, or the sectarian threats and violence of Islamists that created Christian exodus from the country, where Christians once represented more than half of the population. Rather than doing so, he tepidly waited until his airport departure press conference, boldly stating the church has put forward a proposal urging Hezbollah to lay down arms and prioritize dialogue. He goes on from there. What are you guys hearing about? What are you hearing about this in the news over there, Aaron?
Well, he's gone now. But actually, when he was in Lebanon, the news basically what was saying here in Israel is where our Air Force are waiting for Leo to leave so we can smack hard Hezbollah. And that's exactly what we've done. The moment that he got out, we hit that, but that was basically the news. Now, there were other reports, such as the place that Leo was, a very historical place, Nicaea, where the church's creed in 325 happened, trying to bridge the schism between the Eastern Church and the Western Church. So there was a kind of a very religious move, him going to Nicaea. The other thing that was talked about was the fact that he's American, and perhaps there was some kind of strategic move to maybe even get Donald Trump, who's American, who I believe has Catholic connections, a bit of a Catholic background, to maybe strengthen President Joseph Aoun's hand. And that was the other thing. He really came to show solidarity to the president of Lebanon, because that's basically what's needed to overthrow Hezbollah, is to strengthen President Aoun of Lebanon. Hezbollah at the moment are too strong. So Joseph Aoun, he needs some kind of strength. But of course, to ask Israel to be that help, he's not going to do that. That's not going to go down well with his own people, even though I think deep down a number of people would actually love Israel to come in and help, but they have to be careful not to come across and say that. So that's basically the articles that have been coming out of the news here.
Let me go to Tucker Carlson, Israel 365 again,
Can
reporting.
I just say one thing before you go to Tucker?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if that is what Pope Leo is doing, which I don't think that's what he's supposed to do, but if he's doing that, we literally just sent $230 million to Lebanese government. And they turned around 10 days later saying, well, we're not going to disarm Hezbollah. We're going to go into some sort of a plan to wait out until their inventory runs out. Point being, how much more support or power are we supposed to give the government of Lebanon to give? I mean, now I know that the government of Lebanon is Hezbollah, basically. But even for those who may not know, we have given plenty support and power. So I don't know what more Pope Leo might be asking or wanting from Trump administration as far as the government of Lebanon goes. They don't want to set themselves free. They're comfortable where they're at. Not the people, the government.
Right, the government. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, the little that I understand, it's a dangerous situation for the Lebanese government because of the strength and the power of Hezbollah. We saw what Hezbollah and what even Jolani do to small factional groups like the Druze. They slaughter them. The Christians are in danger as well. So I would imagine that President Aoun, even though he got all this money, he has to wait his time and maybe wait for something else. Maybe that money, as much as it is, maybe it's just not enough at this stage. But this is why Israel are coming in. In fact, for the first time in decades, Israel and the Lebanese government are actually talking about economic future.
Hold right there. The computer is going to take it away, and then we come back. Tucker Carlson is nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year. Don't go away. Do you appreciate all the free programming we produce here at Worldview Tube? Well, if you do, we need your partnership now. If you're already supporting us, thank you. If you're not, would you please consider doing so? We have to have a big November and December end of the year giving. Please go here right now to this website, worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. You can give through credit card. You can give through PayPal. You'll find our mailing address there if you prefer to support us through the mail. You'll also find our phone number. Simply use that phone number by leaving a voicemail for Melissa or texting her, and my wife will get back with you and help you make your contribution over the phone. We send out tax receipts with our EIN number, well, the first week of February of each year. We, again, have to have a very big November and December as we get ready for pushing out more Christian Worldview programming for 2026. So thank you for going now to worldviewfoundation.com. That's worldviewfoundation.com. And welcome back. Glad you're with us. Worldview Radio, our website, worldviewradio.com, and TV, worldviewtube.com. Our reporter on the ground in Israel, Aaron LaBarco, joins us, along with one of our broadcast partners, Anni Cyrus of liveuptofreedom.substack.com and liveuptofreedom.com. Here is 365 Israel News. Israel365.com reports that Tucker Carlson has been nominated for Anti-Semite of the Year. Tucker's name appeared this week on a list no public figure seeks out. Stop Anti-Semitism, a watchdog organization with more than 300,000 followers on X, included the conservative commentator among its finalists for Anti-Semite of the Year, an annual designation aimed at spotlighting individuals who amplify anti-Semitic ideology. Let's see, who else was on the list? Did they list anybody else? Let's see. Let's see. I don't see anyone else. Nope. They're just spending a lot of time talking about him. Oh, is there pictures? There they are. Look at that. Anti-Semite of the Year. Miss Rachel. Tucker Carlson, Miss Rachel, Guy Christensen, a bunch of them. I don't even know who some of these people are. Stu Peters, of course. I know who that guy is by face. The Sink Uger guy. Chink.
Yeah,
Chink.
he's a young Turk host guy.
Cynthia Nixon. I recognize that name and face. Miss Rachel. She's the children's show gal that.
I see a Stu Peters there.
Yeah, I see Stu Peters there. Miss Rachel, that's one you didn't really expect among all those people, because she's known for making a lot of videos for children, the Wheels in the Bus Go Round and Round kind of programming for little bitty children, who can't even talk yet, but who enjoy watching all the interaction and, kind of like Sesame Street type stuff, A is for Apple kind of thing. But apparently she's a quite vocal pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel lady. I venture to guess you know anything about Miss Rachel, Aaron, do you?
I definitely have seen her in action.
Oh, have you? Okay.
I've read certain clips and little snippets here and there. I try not to pay too much attention to people like that. And that guy, how do you say his name? Cenk or Cenk, the Turkish guy.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stomach listening, because it's the same old rhetoric. It just goes like the wheels of the bus. It just goes round and round and round.
Goes around. Hey, that was a good segue there. Do you know much about Miss Rachel, by the way, Annie?
I didn't know about the A is for Apple part, but I have seen I have seen her in action as far as, showing up at some of the events with the chaffier around her neck and wearing the Palestinian wristband. That's where I knew her from, not her actual career.
Well, apparently she's extremely wealthy off children's videos. And, I don't understand why.
Are you sure though, Brannon? Are you sure that's where her vote
is that where she's made? No, maybe not. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I'm
what
just
I'm told.
thinking the moment you say Tucker made it, top name, I'm like, Malik is definitely doubling his paycheck.
And
Malik is
of course,
gonna double the paycheck.
That's the guy that was one of his investors, which I have a video from earlier this week where he admits in a video I have now that his group invested in getting Tucker going, and he is his family are from what? Mother from Iran, father from Pakistan, or the other way around? I don't know.
The mother from Iran, father from Pakistan.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Crazy.
Yes, he is. And thanks to our mutual friend, Patrick Wood, I started making some connections between Malik and the Islamic Republic of Iran's lobbyist company here. The other guy who's the co-founder, who's also heavily involved in money, finance, and they seem to have connections there too.
Let's go to real quick before we go to Turkey. Rubio says Venezuela is anchor for Iran's IRGC Hezbollah in Americas. How much do you think this striking of the drug boats and all the controversy with that, and I know there's a lot of controversy about hitting the boats a second time with people in the water, and that this is against international law, and this is, possibly a war crime, and the deep state apparently really wants to get Pete Hegseth out of there at the DOJ, from what I'm reading. and some of the Obama Biden people are really working hard, according to reports I'm reading, to try to use the media to really blacken him up, give him black eyes, and dirty him up so bad politically and culturally that he's forced out, that Trump, has to get rid of him. And now there's this bipartisan look into these bombings of these so-called drug votes. I'm not getting too emotionally involved in all that because, I don't know if he's making the right decision and if it was the admiral that made it and who did it. To me, there are bigger fish to fry, but I know others are very exercised about it. My bigger question is, what's really going on? And will the Trump administration just please tell us? Yes, guys, Oval Office address, Iran, China, Hezbollah, Russia are heavily in Venezuela. They have missiles in northern Venezuela. They could hit us. We're in a Venezuelan like a Cuban crisis. We're in a Venezuelan missile crisis. Yes, they're running drugs. But they're training off the island of Margarita, Iranian terrorists. Now we have reports that the drug cartels are in complete and total control of the border on the Mexican side, all around them, all through Mexico, next door, obviously, running up to the American border. The drug cartels are in control of that. Well, are these teams then working together? Is there some kind of major national security threat to the country and we're not being told? Why not just tell us? We're big boys and girls.
Brannon, they did.
When?
Yesterday.
What'd they say?
So literally an hour ago, a new Substack was published on my Substack.
Okay.
Part 1 of 3 parts. And I started the Substack where, by the way, this is about me finally, though I've been talking about Venezuela and IRGC, but I'm now doing a 3-part series. I'm going back 20 years and walking everybody through today. But I started the Substack. If you scroll a tad bit with the exact words of Marco Rubio right there, this is no longer just a foreign policy problem. It is a direct U.S. national security threat. There you go. He said it.
Okay, now that we
finally
played,
said it.
and we played that on the air, so I guess we've reported that. But
yes,
I want specific, clear details. What
they're not going to give you that.
I know they're not.
Well, let me tell you why not. This is, as I mentioned on my Substack, this didn't start yesterday, nor did it start under Biden. This has started 20 years ago. And every single administration was aware of it. And every single administration looked the other way. They constantly repeated the same narrative. But today, they finally, now, you put all the dots together. Trump saves Khamenei's life, stops Israel from finishing Iran, but then gets details that, guess what? IRGC is right in our backyard. It's like, well, we can't have them come attack us, and then I have no explanation for what I did after 12 days war. So let's go and start a new project that we're going to get rid of cartel. They go do that, but then reporters like yourself, like myself, are putting too much information out there for them to continue the covert operation. So now they give us a little bit of feed. Okay, IRGC is there and it's national security, but if they give us all the details, then the backlash goes beyond Trump and Biden and Obama. It's going to be way too big of a deal to get. It's too much of a mess to clean up.
Well, the reason I'm so exercised about it is because, as TV people can see on the screen, I've been talking about Iranian missiles in Venezuela since December 13th, 2010. 2010, December 13th, 2010. Since then, and you'll find it all in our archives, Iranian missiles and Russian missiles in Venezuela, northern Caracas, 1,264 miles as the crow flies to Miami. So I guess since talking about this since 2010, I'm very well aware of what's been going on. I don't know why they don't just come out and tell us.
Damage control will be beyond control. It's one of those damages. They can't control it. As it is, a lot of Americans have lost trust in their government.
Well, they should. And well,
exactly.
They should. And this may go to why Trump is so being very aggressive in talking about America's own Iron Dome, that we need our own Iron Dome. Because we interviewed the former assistant director of operations of NORAD, retired General Jim Cash, who came on the program years ago and at the time said, look, if one of our enemies brings their subs, as China was accused of doing, up next to our coast and shoots off a missile, we don't have the capability that close in range to knock it down. Now, today, depending on what we're talking about, apparently they have some mobile systems they can put in place or are in place to knock down things, but it's still extremely difficult and depends on, again, where they fire these missiles from. But we've had somebody on who used to be with the Office of National Reconnaissance last 2 weeks ago say on the program there are some things they can do. So we're better than we were, but still, we're nowhere near where we need to be. And we're vulnerable.
Could one of the reasons why your question, why don't they just come out, could it have something to do with the CIA and drug money and, that kind of thing?
You mean implying because our CIA is notorious for running drugs and being involved in the drug trade? Could be, because they notoriously are. And we knew that going back to Michael Reagan telling us on the air years ago, probably 20-something, 25 years ago or more, about Barry Seal. I mean, he was the first one I ever heard the name Barry Seal from, was Michael Reagan on the air, talking on his broadcast about Barry Seal, the drug runner, meeting with Vice President George H. Bush, he said, in the old executive office building. Of course, we now know there have been movies and books and documentaries. And of course, Barry Seal was apparently running drugs for the CIA. And he ended up meeting his demise, being, shot and assassinated sitting in his car. So
wasn't also JFK planning to dissolve CIA?
Yes, he said he was going to break it into 1,000 pieces and cast it into the wind.
Exactly. And here's another, just since we're at it, another possibility of them not telling us details. Brannon, we broke this news thanks to your network that allows news like this to be broken. But on your show, I brought the information on Iran's nuclear plan B. Remember, Venezuela is on that list of storing all the pieces to be put together within minutes. So maybe our administration can now come out and say we have the intel that the backup plan was happening in Venezuela and Iran could nuke us at any given moment.
I'm exactly. But then at this point, I have to wonder how many nuclear weapons are already in the U.S.
Through China, I don't know. Through Iran, none yet.
Well, I'm talking about through Mexico and the drug cartels and drug tunnels and all the things we're finding. Because remember, you had 2 U.S. representatives, one from Indiana and one, Kurt Weldon, both doing shows early on about these nuclear suitcases. And I interviewed Kurt Weldon in the last year or so about it, and that these can take out 8 city square blocks. And people say, well, we have these, we don't talk about them too much, but we have devices that are hanging underneath bridges that can pick up and sniff nuclear material. Well, first of all, if they hide it in the right produce, it will hide the smell. And number 2, who cares? Who cares if you get a notice there's a nuclear weapon in your city? Because once it's there, all they need is a few more minutes to push a button and detonate it. So I wonder how much our intel knows they're not telling us.
News is moving faster than ever, and so are we. Worldview Tube brings you 24/7 live stream coverage and now real-time alerts when it matters most. Once you have the Worldview Tube app installed, exit the app and navigate your way to Settings. In Settings, locate the tab labeled Notifications. Select the Notifications tab. Scroll down until you locate the Worldview Tube app icon. Select the tab, and here you can turn on and customize your notification experience for the Worldview Tube app. News doesn't wait, and neither should you. Turn on push notifications to stay informed. Every headline as it happens.
You're watching.
All right, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Be sure to stay tuned for Crosstalk coming up at the top of the hour with Jim Schneider. VCY.org. VCY.org. Heard on more than 100 outlets nationwide. All right, let's get to Turkey. What's the latest on Turkey, Annie?
The latest on Turkey. Internally, Erdogan has officially sentenced his opposition to prison time. So he has no competition comes election. As far as our end goes, the deal is still on the table. They haven't requested the numbers, but we are going to sign off on how many ever F-35 Erdogan requests. I'm very happy that Israel decided to push back against Israeli foots on the ground in Gaza in any shape or form. So that's good news. Also, Syria, Giuliani, and Erdogan in Turkey are now resuming military cooperations.
What are you hearing,
That's
Aaron?
all the updates I have.
What are you hearing, Aaron?
Not a lot, except Putin and Erdogan are talking, and not too sure what's going down there. But that alliance, Turkey, Russia, Iran, there's always kind of little mentions in the news about that coalition. And maybe Anni knows some more about that.
Well, the conversation of supposedly Putin and Erdogan started talking after the 28-point peace plan for Ukraine and Russia came out. There is not much detail, but I do know part of the conversation was, I got to go back for a minute. Giuliani had a meeting with Putin in Russia 2 months ago, a little more. And Giuliani requested for Putin to give Giuliani Assad, and Giuliani will leave all treaties in place with Russia as it was before. Putin said, let me think about it. Erdogan is getting involved to close that deal where Putin will hand over Assad and Giuliani will stay with the same system as it was before. But the umbrella of the talks were supposedly the 28-point peace plan of Ukraine and Russia. But they also discussed handing over Assad, keeping Giuliani in the same deal and treaty, which comes back to Turkey and Syria military treaty. And that's where I said a little too late, because Assad already agreed when Giuliani decided to sign off on a military treaty with Turkey, automatically Iran comes to play.
Let's switch real quick to Portland. Portland, Christmas tree lighting turns into Free Palestine rally. Portland's annual Christmas tree lighting took an unexpected turn on Friday when a featured speaker used the stage to call Israel's actions a full-blown genocide and led portions of the crowd in chanting Free Palestine. The appearance of pro-Palestinian activism at the 41st annual ceremony, attended by thousands in Pioneer Courthouse Square, drew criticism from residents who said the political messaging was out of place at a city-sponsored holiday event. We're also hearing, I guess, that over in Europe, a lot of the Islamists are showing up and disrupting Christmas tree lightings and Christmas festivals and whatnot. What are you hearing about that, Aaron?
No, I've seen videos exactly of what you're saying. And the question I have is, what is it going to take for a breed of Christians to be risen up or to rise up where they're not going to get sand kicked in their face anymore? They're going to, and I hate to say it, they're going to have to fight fire with fire. If not, well, then we're going to get sand kicked in our face and we're going to get burned and we're going to get our churches burned down and we're going to get our neighborhoods taken over. Something has to rise up. You know, this is what happened in the 11th century when Pope Urban II called upon the first crusade. Actually, when I saw Pope Leo in Turkey and Lebanon the other day, I was wondering, does this Pope have the steel? Does he have it in him to be thinking of this possibility? And the main reason, there were 7 crusades. The main reason the first crusade took off was because of Islam was just taking over everywhere in Europe and the Middle East. And the Pope saw that it needed to stop. What is it going to take? I know we need to be praying. We need to be on our knees, but there's got to come a time where there's action, there's strategy.
We've only got about 2 minutes, Annie, before the computer takes it away. You and I earlier today talked about something at the Kennedy Center last night, an event related to soccer or something, and sponsored by Qatar, or they were one of the sponsors, and they were there, and a bunch of Trump administration officials. Didn't we also just hear about a bunch of social media influencers having an all expense trip paid to Qatar earlier this week?
Yes. Here's the thing. Unfortunately, this one I have to go back to, as Itamar said earlier this morning, when the top of the administration whitewashes Qatar's involvement in our demise, it becomes a lot harder to point finger at influencers or hosts or talk show hosts or producers or even the officials of his government when they go deeply get involved with Qatar, knowingly or not. They are being bought by Qatar. They are being influenced by Qatar. But as long as our top of our administration is shaking hands and calling Qatar our strong ally, our great ally, it is expected for the rest of people to follow. So Qatar is heavily stepping in. They've been involved for many years influencing our institutions, but now they're taking over entertainment, politics, and entertainment, part of it being talk shows, conservative or not.
It's going to be hard to stand up to all of this when you already see the stage being set in Europe, where people can't say anything about the LGBTQ agenda or Islam without being arrested. And the number of folks being arrested in the UK for just speaking truth. No threats, just do what we do here every day. And they're being arrested. And now, of course, you have Keir Starmer suspending elections over there for a while. And then you also have the mayor of London refusing to, when confronted, to admit we have Islamic gangs going around raping the folks in London. The American people had better wake up. They'd better wake up and not be so concerned about who's coaching what football team and what coach left Ole Miss and went to LSU. You better wake up and realize your country is being taken over, even in the Trump administration. Take care. And we're back with WROS out of Jacksonville, Florida, and you here on Worldview Tube. I mean, this is still happening under the Trump administration, guys. And interestingly enough, Laura Loomer, one of the most vocal proponents of the Trump administration today, is just unloading on social media. She's had it.
I do need to make, since I know me and you, we both care very much about details, I need to make a few clarification. Laura Loomer's point stands very valid. No disargument there. However, I read her tweet myself. I started, breaking it down. I don't know why, but she has mixed 2 different events from 2 different times into one. The list of names she's putting out, the purpose, a lot of it as last night event, which is accurate. Last night, which I'm surprised it was supposed to be tonight. Anyways, last night, there was the reception of a FIFA World Cup 2026, which we are one of the hosts. So reasonably, the kickoff reception took place here. It was in the Kennedy Center. It was sponsored by Qatar and Kennedy Center announcing it. I actually sent you the original tweet via email, Brannon, for confirmation. The Kennedy Center puts a post up saying we did the kickoff. A special thanks to Qatari Embassy for their great support. So that's public record. Yes, we know that. But part of Loomer's information and part of the names you see there, excluding 2, 3, the rest of them attended an event back in April of 2025. That is an annual event that is put together by White House Correspondents Associate. This year and last year, it was put together, funded, and all of that by Qatar and DC as a collaboration. So some of the information she has used for last night belongs to April 2025 of the WHCD, which is White House Correspondent event. So it's a merge of both. Again, I don't know why she didn't clarify the different events, but I was able to dig up from how she wrote it and the information. But the point stands. She's still correct. She got the details a little mixed up. That's okay. It happens to a lot of people. But the point stands that, yes, our White House Correspondent Associate was funded, sponsored, and put together in collaboration with Qatar Embassy. A lot of Trump administrations attended that dinner. Also, last night, FIFA World Cup 2026 kickoff reception taking place in Kennedy Center was also supported by Qatar Embassy through Qatar being the previous host of World Cup. And again, in that one, I found one person who supposedly she was a former Team Trump 26 thing on communication liaison. I found Kash Patel. Now, I'm not giving Kash an excuse, but I'm thinking, Brannon, it makes a little bit of sense. Tomorrow, a giant event is taking place at that venue. Maybe Kash was there to evaluate who's coming, who's around, what is happening. As an FBI director, I can see him being there for that purpose. I might be wrong. Maybe Loomer is right. Maybe he was there to have drinks with Qatari people. But I can also, from my point of view, tomorrow's event is huge. As I said, 42 countries are sending representatives. Iran is one of them. 7 people from Iran are coming, none of them the soccer players or the soccer coaches. They're coming from the Soccer Federation of Iran. They work under IRGC. They have their own shepherds to go with them. You know, you have these dangers coming, plus Kennedy Center tomorrow from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. Eastern Time, it's a hot target. It can turn into disaster. So I can see Kash Patel, maybe he was there with some of his guys, coordinating, thinking, getting a sense of tomorrow. Not excusing, again, I'm just saying possibilities.
Wow. Well, I'm glad we clarified, because you and I said that. I said, look, we don't know the validity of what Laura's saying. We need to investigate. And we talked about that on the air, and you went and did that. And we're clarifying.
Yes, I knew about the event, and I knew Qatar Embassy was involved, but not by definition of gaining influence, by definition of rules of World Cup. For example, 4 years from 26, we're going to have to put together the next kickoff in the host country, but our federation, our embassy will be responsible for it. That's just the way it has been. But I didn't know all that. I kept saying, I have no idea about those names. Then I realized, oh, those names belong to April of 25. And that one is actually worse. I wish you would bring that up. That one is a specific.
But the bottom line is Qatar is really working hard.
In middle of everything, yes.
They're working hard.
Qatar is in middle of all of our businesses.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I say that one is worse, this one is FIFA World Cup. Though I want to address it more, I want to talk about how we could be in great danger from June of 2026 until July of 2026. The games are going to start on the 11th, June 11th, 2026, wraps up on July 18, 2026.
And where are they being held?
That's the thing. 3 countries are the host: America, Canada, Mexico. However, out of 86 games that's going to take place between those 35 days, 60 of them are hosted in America. 10 are in Mexico, 10 are in Canada, or 12 are in Canada. Out of 60 in America, the stadiums that are being used is Dallas Stadium, Houston Stadium, Los Angeles Stadium, San Francisco Stadium, Florida, Miami Stadium, Georgia, Atlanta Stadium, and Kansas City, Missouri Stadium.
Are you saying that all of those are potential terrorist targets?
Not only the stadiums, you have tens of thousands of Europeans coming, because the majority of player teams are Europeans, always. European countries are the majority. And Europeans, like us Persians, we take our World Cup very serious. They're going to be here for a month, going from one city to another, meaning a list of all the hotels are on the FIFA website. Targeting it isn't that hard. Every hotel close to the stadium, every restaurant, every downtown, every stadium is going to be a hot target.
Okay, hold right there. We're going to go before a hard break for our station, WROS in Jacksonville, Florida. So I want to thank them for being one of our networks that carries our broadcast, WROS, Jacksonville, Florida. And thank all of you for listening and supporting. Take care. And we're back with you guys. Pick that up. Now, is Israel involved in any of these, Aaron? Your teams? You don't have any Israeli teams?
No, we go through the preliminary stages, but we didn't.
You didn't make it this year.
We didn't make it. We've been fighting a war.
But so you have been.
I was just about to say, I was one of the people, Aaron, who said we should write a letter to FIFA and saying, because one of the countries from that area that made it shouldn't, they're going to lose all 3 starting games. I'm like, we should have sent a letter to FIFA, all of us from America, and saying you should give an honorary qualification to the Israeli team.
Yeah.
They were fighting a war.
But let me ask you this. What about Israeli, but what about Jewish players, though? How many Jewish players, how many soccer players are Jewish on any of these teams?
I know of 6.
And the reason I bring that up is we know back in the Olympics, what year was that? 70 what? That they took hostages?
76? 74?
72.
72?
Munich, 1972.
Yeah.
Munich, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that was the actual Israeli team.
Yeah. And we're going to have to let Aaron go because we got to make room for Patrick Wood. Aaron, thank
Brennan.
you.
Thanks, Anni.
Aaron, brought to you by our foundation, our reporter on the ground over in Israel, brought to you by our foundation, worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. Thank you for making your contributions right now, today, tomorrow, if you can, as we are doing our international online Worldview conference and our end of the year giving campaign. We need to hear from you now with your contribution to our foundation, 901-468-9357. We have some very generous contributions. I mentioned earlier today, we had a contribution called in from Sandy for $200. We had Bill, $500, Patricia with $1,000. And so thank you for calling those in. If you'd like to do that, you can use that number, 901-468-9357, 901-468-9357, or you can make a contribution online right now at worldviewfoundation.com. See if you can give in the next 2 days. That would just be excellent. And we're reading off some of the amounts and the first name and city and location, city and state of the donor, if we have all that details. Sometimes when you guys give online, we don't see where you're from. You choose not to put that in, and that's your prerogative. But we sure do appreciate being able to read off some of those contributions on the air. Worldviewfoundation.com. Let's bring in Patrick Wood. Hello, Patrick.
Howdy.
How you doing?
Just great, thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to you because we asked some of the folks to do a presentation, to bring PowerPoint, Keynote, and do a presentation. You have one, right?
I do. Well, I thought it would be a good opportunity to do that.
Good.
And keep my comments organized.
Good. Well, I'm just going to turn it over to you, and I'll come back and ask some questions after your presentation.
Sounds good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Wood.
That's great. Let me see if I get my screen shared here. If we did it right, let's see. 1 second here. Let's see. Every time we use Zoom or other connection software, there's always something different, So let's see if this works. Okay, you should be able to see my screen now. And I'm going to go up to the very top of this now. Let's see. Here we go. Can you see it? Everybody see it? I hope.
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Well, if you might not see me. I'm not sure if it's going to show me on the screen. However, I'm just going to proceed. You can hear my voice. I know that. And you really don't need to look at me anyway. My lips are moving, etc. But these are my books that I've presented over the years, starting in 1980 with Trilateral over Washington, In 2015, talking about technocracy rising. 2018, the hard road to world order, the evil twins of technocracy and transhumanism in 2022, and now the final betrayal. And this could be my last book, maybe not, but this would be enough for people to understand what's going on in the world. And when we talk about this book, well, I wrote this book, co-authored it with Courtney Turner. She's a skilled researcher and podcaster. She's done a great job to help me with this book. And together, this is what we came up with. Basically, the skull, the ornate skull breaking through a glass pane, and this is the final betrayal, in my opinion, and hers as well. Technocracy is destroying America. Well, okay, we'll go figure. My thesis today is going to be America has been treacherously betrayed by arch technocrats who have taken over Washington, D.C. The so-called Dark Enlightenment wants to turn us into a monarchy. Tokenization is flipping us into an asset-based economic system where you own nothing. AI is shoving us into a digital gulag. Like it or not, you must face this beast either way, to destroy it or learn to live with it. I've been warning now for 15 years. It's time to pay attention. So what is technocracy? I always lead with this in any presentation. This is from the Technocrat magazine, 1937. That's almost 90 years ago now. Technocracy is the science of social engineering, the scientific operation of the entire social mechanism to produce and distribute goods and services to the entire population. For the first time in human history, it'll be done as a scientific, technical engineering problem. It goes on. There will be no place for politics, politicians, finance or financiers, rackets or racketeers. Technocracy will distribute by means of a certificate of distribution available to every citizen from birth to death. Catch the picture here. There's no place for politics, politicians, finance, or financiers in technocracy. There never has been. Even though we still have a political system at this point, they would, if they could figure out a way to completely get rid of it altogether, they would do it in a heartbeat. Well, the Technocracy Study course then in 1934, written in 1934 by M. King Hubbard and Howard Scott, they said, this is the book on the left here, technocracy is dealing with social phenomena in the widest sense of the word. This includes not only actions of human beings, but also everything which directly or indirectly affects their actions. Consequently, the studies of technocracy embrace practically the whole field of science and industry, biology, climate, natural resources, and industrial equipment all enter into the social picture. Get a grip on this here. Biology, climate, natural resources. This is where we see all of this nonsense coming from the United Nations about sustainable development. This is a genesis of all of that nonsense in the first place. So how was technocracy portrayed in newspaper articles and stuff? Well, one cartoonist in late 1930s, this is how they depicted technocracy. The destroying monster who would crush and eat up cities with abandon. Well, their corporate logo, by the way, was the monad symbol. That's the yin yang symbol at the top of the screen here. This is the map that appeared on the face of that book above, the Technocracy Study course. Inadvertently, this map was picked up, not knowing where it came from. It's from 1934 on that cover of this magazine, or book rather. This map was picked up and played all over media at the first of the year, this year. as indicating that Trump wanted to make Canada the 51st state and take up Greenland as well, Panama as well, Mexico as well, the Gulf of America. Crazy stuff. But they had no clue that this is the map that originated with technocracy in the first place. You can check out yourself. So, what are the distinctives of betrayal? I'm going to give you just my view here. Before November 2, 2024, most of the populist movement thought it was in charge to make America great again. They had never heard of the dark enlightenment, and they never heard about technocrats and all the stuff with tokenization and all that kind of stuff. Nobody had a clue what was going to happen before this election. This was not, in other words, this was not a case of broken promises at that point. But as it turns out, a small percentage of the populist movement were billionaire technocrats who had other ideas to take America apart at the seams, to establish a monarchy, remove the political system and private property altogether. Nobody understood this before the election. Well, that group, that's the technocrat group, they've successfully pandered to Gen Z at this point, especially other people as well, but the Zoomers of the world, who are basically left without hope anyway. Their college degrees mean nothing to them at this point. It's really sad. You can understand why they might be attracted to this new philosophy known as the Dark Enlightenment. But basically, they've destroyed the populist movement as we knew it before November 2, 2024. So who are we talking about here? Here's a few pictures. You'll know some of these people. Elon Musk, for sure, on the left. J.D. Vance, you know him. He's side to side here with the Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel was his mentor all the way from the time he got out of college. He was mentored by Peter Thiel to fulfill the role he has right now. David Sachs on the right, he's the crypto czar and the AI czar in Washington, D.C. Michael Kratsius, Larry Ellison, Mark Andreessen, the Secretary of Commerce. Don't forget Curtis Yarvin. Basically, he's the inventor of this philosophy brought to you by the tech bros in Silicon Valley. And so Curtis Yarvin is the guy that talks about all this business of the Dark Enlightenment. And I have to say, he was sponsored by Peter Thiel as well. Peter Thiel had a long relationship with Yarvin going back several years, more than 10 years at this point. And Peter Thiel actually calls Curtis Yarvin his house philosopher. I don't know how you have a house philosopher, but that's him. That's him. So I'm going to give you two short clips to give you an idea of what we're dealing with here. The first clip, the guy on the right, or excuse me, on the left here, your left, this guy doesn't talk about technocracy, but you'll see just how confused he is on what's going on politically, at least, how the political system is being viewed by somebody who's just scratching their head. Well, this is instructive to see what some other people are saying, not just me. Let me just play this for you. If I can get it up here. I'm going to stop the share right now, and I'm going to reshare with audio. I'm sorry about that, but that was my fault for sure. So let me start this again, and this time I can share sound. I can, let's see, I can do optimize as well. Here we go. Now you should be able to hear it. I'm going to go back to the beginning of this audio or video here.
Curtis Yarvin talks about the need for
And let me start
the political spectrum.
from the beginning. Here we go.
I think this might be the perfect indicator of the political moment we're in. The political spectrum, from far left to far right. I'm not going to break down the entire thing, but on the far right, you have this guy. This is Peter Thiel. You know how Hollywood films often get made fun of because of their ridiculous villains, like no one behaves like that in real life? Well, Peter Thiel is the perfect counter-argument to that criticism. He's as close as you can get in real life to a James Bond villain. He's like a slightly more sinister Elon Musk who tries to mostly stay out of the limelight. He's part of the so-called PayPal mafia, but he's better known now as the founder of Palantir, which is an AI company that is selling mass surveillance software to governments. And that's ironic because he's building the digital infrastructure for modern totalitarianism while describing himself, or at least he used to describe himself, as a libertarian. He, along with other tech entrepreneurs and Silicon Valley types and people like Curtis Yarvin, are part of this new brand of, I guess you can call them, tech libertarians who refer to themselves as the Dark Enlightenment. Bond villains. And the core of the ideology of the Dark Enlightenment is that democracy and capitalism are incompatible. That's in their own words. And their solution to solving that incompatibility is to get rid of the democracy side of that equation. Curtis Yarvin talks about the need to replace democratically elected presidents with a CEO-type figure who would have plenary powers to run the country like a business without all of those pesky checks and balances. In other words, a dictator. But enough of them, because on the other side of the spectrum, you have people on the far left, not as far left as the communists and anarchists, but slightly left of center left, called democratic socialists. Democratic socialists are slightly different than social democrats in one key way, which is that they believe democracy and capitalism are incompatible, and they want to solve that incompatibility by getting rid of the capitalism side of that equation. And this is the part that's crazy to me and the reason why I'm making this video, which is that number one, the Peter Thiel side is winning right now. They're either in power or close to power in the US, and they're gaining influence everywhere else in the world. And number two, moderates and centrists seem to think that democratic socialists who want to save democracy at the cost of capitalism are more extreme than the people who want to save capitalism at the cost of democracy. And that is wild to me.
You get the point.
How invested do you
get the point? Let me get back here. You get the point. This guy he's not confused, but he's blown his mind, I think, just to consider the ramifications. One side wants to destroy capitalism. The other side wants to destroy democracy. And somewhere they're going to meet in the middle. We're going to see this now with a clip from Curtis Yarvin, the villain in this, the behind the scenes villain in this. Well, let me back. See, here we go. Here we go.
How invested do you think J.D. Vance is in democracy?
It depends what you mean by democracy. I mean, I think that the problem is basically when people equate democracy with good government. When you use that word, you're using a very tricky word. I would say that what someone like, I'm on very safe ground, despite not knowing him well at all, that someone like J.D. Vance believes essentially in the common good. And the idea that government should serve the common good. And I think that people like JD and people in the sort of the broader intellectual scene around him, which is very varied intellectual scene, would all agree on that principle. Now, if that principle, I don't know what you mean by democracy in this context. What I do know is that if democracy is against the common good, it's bad. And if it's for the common good, it's good.
Okay. Oh boy, you get the idea. The common good. How can I boil this down to make the point for you? What's going on here? The common good. This is at the very bottom of this. Saying the government should pursue the common good is so dangerous because when leaders use it as a vague excuse
to ignore people's fundamental rights and the rules that limit their power, that is the ruler's power, technocrats' power, because common good can mean whatever those in charge say it means. It can become a cover, and it is becoming a cover, for forcing their own beliefs and plans on everyone else, instead of protecting each person's freedom and liberty under clearly written laws. That's the bottom line to common good. Well, let's look at some of these distinctives of the common good, like in relation to the technocrats that are in Washington, D.C. right now. Total surveillance leads to safety, total safety. AI will replace labor as a drudgery. Why, you don't need to work anymore. You'd be so happy to not have to go to work every day. Universal basic income will meet all of your needs. After all, wouldn't you be happy to have all this free time on your hands to be creative and do stuff? Okay. Synthetic food is better for you than real food. Don't you know that? You should give up energy, all of your energy, to run the humongous AI data centers, because they're going to run the world for you, for the common good, of course. You should give up all your benefits to fund AI to run society more fairly. Society could be better run by technocrats. You might imagine at this point, yeah, I'm being a little cynical, but you need to be cynical to understand where these people are headed. This is anti-human stuff, my friends. This is anti-civilizational stuff we're talking about here. In the end of this, people will die, unquestionably, if these people get a hold of our society. Well, you might imagine that Curtis Yarvin has an answer for this. Yeah, he says, he wrote this in his blog, Patchwork, in 2002. Our goal, in short, is a humane alternative to genocide. That is, the ideal solution achieves the same result as mass murder: the removal of undesirable elements from society, but without any of the moral stigma. He goes on. He talks about perfection cannot be achieved on both sides of both of these counts. But as we get closer, we might be closer than most think. The best humane alternative to the genocide, I cannot think of it not to liquidate the wards, but to virtualize them. A virtualized human is in permanent solitary confinement, waxed like a bee larva into a cell, which is sealed except for emergencies. This would drive him insane, except that the cell contains an immersive virtual reality interface which allows him to experience a rich, fulfilling life in a completely imaginary world. Really? Well, I'll tell you, my friends, these people are nuts. The people that have taken over Washington, D.C., and who have betrayed all Americans, not just conservatives and not just liberals, everybody in America at this point has been betrayed by these people. And I have to say, it's time to betray the betrayal. If you could pick up on this, go to technocracy.news. By the way, this is my website, technocracy.news. You see all the stories that I post every day relating to what's going on in society vis-a-vis technocracy. This is the largest and probably the only internet site specializing on technocracy. I have a boot camp that you can get a deeper dive into technocracy if you want to. It's short, self-served, You can get through it in probably 25 hours or so. And my books, of course. Take advantage of these books if you can, especially the new book, The Final Betrayal with Courtney Turner and myself. It's available on Amazon as a paperback book, Kindle, and audiobook as well is coming soon. The audiobook should be done probably by the 15th of this month. Technocracy.news, of course, I sell my books there as well, but I also have wholesale discounts starting at even 25%, going as high as 50% for bookstores. If people want to just get a whole bunch of books and distribute them, you can get them for 50% off. And Books By, this is a new distribution center for us in any case, for international orders only and for retail orders only. But they ship anywhere in the world. We can't actually do that anymore because it's so egregious to get through all of these, the USPS nonsense, the tariffs, the forms that we have to fill out just to mail a stupid package from even to Canada or to Australia is horrible. The books would cost 3 times as more as just the book itself, just for shipping. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention on this. I appreciate it. I'm going to stop my screen share now and hopefully go back to my video, and we'll see how this works out.
You know, Patrick,
Okay.
we did the same thing. We stopped filling orders to Canada because you had to stand in line at the post office. You had to fill out all this paperwork. By the time you were done, it's like, this is not even worth it, you know?
Exactly.
So we totally get that understanding and frustration, clearly. The book is excellent. I've been promoting it now for a few weeks, and we've been having your co-host on, Courtney Turner, quite a bit. You see the segment we did last night on the Delphi technique?
I did. It was wonderful. Absolutely.
I want to talk to you real quick, Patrick, about something that you texted me about late last night. I think you were like the last person I communicated with before I called it a night. And that is this documentary that's out on Amazon, I guess. I'm going to purchase it and watch it. What is it called? Full Disclosure?
Full Disclosure. Exactly.
Let me see if I can find the find the trailer that goes with it. We've played it before.
Yes.
But
Something's big is going on here with this, for sure.
Is it called The Age of Disclosure? The Age of Disclosure.
The Age of Disclosure, yes.
Okay, let's see. Logan, maybe you'll find it before I do. You see the trailer anywhere? Because I'd like to play it and comment on this, because here it is. Is it only a minute 29? I guess that's it. All right, here we go. I'm going to watch the full thing this weekend. Here we go. Oh, you're getting more audio from me off of my computer. Let me close that. Did that take care of it? All right, thanks. Here we go. Watch this, guys. And then Patrick and I'll talk about this because he just got done watching it. I hadn't seen it. Here we go.
Yes.
We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours.
These are otherworldly things that are performing maneuvers that haven't been seen.
There's a whole fleet of them. I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
This is so secret. There have been very few people in our entire government that have been allowed or provided access to it.
Even presidents have been operating on a need-to-know basis, but that begins to ramp out of control.
It's not acceptable to have secret parts of government that no one ever sees. People have been hurt protecting and hiding this information.
Some people claim it would cost them their lives if they spoke out about these things.
You had information being locked away that could change the trajectory for species.
This is the biggest discovery in human history.
All right, so now it is out. I'm going to purchase it and watch it this weekend. I wasn't going to, but Patrick texted me last night, said, You got to see this, and we got to get in front of this. We got to get ahead of this. Tell me why.
We do. We do. We really do. And I'll tell you what, this is the biggest psyop that I've ever seen in my life. First, we had global warming. It's all going to kill us all, right?
Right.
We'll be dead in 12 years, said Al Gore in 2020, whatever it was, 2010. And then we had COVID. Oh, COVID is going to kill you. It's going to kill all of us if we don't get ahead of that. And we have to be afraid of the air we breathe. Oh, my gosh. You wear a mask and, can't go outside, et cetera, lockdown forever. Now we have the threat of aliens invading Earth. Oh, my gosh. What are they? Is there intent to kill us all, or is some other thing? What's going on here? This smacks of a psyop extraordinaire. And I said, I was so shocked when John Podesta, a member of the Trilateral Commission, by the way, exited the government under Obama. He was a climate czar. And he was asked by a reporter, what is your biggest regret now that you're out of government, and probably would be out forever at that point? He's in government service already for almost 30 years at that point. And he said, shockingly to me, well, the thing I really, really, really regret most is not getting the release or securing the release of all the UFO papers. That was what is on his mind. This, I can't say exactly where he was at that point, but that was what he was saying. What's going on here with this UFO stuff? All of a sudden, we have now a new worldwide threat. Worldwide, not just America, but a worldwide threat to force humanity together under the auspices of the United Nations, global government, something like that, maybe. Who knows? But this is one more thing that we need to worry about, an existential threat to humanity. It's stunning to me.
And not only are they possibly going to carry out some kind of deception to make people think this is UFOs, extraterrestrial. We know that we have leading UFO experts who have gone from saying that these things are extraterrestrials to now changing their mind and saying, no, they're of demonology. They don't appear on the radar coming in. They don't appear on the radar going out. They just appear and disappear. So whatever these things are, we believe is demonology. I do believe that some of these sightings could indeed be demonic activity. But as I said to Courtney the other night, you have to wonder if the people that are setting up some kind of psyop don't end up being psyoped themselves by the demonic world, because we do know that the Bible talks increasingly about hyper demonic activity on the planet, and at the end times, particularly during the tribulation, and counterfeit miracles, signs and wonders. So you have to wonder if the psyop folks are about to be psyoped, and they themselves, as I said the other night, could go, wait a minute, who did that? That wasn't us. Who was that, right? So I don't know who's planning what or how they're being used, but we do know that a lot of these people in the power elite fool around with the New Age, cosmic humanist, occultic world, of which Alice Bailey, the mother of the New Age, claimed to be channeling an entity with which she wrote 10,000 pages. It was a demon. Yes. Helen Schuckman, who wrote The Course in Miracles, that's considered the Bible of the New Age movement. She wrote that by channeling an entity she called Jesus, but made it clear it wasn't the Jesus of the Bible. So these people are already known for fooling around with the demonic realm, and many of the people in the power elite are into these secret societies. They're into the cosmic humanism. We know we have the prayer room, encouraged by Alice Bailey at the United Nations. So I don't know what's coming, if the deception is simply a psyop by man, but also what's setting up a massive spiritual deception is planned at the spiritual level, that these people are helping to set up, either knowingly or unknowingly. I don't know.
You would think so. There's always been two parts of the deception going along. For instance, global warming. There was the reality of global warming in the first place. There was a myth of global warming, that there was no man-made global warming. I believe that firmly. But that didn't stop them for promoting that for another reason. They wanted to basically take over the operation of planet Earth in the name of global warming, and so there was another motive. They were playing it that way. It didn't have anything to do with the reality of it. Well, we have the same thing now with UFOs. There's the reality of it. We can discuss that for sure. If it's demons or extra UFOs, I probably agree with you wholeheartedly at this point, but that's immaterial at this point. They're using this, the PSYOP part of it is, to panic people into accepting more control than they have right now.
Wow.
Period.
Period. Technocracy.news, technocracy.news. Thanks for being a part of our broadcast team and hosting the show with Logan.
Thank you. I really, really appreciate Logan. He's done such a great job. He really has.
Indeed. And you both have, and we get a lot of positive feedback about you guys' show. A lot. Melissa tells me about it.
It's the beauty and the beast.
I wonder which one is which, Logan. I don't know.
I'll tell you.
Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Patrick Wood, technocracy.news. And don't forget about his brand new book, The Final Betrayal Will Make a Great Christmas Gift. All right, we got some contributions. We have $2,500 here sent in by Lance. This was sent in by Czech. So we were reading off some of these that were sent in anticipation of this coming up. $2,500 from Lance. Thank you for that. We have $5,000 from Charles from Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. $5,000 from Charles. Thank you, Charles. Wayne and Sharon, $150. Donna from, where is that? Shawano, Wisconsin. Shawano, Wisconsin, $100. Thank you guys for that. We have $50 from Myron from Cohasset, Minnesota. We have $100 from Terry and Thomas, who are from Utiwa, Tennessee. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Ramsey, Minnesota, $100 from Colleen. So thank you for that. Folks, you can get your contribution in at 901-468-9357, 901-468-9357, or make a contribution online at worldviewfoundation.com. Joining me now is Colonel Rob Maness. Colonel, thanks for being with us today. This is normally your time slot. I know you're traveling, but we wanted to get you in here since it's normally your time slot. Thanks for being with us.
Oh, thanks for having me on, Brandon. I appreciate it.
I want to talk to you about a lot of things, but first of all, I want to get your reaction to January 6th. Were you in the nation's capital on that day, January 6th?
I was not. Actually, I was packing my truck on the 4th to drive up there for that event, hoping to attend the speech that the president was going to give at the Ellipse, and my wife talked me out of going. So
good for her.
I was at home in right there in Mississippi.
Well, good for her. I put out the night before on X that I thought it was a setup, and I was encouraging people not to go. But something went on with a pipe bomb, a planted pipe bomb. I guess the investigation is going on for 5 years. And now Kash Patel had this to say today. I'd love to get your thoughts and feedback about this. Here we go.
When you attack American citizens, when you attack our institutions of legislation, when you attack our nation's capital, you attack the very being of our way of life. And this FBI and this Department of Justice stand here to tell you that we will always refute it and combat it. We will provide the safest country the nation has ever seen under President Trump's leadership here. And that's what we did here today with great resolve on a case of massive public importance, as it should be. An individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple people and multiple officials, innocent civilians, is now arrested thanks to the brave men and women of the FBI and the interagency. I want to take a moment to thank the Metropolitan Police Department, the United States Capitol Police, our brave prosecutors, the Department of Justice, and our leader, Attorney General Pam Bondi, and U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro, whose relentless work on this case made this possible. As the Attorney General said, we did not discover any new information. What we did An investigation spearheaded by the deputy director and the ADIC of our Washington field office brought in a new team of investigators and experts, re-examined every piece of evidence, sifted through all the data, something that the prior administration refused and failed to do. As a result of that, we generated numerous investigative leads, executed multiple legal process with our U.S. attorney partners, and came to this conclusion today. And that is why we were able to safely secure this individual into custody.
Now, I don't even know if you've had time to figure out who this individual is and know anything about him. Have you read anything about who this person is and their background?
The only thing that I've heard is what I've seen reported in some media outlets is that he's approximately 30 years old, male, 5'6", wears a unique set of eyeglasses, potentially, and lives out in Northern Virginia. I've seen some photographs of what I think is the home. That's a pretty expensive home for that area, by the way. I'm glad that Mr. Patel and Pam Bondi and Janine Pirro and Dan Bongino all get to make a fantastic positive statement about this. They at least have a suspect now after 5 long years of failure in the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Absolute abject failure, Brannon. But there are many, many questions that have to be answered about this incident. Not just to mention a few. Why the strange behavior of the law enforcement officers and the Secret Service team around Kamala Harris once these devices were discovered, they acted as if they were not live. The devices themselves look pretty much like an old-style training device for bomb disposal teams. They use rudimentary egg timers, which do not last long enough to get into the day of January 6th, considering they were planted on January 5th, the evening before. There are a lot of questions. I still continue to question whether those are actually live devices or not. Do they have DNA for this individual that was on the parts? That's usually one of the key pieces of evidence that you can find is fingerprints and DNA material that are on the parts of the devices. When somebody's building one, it's very difficult to build one without using your bare hands. And finally, we've always been told the cell phone data was corrupted for that provider, and now all of a sudden they have it. And we know from the videos that the individual that planted the devices was on the cell phone at least one time, because they do it in the video. So lots and lots of questions that need to be answered. I'm glad they at least have a suspect now. Good for them. But the American public needs to get answers to these questions because of the corrupt nature of the Federal Bureau of Investigation over the Biden administration and this entire January 6th episode in this country.
Supposedly he works for a bail's bondsman. I just read that. I don't know if that's true or not, but I just read that.
Yeah, I think it's his father that has a bail bondsman business. And I even read just before I came on that Judge Boasberg's name may be involved in this too. So
here's live now. Let's see what they have. This is a pretty nice house for Northern Virginia. That's probably $1 million house.
Heavy police presence at
Minimum.
the home of the suspect they have identified in the D.C. pipe bomb probe. So this is a live look from the Fox 5 D.C. helicopter. As you see in a cul-de-sac, the FBI now at the home of this suspect. And we were learning more earlier as we were hearing from the FBI after they announced that they made an arrest in a nearly 5-year-old investigation into who placed pipe bombs in Washington, D.C. before the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol. This arrest marks the first time investigators have settled on a suspect in an act that has had a long investigation by law enforcement and also led to some conspiracy theories.
In fact, let's pick up on those theories. We refused to report on that. A few weeks ago, they were putting out the name of an individual, a female. We did not report on it here because I'm like, how do they know that's true? And if it's not true, are you prepared to be sued by this lady when it turns out it's not her? So we were waiting on official announcements, right? But some people jumped the gun and put this poor lady's face and everything everywhere. I would venture to guess she's got a pretty big payday coming with some lawsuits, right?
Well, like I said, there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered about this case, Brannon, that have not been answered yet. And the individual that supposedly picked that individual up as part of that reporting that lived one unit over from her was connected to a Metro card at the Metro station there where that individual was picked up supposedly, and it's on video camera. So Steve Baker of The Blaze, I've interviewed him several times over the years. He's been covering the January 6th thing for a long time, and he's the one that he and some other folks from The Blaze broke that story, and I have not interviewed him about that yet. I was like you, waiting to see how this plays out because there's just too many strange things that have happened with this case, and I just mentioned a few, and they're not conspiracy theories; they're just valid questions that I have as a former bomb disposal tech and a former commander in the military that's run law enforcement investigation organizations that are responsible for finding and evaluating and assessing evidence and preferring charges and things. So they got a search warrant. They got a suspect now. He's been arrested and apprehended. I think that's at least something positive about this case. But it's just been a long trail of incompetence and failure.
Well, I think I'm on what is investigative reporter at The Blaze, Steve Baker's Twitter feed, and I don't see anything on here about this. The last post I see is from December 3rd, so I don't see anything on here about what he makes of this. But again, I guess we'll find out more. We'll find out more.
Yeah, this is one of those where follow the Bongino rule appropriately. The Bongino rule is always wait 48 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, we waited more than 48 hours. We waited multiple weeks here because I don't know that they have anything, and I'm not going to get caught up in accusing somebody of something or reporting on it if I can help it.
Yeah.
We try to be accurate here for a lot of reasons, obviously. Let's go to Pete Hegseth. Here is the Daily Mail. Pete Hegseth's war crime, put that in quotes, video detonates inside secret intel briefing. One of the most troubling things I've seen. Now, this is coming, I guess they're quoting Admiral Frank Bradley is testifying before Congress behind closed doors on Thursday, and lawmakers were shown extended footage of the 2nd of September airstrike. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is under intense scrutiny over the attack after it was emerged 2 people on the vessel were still alive following an initial strike. So I guess Republican and Democrat lawmakers are investigating this. I don't know what Bradley's had to say. I don't know, since it's behind closed doors, I don't know if anyone knows what has been said. But what do you make of this? I do know that it appears as I'm reading that some of the deep staters, they're working double time to try to get Pete Hegseth out of that job. So, I said to someone today, I'm not going to get too exercised about any of this until more comes out, because I also don't want to be giving, cover to these folks if that's their goal. It's just to oust Pete Hegseth and put him a deep state Secretary of War in there. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, your first indication that this war crimes fake story was fake is all anonymous sources, and they did not quote any of them. They just wrote a story out of thin air from these so-called anonymous sources. And so that's the first thing. Never accept at face value a story coming out of anybody that all of the sources are anonymous and they don't quote them. The next thing you would notice if you go back and look at the social media posts from those of us that have worked the targeting process as military professionals at every level, you've got ground force personnel, Air Force personnel like myself, nuclear weapons targeting process. They all follow the same model, Brannon, and none of that was quoted in this so-called war crimes article. And we, the professionals, have been pushing back on it from the very moment that it was released, not because we're Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump sycophants, but because, look, you know, if you're going to accuse Hegseth of a war crime, then you're accusing every person in the chain that had anything to do with this process, all the way down to the young men and women that are killing the targets of war crimes. That's essentially what this article is doing. And it's very disappointing because, you know, my senator, Roger Wickers, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, I'm going to name him. He tweeted out almost immediately that he was very disturbed by it and was, along with Jack Reed, going to call for an investigation of war crimes of Secretary Hegseth and the War Department. That's ridiculous to jump on something like that, especially for somebody that's in the same political party as the president and the executive branch and is supposed to be working as a teammate. Look, you know, you go jumping on a fake story like that, especially this type of story, and you don't talk to somebody that's actually worked that process. Those people that are in powerful positions like Senator Wicker, he knows better. He's an Air Force JAG, I think. So he knows what's involved in the process of when an order is given from the president and then through the Secretary of Defense goes to the Joint Staff, goes to the combatant commanders, goes out to the force commanders for assessment, analysis, assignment of military objectives, identification of the targets, and then assigning the targets to the forces that are going to try to fulfill the military objective. In this case, the military objective appears to be destroy the drug boat and all the operators on it so that they are no longer functioning and able to deliver these drugs. And the attacks occurred. I think Tom Cotton was in this meeting and he said the first attack was warranted and justified and needed. The second attack was warranted and justified and needed. The third attack, and so was the fourth attack. So they struck this boat 4 times before they eventually destroyed it, which is what the military objective was. And it's perfectly lawful. It's ridiculous that people in the media and people in the government, these anonymous sources, would smear the entire United States Armed Forces, especially the young men and women that are volunteered to put their butts on the line. I mean, we just weeks ago had Sarah Ekstrom, the specialist soldier, murdered in a jihadi attack on the streets of Washington, D.C. Not even over a week ago. I think the president just put the flags at half-staff today for her passing. She's an American hero. And this episode, these senators in the Seditious Six video are linked to this. This was a follow-up smear to this effort of their Seditious Six video, and it's despicable, and they should all apologize and resign right now. And we need a real investigation. I'll say this to Senator Wicker. Senator Wicker, you and Senator Reed and the House Armed Services Committee chair and vice chair, y'all need to do an investigation into this from the perspective of who the leakers were that gave these anonymous tips to Natasha Bertrand, who is also, by the way, a Russia hoaxer and one of those people that spread that media. And she needs to be brought in under oath and be forced to give up her sources, because this is dangerous to the nation and dangerous to our young men and women in uniform who volunteer to put their lives on the line.
Well, aren't you guys glad we have Colonel Rob Maness with his incredible bio on our team to help us sort through all of this? And great analysis. I want to ask you, as a military guy, the attacks by the Seditious Six, as they're called, on the troops, the level of command. I mean, these guys, where were they during the Biden regime when, you know, our government was kicking down the doors of pro-lifers and those who didn't even go into the U.S. Capitol were just standing on the lawn of the Capitol, and yet the FBI was kicking down their doors? Where was their statement to federal law enforcement agencies like that? You know, then
it's worse than that. It's worse than that. They said zero. They were completely silent on the actual unlawful order from Joe Biden, the commander-in-chief, through Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, about the COVID vaccine order. That was deemed to be an unlawful order in the courts, and this Secretary of Defense, now Secretary of War Hegseth, deemed it to be not only an unlawful order, but it was unlawfully implemented. Where were they then? They were absolutely silent, because this is a political hit job, and it's involving the young men and women that volunteer to put their lives on the line to defend this nation against threats that kill 100,000 Americans a year. In this case, the drug boats, that's part of that operation. I don't care if it's not necessarily purely fentanyl or not for the type of drug. It's still killing 100,000 Americans a year. It's part of that effort. We only lost 57,000 men and women in Vietnam, for God's sake. Think about it's got to be at 2 million people that have died since this whole fentanyl craze started because of boats like this and this type of terrorism. So they're our enemy. They're valid targets. The orders were lawful. The seditious six should be ashamed of themselves. And Mark Kelly, Senator, you know better. You know better. You've been in command in the military. Look, Brandon, I was in command in the military. I wielded court-martial authority in my last command. So I've implemented the law from a military perspective. And Mark Kelly knows that he has crossed the line in Article 94 of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, and that Pete Hegseth is entirely within not only his rights, but his responsibility as the Secretary of War to direct the Department of Navy to review Senator Kelly's actions as a retired senior military officer. And that's what's happening. And it's very appropriate.
We're going to have David Pine on about this here in just a little bit. And but I'd love to get your thoughts on it. And that is what's happening with China. But before we do, I want you to comment on Senator Mark, I think it's Senator Mark Warren.
Unprecedented disrespect.
Let me stop that. Senator Mark Warren, because there seems to be, I don't know, some are using the term color revolution, but between the so-called seditious six, what they're saying, what this senator we're about to see is saying, what is going on with Pete Hegseth, there seems to be the attempt to really undermine the commander-in-chief and the military and the command structure. So I want to ask you, what do you think this is really all about? Is it really part of a color revolution? What do you think they are setting up for? But first, listen to what this senator has had to say.
Unprecedented disrespect when they were all brought to get a pep rally in front of Hegseth and Trump. This is an administration that's fired, uniform generals from the head of the NSA, the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. And I think in many ways, the uniform military may help save us from this president and his lame people like Hegseth, because I think their commitment is to the Constitution and obviously not to Trump. And I expect Bradley to adhere to that.
So the military is going to save us from President Trump. Well, I didn't hear that about saving us from Joe Biden.
Exactly. Joe Biden wasn't the actual president. It's well known and widely confirmed that he was cognitively incapable, and his presidency was run by the equivalent of a Soviet Politburo committee, probably headed up by Barack Obama. In one way or another. It wouldn't surprise me, but it was definitely done by a committee. That's why the Autopin picture is hanging in the White House. I think that's a great troll by President Trump, by the way. He does have a sense of humor, apparently, and it's a wild one. But Senator Warner now takes the Seditious Six video, the war crime wrap-up smear that failed, and tries to do another wrap-up smear to try to pull the United States Armed Forces and the senior officers in the United States Armed Forces into this political argument because they lost the presidential election. They lost the congressional elections. They don't have the power anymore that this president now is finally, we have an American president that has the courage to wield the appropriate power to do some resetting in this vast leviathan of an overpowerful government that actually hurts our citizens now and trashes our rights and those kind of things. And these guys, they're just going to continue to do it. That's why it's called the color revolution. Look, a color revolution is an insidious attempt by a combination of intelligence agencies, bureaucrats in a government, non-government organizations, and supporting alliances, like in the case of Ukraine, the NATO alliance, the United States foreign policy apparatus, the Department of State, the Department of Defense, all of our intelligence capability combined with the NATO countries, the Five Eyes, NATO intelligence capability like the UK and France and Italy and Germany, and those capabilities. And that's what we did in Ukraine when we pulled down the pro-Russian president and government of Ukraine, and had installed this government that's pro-NATO, pro-West under Zelensky, and is one of the reasons why this war has started in 2022. That was a color revolution. The CIA has become masters at that around the world. We've done it with justification in the case of communist governments that were committing genocide against their own people and threatening us and those kind of things. And we've attempted to do it and not been successful. This is clearly an attempt by some inside the executive branch of the government, of all of the facets that I just named, plus the non-government organizations that were pushed out of USAID by the DOGE process, the political parties, and the political offices that are being held at the national level, especially amongst those parties, primarily the Democrats, but there are some Republican elected officials that would like to see Donald Trump and his government fall sooner rather than later and not serve out their entire time, because they're doing grave damage to the pocketbook ability, the ability to tap into the trillions of dollars that this government spends that are ours. And the fraud in Minneapolis with the Somalis, where they pushed $1 billion worth of taxpayer dollars over to fund terrorist organizations in Somalia. That's an example of the type of big money we're talking about and the impact it has. And the people that brought those Somalis here and have brought these illegal aliens and refugees from around the world into this country, those NGOs and those government agencies, they are all part of this. They don't want Donald Trump to succeed. And that's why people are calling it, that are understand these things, a color revolution. And I agree with them in this case.
Wow. Let me go, before we go to Leo Holman, let me go to this here. The Straits Times reports China, I'm going to deal with this with David Pine later today. China massing military ships across region in show of maritime force. Sources say China is deploying a large number of naval and Coast Guard vessels across East Asian waters, at one point more than 100. And the largest maritime show of force to date, according to 4 sources, intelligence reports reviewed by Reuters. What are your thoughts on this report, Colonel?
It's more of the aggressive nature of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Armed Forces. They've been being aggressive in the South China Sea and in the Taiwan Straits and inside the second and third island chains for quite some time now. They just launched their 3rd aircraft carrier, so they're obviously building up their armed forces to be a peer of the United States, because you don't build more than one aircraft carrier if you just want to make sure you can defend your own region and everything. And they've been intimidating our allies and their neighbors like the Philippines for a long, long time. So this doesn't surprise me. And they're going to continue to do that. They're going to continue to run these war games where they surround Taiwan and in effect put a practice for doing a blockade on Taiwan, because eventually that's in the plans by President Xi. He's said it, that he was told his guys to be prepared by 2027. Now, a lot of us think it's going to come earlier than that at the first opportunity. 2025 was the first year that any senior military officer that I ever heard say that it might happen, and it still could happen. It could happen tomorrow, because that's the level of capability they have. And the more the United States and our allies are perceived as weak, the more likely it is that President Xi and his team will make the wrong decision and try to do something kinetically.
Any thoughts about the news breaking in the last 24 hours about Venezuela and voter fraud and voting machines and the former multi-star general that wrote the letter to President Trump? He sits in a prison today here in the U.S., turned himself in. He went against the regime, had to flee and turned himself in here. But he wrote a lengthy letter, we've shared it already today, about these voting and many things, but one of them was the voting machines and the fraud. What are you making of this?
I'm not surprised. I had a tip quite some time ago. I never released it because I wanted to wait and see how the reporting came about. But the individual that gave me the tip is involved in this reporting. And next Wednesday on my show, I'll be interviewing Emerald Robinson, who has been the the media person that has been putting out the story about this and broke it on her show on Lindell TV, Brannon. So I'm going to have her on my show, and I'm trying to get the person that ultimately tipped me off about it early on, because he's been known to me for several years, but he's also an expert in this, and he's an American, and is right dead center in the middle of this story. And he's very reliable. He's a matter of fact, operations level thinker that can think tactically and strategically and assess information very effectively. And if you think there's anything amiss in the information that's coming out, this team that Emerald's been reporting on, it's one of the individuals on that team. This team is very, very good at smelling out fake things.
So is this fake?
So,
is this fake? Are you saying?
I don't know. No, I'm saying that it's likely, in my opinion, it's real.
Wow.
Very real.
Would this...
And that explains a lot of things about the way the United States is facing the Venezuelan government down. But also, remember, I said Venezuela is not the real story in this. It's China. Mm-hmm. That's the real story in this. China has been flexing its muscle in the Western Hemisphere. They've tried to take over the Panama Canal. We're pushing them out of that, and we're going to push them out of everywhere in the Western Hemisphere. And Venezuela is a key piece to that. That's what the real challenge is that China's challenging us, and they are linked, I believe, in this voting machine story too, because of the technical equipment that's involved in there is Chinese. Some of it's Chinese, and a lot of the programming software has also been part of the story over the years. So.
Wow. Okay, last question. The Afghan, I'm going to get to Leo Holman about this. The National Guard members, one was murdered, the other is seriously injured, but good news, thankfully, we're being told he's giving a thumbs up, moving some extremities and whatnot. But one was murdered. By the way, my editor's husband, Colonel, was in D.C. for a homeschool tour with one of their children, saw 3 National Guards standing there in D.C., 1 female, 2 males, went over, thanked them for their service, talked to the female for a moment, and that ended up being the one that was murdered the next day.
Yeah,
so
it's unfortunate.
Yeah. But what do you make of this Afghan? Because, Logan, I don't know if we can pull it from the first documentary, Sabotage, but I have a whole segment in there with former SEAL Team 6 member's father, Billy Vaughn. Aaron was one of the SEAL teams that was on Extortion 17, the helicopter shot down in Afghanistan. Billy says that his son and many of those other SEAL Team 6 didn't trust those Afghans that were doing special ops with them. They would talk about they don't trust them, and that they are concerned that one of them might shoot them in the back of the head when they're out on a mission, that they would get to locations and the Afghan special forces guys would refuse to engage the enemy because they knew they knew the enemy. They knew who it was they're going to be shooting at.
Of course.
And they didn't want to shoot their friends or someone they knew. That's in my documentary from 2018. I don't know if we can pull some of that for later today, but it's so germane because now some of these characters have made their way into the U.S. And yet our own troops didn't trust them. Our own troops didn't trust them.
It's more than not some. I mean, there were 85,000 or so. I even heard a number of 190,000 Afghans that were brought in at the fall of it when Biden messed up the withdrawal and everything. And those of us that have been fighting in this war and working on the staff level in this war, and I remember I was involved in the staff work on it since 9/11, and not to mention taking my squadron to combat. And going to combat with another squadron, so all of us that were involved in this have a really, really solid understanding of the Afghan culture, especially the infantry on the ground. And there is not an infantry officer or a special forces officer that I have ever spoken to that was on the ground multiple times in Afghanistan that will trust very many of these people. I've only met one guy that I know personally that brought his interpreter over. I quizzed him on it several times because I was worried about it. And, he was convinced that guy is going to be all right. But think about it, out of 190,000 maybe, but at least 85,000 of unvetted people, only one person. Those are incredulous numbers when you think about that. Every one of those people, the males, I don't know how many of them are males, but every one of them is a potential jihadi. Every one of them. This guy was vetted by the CIA. And I'll just point something out here. And the combat officer, ground combat officers that I've spoken to at length about this issue many times over the years agree with me. There's a difference between battlefield vetting of somebody to work with the CIA or work with our forces over there, and vetting somebody to become a citizen or a permanent resident living in the United States that needs to assimilate into the Western culture, because these folks just don't have that level of understanding 9.9 times out of 10. There's very few of them that can do it. I'm not going to say that none of them can, but most of them can't, and they really need to be removed from our country and sent to a place somewhere else where they can be in a society that's their culture, where they can thrive in that society. Because when you hear the stories about some of these people, like the guy that was killed in Northern Virginia at a routine traffic stop, you can hear the video on what he was talking about. He's very frustrated about his experience in America and everything. And that's our fault, because we brought him over here knowing that their culture is never going to understand the Western culture, especially the American culture of freedom and individuality and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and those kind of things. They just don't, and treating people equally. Their culture, especially the Islamist culture, treats women and children like property, like slaves. Mm-hmm. It's just incompatible with American society. And I think you're going to see more of this, unfortunately, because it takes time to get people checked out. And I know the president's given some very good and valid orders, and I support it, to do a complete review of every single one of these people and do real vetting on them. And it wouldn't surprise me if the majority of them don't get sent somewhere else. And wow. They should be sent somewhere where they can thrive. But there are not very many of them that are ever going to be able to accept the way we live in this country. And this is the way it comes out. Now, this guy said Allah Akbar when he made the attack. So he's not mentally off. He's not frustrated like the individual in Northern Virginia I was talking about. This was planned. He drove from Washington State all the way to Washington, D.C. to do an attack. Think about that. Mm. And there's 85,000 people in this country that are not vetted.
85,000 of these Afghans that are not vetted.
Yeah.
That's just the Afghans. That doesn't count all the other groups.
That doesn't count the over 100,000 Chinese military-age males that we've talked about before that have come into this country under the Biden administration. Many of them illegally, legally, or whatever. They turn them loose back into society without monitoring. What are they doing? Mm-hmm. How did they get to leave China? Why are they here? Mm-hmm. We've got to get past the weak thinking of, we have to treat everybody nicely. We have to accept all refugees and get back to a realism perspective and get this sorted out very quickly, because the storm is already here. One of my shows this week, the one I did yesterday, was titled "The Storm of Islam is Already in America." Wow. It is. Wow. And right now we're losing the battle to prevent something worse than 9/11 from happening. We're losing that battle right now. Now, hopefully the president's actions is going to help shore that up. But folks need to be prepared.
Yep, they sure do. And of course, they can go to Then go to worldviewstore.com. We have freeze-dried food. I have about a 3-year supply. I have enough to barter with. I've got heaters. I've got solar generators, all kinds of stuff. You can get it at worldviewstore.com. Worldviewstore.com. The other place you can get it is at worldviewtalk.com. Worldviewtalk.com. That's our satellite phones. That's our solar generators. So between worldviewstore.com and then worldviewtalk.com. And these are great ways to support our network as well as get your family ready for any numerous things that could happen. This is normally his slot, 2 to 3 Central each and every day. Colonel Rob Maness, who's on the road, but he joins us, obviously, I think, from a hotel room. You're out speaking? Is that what you're doing?
I'm at a board meeting for a nonprofit for the Second Amendment Institute, actually.
Oh, good.
Here in Charleston, South Carolina. It's our annual board meeting today.
Oh, good.
Or tomorrow.
Well, good. Well, thank you for making time for us today.
Well, thank you, Brandon. And Monday, I'm going to be in New York City. I'm on a panel for an event that a new organization that's called Weaponization Watch, that's headed by John Schlafly and Cynthia Hughes. John Schlafly.
That is Phyllis Schlafly's mom.
Son.
His mom. Phyllis was his mom.
Phyllis is his mom. That's right. So I was invited to their first event a few weeks ago in Washington, D.C., and they asked me to come be on a panel. I'll be speaking there on Monday in New York City. If you want to find out where the location is and come attend it, you can RSVP to it. You can go to my X account. I did a tweet on it with the flyer, and there's an email in that post that you can respond to and get the exact time and location if somebody's in the area and wants to come see this. It's going to be great. One of the individuals the president pardoned, the police officer that was caught up in this Chinese thing in New York, is going to be on the panel. Doug Mackey, who is Ricky Bond, that was unjustly convicted, and they tried to put him in prison for a meme. You know, he's going to be there. John Lauro is going to be the president's attorney. So it's going to be a huge panel. And of course, Mr. Schlafly is going to be there. Cynthia is going to be there. Mike Crispy will be there as the moderator. It's going to be a great event, Monday, December 8th.
Okay, I'm on your feed real quick, and I'm scrolling down to see if I can find it on your feed. How far down do we have to go?
I tweet a lot, so you may want to just go over to the media tab.
Okay.
And find the post with the flyer.
Okay. Otherwise, here's his X account, folks, so you can find all that. There it is. And tell John I said hi, and worked with his mom for many years. She would be on my broadcast. I'd be on her broadcast. We're on panels together at CPAC. So there you go. At Rob Maness is his handle on X, at Rob Maness, and of course, robmaness.com. Thank you, my friends.
Thank you. Phyllis endorsed me both times I ran for U.S. Senate.
Well,
so
good. There you go. Well, well, she was a first.
Yeah.
She was also one of the very first people to come out to endorse candidate Donald Trump.
Exactly right.
Yep. Excellent.
Exactly right.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Brandon. God bless everybody.
You too, my friend. Colonel Rob Maness checking in tonight here at 3:19 Central, 4:19 Eastern Standard. We're going to go to Leo Holman, but first, don't forget, we're in the middle of our Share-a-thon, our online International Worldview Conference, but also our end-of-the-year Share-a-thon. We need to hear from you. We did just receive a check that came in, actually, from Paula. Paula from Marana, Arizona, $500. So thank you, Paula. Sylvia from Port Washington, Wisconsin, $50. Gregory Johansson from Chuyak, Alaska, $775. So thank you guys for that. So again, you can make a contribution online at worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. And you'll also find our mailing address there if you prefer to send a check. And you can call 901-468-9357 to make a contribution over the phone. They'll process your contribution right there, and we'll send out a tax receipt for you by the end of January 2026 with our EIN number and all that goes with that. So if you want to make a contribution over the phone, you can do that at 901-468-9357. Before we go to Leo, I want to go real quick, Logan. Do we have a testimonial? We've been asking people to send in those. Do we have one? How quick do you need to play one? You ready to go now? All right, let's do it. Here's a testimonial from one of you guys.
Yeah, hi, Brannon. This is Vince Barwinski from Brisbane, Australia. I have been listening to you and your network for a number of years and find the analysis of you and your respective show hosts and guests on the red-green axis of Islam and Marxism and its embodying overall globalist dystopia, including the scams of climate Marxism and corporate fascism of the COVID jabs and the like, synthesized through the biblical lens to be nothing short of exemplary and mind-blowing, in particular in regard to Islam. The analysis of your incredible show hosts and guests such as Shahram Hadian, Anni Cyrus, Hedia Miramati Falco, and Osama Dukdok. And in regard to military matters, Colonel Rob Manus. No less compelling the content of your audio books I listen to as a member of your vault. Moreover, the linkages of Islam to technocracy as elucidated by Patrick Wood. Ultimately, I think we can agree that anything, with the pause of what was Klaus Schwab's World Economic Forum and its strategic partner, the United Nations, their sub-entities like the World Health Organization and pro-Hamas UNRWA, and intimately linked NGOs like the International Commission of Jurists, ICJ, all over it, can only embody an agenda of nefarious intent. God bless you, Brannon, and your family. From Vince Bowenski in Brisbane, Australia. God bless.
Hi, this is Sandy from Wisconsin. Your program has opened my eyes and my heart to the truth. I can't wait for Worldview to come on daily to see what you have to tell us. And your revelations on Sunday, Brannon, wow, it was incredible. A year and a half of studying. It was nice. Love it. Can't wait to study Daniel next.
Wow. Thank you, guys. I love those. I'm hearing those for the first time, by the way. Logan was grabbing all those and putting those on the system to play. And you can still add your voice to that. We got a lot to play over the next day and a half. And you can add your voice to it. If you'd like to leave a voicemail, we'll gladly add yours to it. 901-468-9357. 901-468-9357. Thank you to both of you. And we do have people listening all over the world. That's what we're calling it, our online international Worldview conference. We have so many people listening around the world that we hear from. Let's go to Leo Holman. Leo joins us. He's one of our producers here for the Worldview Report, our nightly newscast. He's an author in his own right, wrote a book in 2017, Stealth Invasion. And he joins us. Here's a new article by him over at leoholman.com. The lie our government wants you to swallow about failed vetting of Islamic refugees, like the one who shot 2 National Guardsmen in D.C. last week. Leo joins us. Leo, welcome to our online conference. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
So, Leo, you kind of warned about this in your book, Stealth Invasion. I mean, it was in the title, Stealth Invasion. So talk to us about the stealth invasion, these 88,000, I think now Annie just texted me, it's like 88,000 of these Afghans that are here that are not vetted. Tell us about it.
Absolutely, Brannon. 88,000, and that doesn't include the anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 that disappeared over the early 2000s from Fort Benning, the Army base right here near me in Columbus, Georgia. This is where they would bring the Afghan soldiers to train them by the U.S. Army. And over the years, throughout this training period, thousands of them just disappeared from the base, and we have no accounting for where they went. They melted into U.S. society, and they're still with us, I'm sure. But getting back to this issue of vetting, that's a red herring issue, Brannon, because it's also sort of the default position of the mainstream media and the politicians whenever one of these Afghans, Somalis, Sudanese, Iraqis, Syrians goes off the rails and commits a terrorist attack. They always bring it back to the issue of vetting. Oh, this person came in under Biden or Obama. Usually the right will say that, and the left might say they came in under George W. Bush, and they just weren't correctly vetted. I explain in my book, and I talk to several former Muslims and current Muslims. This wasn't just something I made up. It's impossible to vet a Muslim. Okay. They come in from a country that we don't have good data, good records from, a country like Syria that's usually involved in a civil war, Syria, Somalia, completely broken societies. We have very poor data. It's not like we can call the local police department over there and say, hey, does Mohammed so-and-so have any terrorism on his record? It just doesn't work that way. We're basically, when they vet these people, the UN vets them first, by the way, and when they're in the refugee camps, and then the U.S. State Department vets them. But it's largely based on an interrogation. They ask them questions, they log the answers. That's what they call vetting. And so, if somebody really is a jihadi and is coming here, wanting to come here for the purpose of doing harm, do you think they're going to tell the vetter, yeah, I'm a jihadi and I can't wait to get to America so I can find some new victims? It's a stupid position, but yet that's all we hear talked about whenever there's a terrorist attack. And, Kristi Noem, bless her heart, was being interviewed last weekend by one of the mainstream TV networks. I don't remember what, it may have been NBC. And she even stuck her own foot in her mouth by blaming this DC shooter on Biden, saying that he was not vetted, and then turning right around and admitting he was radicalized after he got here to the United States. So that's the other issue. Even if we could properly vet these people and we could get all of the data necessary to find out their background in their home country, it would still be useless because they don't commit jihad against their own people in their own countries. They only get radicalized when they come here to the United States, start going to a mosque here in the States, which is typically more radical than the ones back home, and go online and start listening to people like Yasser Qadi. Then they get radicalized. And she admitted that this was exactly the case with the DC shooter. So vetting would not have mattered if he got radicalized after he got here.
Wow. Of course, then we have to start wondering about how many folks that are born and raised here that are being converted and, quote, radicalized.
Good point, Brannon. And
those are going to be hard to profile, aren't they?
Exactly. And I covered that in my book, too, that actually most of the violent Muslims who become terrorists, I don't know if most is the correct word, but a higher rate of second-generation Muslims commit terrorist acts here in the United States than the original immigrant who came here from the homeland. From their home country. So you're right. The second generation, the ones born here, typically are the ones who, hear their parents talking about, negatively about the United States and how it was better back in the homeland and blah, blah, blah. Whereas the parents may have become dissatisfied. They weren't becoming violent, but the young people raised in that environment do. They tend to become more violent.
So, Leo, talk to me about Minnesota and the $1 billion fraud up there with these Somalis. Here are the Islamists coming in, and now they're going to not only do they want to be under Sharia. We have the video. I hate to say this, but a lot of the people on social media that post, a lot of these people are just stupid, right? X and Twitter, I used to stay off of it a lot because it was just some of the bottom feeders. It has gotten better since Elon made it more of a news platform. But still, the clickbait wannabes people they're so irritating because now they're circulating a video today of the Somalis in Minnesota, particularly St. Paul, saying a new video. It's not new. It's not new. It's been out for years.
None of this is new.
Years and years it's been out. And we've played it here years ago. I think it was Daniel Horowitz or somebody that put it out on the streets of St. Paul, asking the Somalis whether they'd rather live under the Constitution or under Sharia. And they want Sharia. And I saw some ding-a-lings on social media. New video. So much of what's being put out, these people think is new. I had a friend of mine who reads of my books and apparently is reading one of my books, The Coming Religious Reich, I don't know, for the third or fourth time. His wife texted me the other night and said that, so many of the things that these people think are new were in your books and on your show years ago. And Leo, you and I and so many of our partners here, we get frustrated because these people think that they're discovering something new and think they're so smart and their investigative abilities, but they're so poor, they don't realize this is not new. Some of this stuff is 10 years old, 15, 20 years old, and they think it's new information. But this is what happens when you have a bunch of people that have no background in journalism, no background in writing books, doing research, have to go through the process with an editor, with a large publishing house. They just get on social media and they're just looking for attention and clickbait. But, there we go. We had the video circulating today that was new video out of St. Paul. Well, I'm going to show the video, but it's years old. But comment on this because this is what the Islamists are doing. They come in, they destroy the culture of the state of Minnesota, largely the Twin Cities, destroy that culture. And now they've milked $1 billion in fraud out of that state.
Yeah, this is absolutely not a new story. I covered it when I was at WorldNet Daily in 2014 and 15. Before that, a friend of mine, Ann Corcoran, she used to run the Refugee Resettlement Watch website. She is since retired, but she was covering Somali food stamp fraud and welfare fraud back in 2005 and 2006. This is a very, very old story, and even more bothersome to me than the idiots on Twitter or X is when you see mainstream media covering this like it's new, right? They really want to be duped, and it makes me wonder, Brannon, if the mainstream media is now allowed to cover this and make it public to the general United States viewers and listeners. Does that mean it's too late? Does that mean it's too late to reverse the trend of cultural destruction in our cities due to unfettered immigration from countries that hate us? Because I don't think the mainstream media would be reporting on this if they thought something was going to be done to fix it.
Well, here's the video that I saw one guy say is new today. It's not new, as Leo said. It's been around for many years. But this was the Somalis back in St. Paul, Minneapolis, saying they don't want to live under American law.
Do you feel more comfortable living under American law, or do you feel more comfortable living under Sharia law?
Sharia law. I'm a Muslim. I prefer Sharia law. Right. Sharia law, yes.
You prefer Sharia law over American law?
Of course, yeah. Of course, yeah.
And do you find most of your friends feel the same way?
Yeah, of course. If you're Muslim, yeah.
He can make his daughter marry somebody.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can. He has the authority, you know?
The authority to that.
Yeah, to do that, yeah.
So here, how young do you think it's okay?
Yeah, 15.
Is it right to kill somebody who insults Muhammad?
Yeah, because she is just, she hid the religion, I understand. But she shouldn't pick up the prophet, you know?
So you understand why people would want to attack her?
Yeah.
If you had a choice, would you rather live here or would you rather live in a Muslim country?
I'd rather live in a Muslim country with my people.
Would you prefer to live in America or prefer to live in Somalia?
For me, I think it's Somalia.
I would rather live in Somalia. I'm not Americanized. I just speak fluent, and you know what I mean? I'm articulate, and I can articulate what I'm trying to say, you know what I mean? That's about it. But other than that, I mean, as far as my culture and my preferences and everything, it's still Somali, you know what I mean?
Even though here you have all the freedom and stuff like that?
And even though I have all the freedom.
I think life might be better in Somalia than here.
Because now you have the freedom of it, of practicing your religion while working and doing your other things.
Well, then please go. Please go. Get out. If you want to live there, go. You know, again, this is not new. This was several years ago. And now they're taking over. They've destroyed the Twin Cities. I was there. The last time I was there was 2018. I'm trying to avoid going back. I was stunned at what I saw in 2018 around the Mall of America. I thought I was in Somalia. There was more hijab-wearing women than I'd ever seen. And when you went through the Mall of America, again, I was surrounded by these people everywhere. I mean, it looked like we were in the Middle East. Now, I spent years growing up there because my dad was with the government. We got transferred there. But after I met my wife and had some kids, my 3 kids, we got out 21 years ago this spring because we saw the handwriting on the wall. Not to mention the weather stinks, the taxation. But this has been going on a long time. And now $1 billion fraud. And is anyone going to go to prison for this? Because as you and I both reported on our Worldview report tonight, there were state officials warning the governor, Walz, about this fraud years ago. He wouldn't do anything. In fact, apparently he went after the whistleblowers, or his administration did.
He absolutely did, Brannon. He punished the whistleblowers. Many of them lost their jobs. Absolutely. He's totally complicit, as is every governor in every state. I hate to just make this a Minnesota thing. Refugees go into every state, as far as I'm aware, except for one, Wyoming. When I was doing my research for my book, at that point at least, and for several years after that, Wyoming was the only state that had never received refugees. And part of that has to do with there's no plants like meat packing plants or big cities where you have Uber drivers and yogurt plants like in Idaho. There's no place for the refugees to work in Wyoming. So they largely avoid placing them there. But refugees are sent from countries all around the world to at least 49 of the 50 states. And in every case, the governor actually has a veto, an opportunity to veto those refugees coming in. But whether it's a red state or a blue state, the governor is complicit. He wants this program in his state for what? Cheap labor for the corporations. That's what it's about. It's really a headhunting operation for the corporations. I can't even blame these refugees. They were in many cases driven out of their homes by civil wars. In many cases, the wars were instigated by the CIA, MI6, and the West. And so they're herded into refugee camps and they're brought to the United States under the UN State Department deal. They have a contract. And so it's a never-ending flow of refugees that end up working in meatpacking plants in the Midwest. That's why Minnesota originally got so many of them. Same with North Dakota, South Dakota. You know, Phil Haney and I actually went to South Dakota about a year before he died and testified before a state Senate committee on why they should have a moratorium on refugees coming into South Dakota. They did not want to take our advice. They shut us down. They criticized us. The local newspaper actually had a very favorable headline about what we said, quoted me verbatim saying, refugee expert, local legislators do not want to hear the truth. Do you know, Brannon, that within 20 minutes, that headline was changed live online to a, completely false narrative, and then they didn't even mention us in the body of the article and what we had to say to the Senate committee. It's all rigged. Both sides are in on it, Democrats and Republicans. The Republicans enjoy the cheap labor coming in. The Republicans see it as a good way to get votes and get new liberal members of Congress like Ilhan Omar. And so it works to the benefit of both sides.
Yeah, well,
except for we the people, the American worker who's thrown out of work, the people who live in these cities who have to put up with the Sharia mess and the calls to prayer over loudspeakers. We're the big losers in all this.
Mm-hmm. And now we've got, I read the other day, before we go to David Pine, we have well over 1 million NGOs in the U.S., over 1 million non-government organizations. And you know that they are, in my opinion, it sounds like from what I'm reading, they're laundering money, and it's kickbacks. Yes. It's kickbacks to politicians and special interest groups and judges and all kinds of elected officials. And it's happening on the right and the left. I remember Rudy Giuliani being on my show saying that Ukraine was a gigantic money laundering scheme. scheme. And I said, well, why don't the Republicans do something about it? He said right on the air, because the Republicans, a lot of them are in on the money laundering.
Absolutely.
Both sides are benefiting from the money laundering, raping the taxpayers and enriching themselves, which is what Frederick Bastiat in his classic book, The Law, warned about. This is how nations fall and collapse, when the bulk of your politicians plunder for themselves and special interests.
100%. You nailed it, Brannon. It's a vicious cycle. This system I talked about with the cheap labor coming in to benefit the corporations, those corporations then kick money back into the politicians' pockets in the form of campaign contributions. And so it is a gigantic money laundering operation. Rudy Giuliani is exactly right.
Leo Holman, he's available at leoholman.substack.com, leoholman.com, leoholman.com, and leoholman.substack.com, associate producer of the Worldview Report. Leo, as always, thank you, my friend.
Oh, my pleasure, Brannon. Thank you.
Leo Holman checking in tonight, leoholman.com, leoholman.substack.com. We're going to be joined here in just a few minutes by Anni Cyrus, who's going to help out tonight. And we got Dan Eastman coming up, Rob Lindstedt, Trevor Loudon, Dr. Peter McCullough. A lot going on. But what we need to do now is hear from you. Will you call right now, make a contribution over the phone, 901-468-9357 as part of our end of the year share-a-thon and our online Worldview Conference, 901-468-9357. And you can also make a contribution over the internet at worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. Help us bring in quite a bit of our budget for 2026, the first quarter, will you? First quarter of 2026, we'd love to bring in a lot of our budget for the first quarter for the foundation between today and tomorrow. So we need a lot of you calling or going online, calling 901-468-9357, or going online and making a contribution now at worldviewfoundation.com. Joining me now is one of our national security experts, David Pine. David, welcome to our live special International Worldview Conference. Thanks for being here.
Hey, Brannon. It's an honor to be with you.
David, you have a headline that you sent me. Look at this. China massing military ships across region in show of maritime force, sources say. Tell me about this, and how big is this?
This is the largest maritime show of strength that China has ever done in its history. It's as of yesterday, there were over 100 PLA Navy and Coast Guard ships that were deployed from all three of their fleets, their North Sea Fleet, their East Sea Fleet, and their South Sea Fleet, probably including all three of their super carriers, aircraft carriers. What's interesting about this is, back in April, they had a large naval exercise, another joint air naval exercise, practicing for the blockade of Taiwan. This one they haven't announced. They had the title for the last exercise was Straight Thunder 2025A. This one could be 2025B, but I've been expecting this, and likely other China experts have been expecting something like this to occur either last month or this month, because obviously 2024A suggests there's going to be a 2024B. At least that was the case in 2024 with the naval exercises that China did at that time. But previous to this, the largest naval exercise was in December of 2024. I think that was with 90 ships. As of today, the number of ships that are at sea have decreased to 90. But this is still the largest naval exercise that China has shown. And it appears to be in response to the Japanese Prime Minister's unfortunate remark that Japan would come to the defense of Taiwan in the case that in the event that China attacked it. And President Xi Jinping has been trying to get the Japanese Prime Minister to roll that comment back. And in addition, the Taiwanese President Lai, recently announced that Taiwan will be spending somewhere between $40 to $51 billion in their military budget. So this does seem to be in response to those two pretexts.
So when do you think, if you had to guess, will be the full-on assault of Taiwan by China?
Well, it's interesting because President Xi Jinping had a meeting with President Trump just on October 31st in South Korea, and he appeared to be quite content with President Trump's private responses to his demands that the U.S. would compel Taiwan to stop talking about all these independence moves that provoked China to have 3 different massive naval exercises last year. So what I'm saying is the U.S. and Chinese relations seem to be going pretty well. And so this, while it's not unexpected, if this were to transform into a full blockade or invasion, this would kind of go against what seems to be a slight improvement in Sino-U.S. relations from the Trump-Xi summit.
All right, let's switch real quick over to Zelensky. In various news reports, people are saying he's done. It's over. He's lost, but he doesn't want to leave. What are you hearing? And I guess Putin now is saying to Europe, look, I don't want to fight you, but if you go to war with us, there will be no one left to negotiate with when I get done with you. That's pretty tough. But yet people say, wait a minute, he can't even beat Ukraine. How is he going to beat all of Europe? Of course, I guess my response to that, you're the expert. My response would be, well, I guess if you push the guy far enough, maybe he just has to start using some of the Satan 1, Satan 2, and a few of these other big time weapons. And then people that, think he's not as powerful as he potentially is won't be around to even talk about it. So tell me about all this.
Well, the truth is that Russia has had the capability to defeat Ukraine inside of a month for some time. As you might recall, they began the invasion of Ukraine numerically outnumbered. In a blitzkrieg attack offensive, just in a matter of days or at most a few weeks, they were able to conquer 27% of Ukraine's territory. And it wasn't until Putin decided to kind of lift the noose that was with Russian forces partially surrounding the Ukrainian capital city of Kyiv on both sides of the Dnipro River, with his unilateral military withdrawal that was ordered between March 26th and April 4th of 2022, in the anticipation of the signing of the Istanbul Agreement on April 9th, that Ukraine, came under some level of relief. And of course, foolish Western observers claim that it was Ukraine's massive military offensive. They didn't even have a counteroffensive in the north, but we were told that's what happened because it just didn't compute. It didn't compute that Putin, supposedly the new Hitler, would order a unilateral withdrawal from the most capital parts of Ukraine for no apparent reason. The reason that was given is that this was to underscore Russia's commitment to peace with Ukraine, and the fact that Russia at that time had no territorial requests or demands from Ukraine, and it committed to withdraw all Russian forces from Ukrainian territory as part of the Istanbul Agreement in exchange for Ukrainian neutrality and, of course, large-scale Ukrainian partial demilitarization. So the fact is that Russia currently outnumbers Ukrainian forces by 3.5 to 1, according to my calculations, currently in Ukraine. So all they would have to do is essentially transfer just a minimum of 200,000 troops to Belarus, invade Kyiv Oblast from Belarus once again. This time they would have more than enough forces to complete that encirclement because by my estimates, the Ukrainian army is now at about 195,000 active duty troops versus 700,000 Russian troops in Ukraine. And Russia is also building. Putin has ordered the kind of the constitution of 300,000 man reserve army facing NATO with T-90M tanks fresh off the production line. To counter what he views as an increasing threat from NATO, where the Italian general who leads the NATO military committee has stated that there might be a need for NATO preemptive attacks or strikes on Russia directly that would cause the outbreak of World War III. And as you noted, President Putin responded by saying, well, in the event, Russia doesn't want war with NATO, and they won't start the war, but in the event NATO starts a war against Russia, it's going to end very quickly, and there won't be anyone left to negotiate on the European side, implying that Russia might use those Satan missiles to nuke European capitals, so that basically those capitals cease to exist. So, the European NATO is essentially threatening national suicide with the war with Russia, which they would have no hope of winning, and that very possibly President Trump would wisely remain neutral in such a conflict.
So, gosh, all right. So what do you think is going to happen here? How do you think this one ends?
Well, I think that Russia, it's going to end inevitably with the defeat, Ukrainian military collapse, because Ukraine is reportedly losing about 15,000 troops a month those are their net casualties. So their actual KIA are about over 19,000. Then they have about another 15,000 or so that are deserting per month, and they're only getting about 25,000 in terms of new recruits that are being forcibly drafted off the streets. So at that rate, they will run out of troops completely by around September or October of next year. But of course, their military collapse would likely happen much sooner than that, probably in the spring or summer timeframe. So really, the terms that Russia are offering are far better than what they're going to be offering 6 months or even a year from now, when Ukrainian troops are withdrawing across the right bank of the Dnipro River in the face of a Russian offensive would likely succeed in occupying 45% of Ukrainian territory. So I think Zelensky's days are numbered. With this corruption scandal, 100 million is likely just the tip of the iceberg, according to a former CIA official. A whistleblower report has been filed that may implicate the Zelensky regime for stealing not just 100 billion of Western aid, but 45 billion in embezzled Western aid dollars. So clearly, Zelensky is running scared. He's acting from a position of weakness. His right-hand man, Andrei Yermak, has been forced to resign. Other of his top cabinet officials have fled the country. So, there's really no reason for the U.S. at this point to meet with Zelensky or Ukrainian officials at all, except to tell them what the terms of the agreed-upon terms of a U.S.-Russia peace agreement ending the war will be, and essentially give Zelensky an ultimatum that if he doesn't sign on the dotted line, then we're going to support his ouster.
Wow. There's the latest update, dpine.substack.com, dpine.substack.com. David, as always, we sure appreciate your analysis. What do you think was the biggest story of 2025? What do you think will be coming in 2026, if you had to guess?
Well, I think the biggest story that kind of carried over from 2024 is of course Trump's victory. Trump, returning to office, really the comeback kid, at 79 years old, returning to the White House with a promise to be a peace president. And, he's had partial success with that. He's done a masterful job in sort of ending the war in Gaza. Not quite, Israel still conducting some strikes, but overall, that's been a successful operation. But then he's had some, America last moments where he attacked Iran. He is looking to perhaps invade Venezuela. That's a whole other topic. And he's having some success with regards to China in terms of trying to pacify Xi Jinping. Although that may work in the other direction, it may just result in an earlier decision on the Taiwan question that Trump may have pre-agreed to. But on the Ukraine issue, I think there's much to be desired, and it's hard to see I think we're farther away from peace than we've ever been since Trump returned to the White House. So I think Trump's got a mixed record, but overall, I think there's reason for hope.
And the big story that you think will be 2026, any guess? will be the big story?
Well, I think the biggest story will be the fall of Ukraine. I think that's, there's no question that Ukraine will suffer a military collapse. Zelensky will likely flee the country. Russian troops will just take 5 oblasts. They might take 9. They could take a lot more than that. Of course, Ukraine has 24 oblasts. Ukraine may not survive as a sovereign independent state. They could lose Odessa. They could lose their entire Black Sea coastline. And Kyiv itself could be divided between eastern Kyiv and western Kyiv, much like West Berlin and East Berlin. And that's the grim future that Zelensky is giving Ukraine by his continued refusal to make any concessions on the road to peace with Moscow.
dpine.substack.com. As always, David, thanks for being with us here in 2025. I look forward to working with you in 2026.
Thanks, Brannon. Always a pleasure.
David Pine checking in here at just a little bit before 4 o'clock Central, 5 Eastern, our 2-day international live Worldview Conference and our Share-a-thon, end of the year Share-a-thon. Thank you for your support. So we keep pushing out news and information for free. So much of it, we just put it out there for free, brought to you in part by our foundation, worldviewfoundation.com. Don't forget other ways you can support us by going to worldviewtube.com/sponsors, worldviewtube.com/sponsors. Bella Grace, Numi, Gatatana, Worldview Talk, our satellite phones, the solar generators. You'll find them all there at worldviewtube.com/sponsors, worldviewtube.com/sponsors. We're going to go to Dan Eastman here in a minute, but first let's bring in Anni Cyrus. Anni joins us, one of our broadcast partners here on our network. Anni, what's the latest updates? Anything you've been following this afternoon that you want to bring the audience?
Yes, it's been fun. Behind the scene, I've been playing Mafia with you and your guest. Thumbs up, I like it. No, that's not correct. That's very good. I don't know, I'm not sure about it. But while doing all of that, it's not necessarily an update. I want to say this. Now Aaron has confirmed what I've heard. I'm really paying attention to waiting for one of the IRGC commanders to come out and say something. Because as we said earlier on your program, Iran is rattled. They're worried Bibi is invited back to White House, and they're worried Netanyahu might make a deal with Trump, meaning Bibi might stop going into Syria. In return, Trump might give Bibi a green light to attack Iran. But I'm waiting for IRGC commander to come out and say something. As soon as they do, I'll let you know. But if it's okay, since I was playing the whole thumbs up, thumbs down, I just want to say something, Brannon. And I'm not trying to be against all experts and all citizens and all concerned citizens. I just want to say it is time to call it what it is. If everybody's okay with it, we don't have a Somalian problem. We don't have an Afghan problem. We don't have an illegal problem. We don't have immigration problem. We have an Islam problem. And until we're willing to call it what it is, from top of the administration to the doorman at ICE, it's not going to resolve itself. We can ban all Afghans and we can ban all Somalians. Then after that, we can ban all Iranians. But as long as Islam, as you mentioned, as long as the ideology of Islam exists, the Salman Rushdie established, born and raised in America, to Lebanese families who were aligned with IRGC. So I just wanted to say, I was literally waiting to get a chance to say, let's call it what it is. There is no fixing the Islam issue of America unless we call it an Islam issue and then face the issue by proper protocols and steps to stop Islam. All of these bans, yes, that's great. But what do we do about those? Like, didn't we lift Syria from the ban list, Brannon? Like Trump 2.0 has 19 countries and 4 major names that caught my attention immediately in April is when it came out, May is when it was enforced. Iraq was removed from it. Why? When did Iraq become a trust and reliable nation? We still don't have the diplomacy with Iraq to do any confirmation and background check. Syria was lifted. Last week, you sent me the story of the Pakistani illegal arrested in Texas with guns and explosives in his car. He wasn't from Somalia and he wasn't from Afghanistan. He was from Pakistan. And he crossed the border. And then he got his case and then he disappeared and nobody could find him. Then he gets pulled over, turns into, oh, the guy's about to go do mass shooting and kill Kafirs. Oh, by the way, this is illegal too. Pakistani. So I know I'm repeating myself, but I just wanted to put this out there. We have an Islam problem, people. We have great people. Brigitte Gabriel, she's from Lebanon. Patriot fighting for America. Aynaz Cyrus from Iran, patriot fighting for America. Osama Dakdak from Egypt, patriot fighting for America. This is not about culture. And I heard two of your guests saying cultural. This is not a cultural issue. Afghan culture is beautiful. They are almost as old as Persian culture. Beautiful art, beautiful music, delicious food. We need to start phrasing things correctly. This is not an Afghan cultural issue or Somalian, as President Trump called them, Somalians are trash, Ilhan Omar is trash. Ilhan Omar is trash. Somalians aren't trash. It's Islam that has conquered. The Muslim mindset is the problem from wherever. Even the last guy who just converted yesterday in America from Minneapolis. I'm making a person up, by the way. So that's it. I just wanted to say, absolutely agree with 90% of everything everyone said for last hour and a half. But I think it's time for us to just call it what it is. We have an Islam problem, and we need to fix the Islam problem.
Well, I agree 100% with that. Stand by, Annie. We're going to go real quick, get a financial update from Dan Eastman. Dan has a show each and every day here at 11 a.m. Central, noon Eastern. I think I have the time right on that. 11 a.m. Central, Dan Eastman, the Eastman Report. He joins us because he's 11:30 Central. Thank you. Look at this. This outlet's reporting. Treasury just bought back $12.5 billion of their own debt. The largest Treasury buyback in history. $12.5 billion. Is this a accurate report? Let's find out from Dan Eastman. Dan, welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for being with us.
Hi, Brannon. Thank you for having me on. It's always a great pleasure to be on and visit with you. Thank you so much.
We appreciate all the great financial news and information you bring us each and every day at 11:30 Central. Wait a minute now. $12.5 billion. Did our government, is this a true report? Our government bought back $12.5 billion of their own debt, the largest Treasury buyback in history. Is that a true report?
Well, if it's stamped with the Treasury seal, I would assume it is. But the Treasury buys, and what the Treasury does is it issues trillions of dollars in bonds. If you look at our federal national debt, it's $38 trillion of money that was borrowed from other people, whether it's the Japanese, the Chinese, Americans, pension funds, Social Security, whatever. And they use that money to fill the budget deficit, the gap between what they tax the taxpayers and what they spend. Last year's deficit was $2 trillion. You add that all up since 1945, and we've got $38 trillion in debt. And with the one big beautiful bill, they've expanded the debt ceiling to about $42 trillion, which is capacity. So the Treasury is constantly issuing more and more debt to fund the operations of the federal government because the tax receipts don't keep up. And that's what the Treasury does, is it sells bonds, takes the money in. But there are times when it tweaks its portfolio, and if there are bond issues that are out there at a higher interest rate, the Treasury has the ability to buy them back and effectively take dollars, buy them back, and reissue at a lower interest rate. So some of those numbers you see could be very well a refinancing at a lower interest rate. And why that's important is because when you look at the amount of tax dollars, we have 165 million taxpayers in America that pay taxes, and they raise about $5 trillion in tax money every year. But they spend $7.5 trillion. There's a big deficit. And that $38 trillion in debt has a debt service of over $1.2 trillion right now, which is about 24% of our total tax take per year. So for every tax dollar you pay in, 24% of that is going to pay interest on money they've already borrowed and spent. And it's just the big stack keeps growing and growing. So what it tells me is because the interest on the accumulated debt is $1.2+ trillion, what the Treasury is trying to do is buy back bonds that are issued at a higher interest rate and issue at a lower interest rate, which could be the market lowering the rates subtly, or it could be lowering the term on the note, on the bond or note, so that you can get a lower interest rate. So I see them as, this is sort of like patching the hole in the bottom of the ship right now when the Treasury does that. And the fact that that number is the highest in history really shows that this is a very important problem for the federal Treasury to try and reduce that $1.2 trillion debt service to a more manageable level, because our tax base is not growing. You know, our population grew with all the people coming into the country, but they're not making any money and they're not paying any income tax to speak of. So what you have is a very stagnant middle class who pays most of the taxes. And the tax base isn't growing, the tax revenues aren't growing. But the problem is you're running this $2.5 trillion annual deficit. And what they're trying to do is squeeze the cost of the borrowed money down. Now, that's $1.2 trillion that's not going into bridges or ports or airports or anything. That money is going to pay interest on the debt. And Japan is our largest foreign holder at $1 trillion. China's at about $900 billion in debt. And the British come in next at about $5 billion, about $500 billion in debt. So the point is we're paying all that money out in interest to people who hold the bonds. And, you know, when you listen to the Keynesian economists, they say, well, it doesn't matter federal national debt because we take it out of one pocket and we put it in the other pocket. But that's not true, because every single bond issued by the federal Treasury is an asset on somebody's balance sheet, and they want that money back with interest. You buy a savings bond you go online, you buy a savings bond for your grandkid or something, that's an asset on your balance sheet. So it's not like funny money where you just pretend it doesn't matter. It matters a lot to the people who own those bonds. And that's why you see the Treasury, and that's a really spooky number at $12 billion, because what it's telling you is they're shuffling their out portfolio to lower the cost of money, because the cost of money is becoming roughly 25% of all the money they take in taxes. So effectively, if they don't do that, they're going to end up borrowing money to pay interest on the money they borrowed. And that's time when you know you're broke. That's how you know you're broke. Okay?
Well, I did just find this at the Economic Times. Record $12.5 billion debt buyback. Treasury pulls off the largest rescue move in U.S. history. U.S. Treasury debt buyback. The U.S. Treasury executed a record 12.5 debt buyback, injecting fresh cash into the banking system. This move is reminiscent of the 2019 market conditions, could temporarily boost assets like Bitcoin. However, the large scale suggests underlying banking system stress, potentially leading to increased caution and long-term inflation that concerns that favor Bitcoin. Well, they also can favor that's definitely beneficial for gold and silver owners.
Oh, it certainly has. But here's the bigger question, and this is what I talk about on the Eastman Financial Report, is how do you read these headlines? What do they mean? And what that's telling you, and the question you should ask is, who did they buy the $12 billion from? Did they go out into the market and just pull it out? Did they buy it from the Chinese? Did they buy it from the Japanese? No, they bought it from the banks. And what that story says is when they buy bonds from the banks, of course, they're putting Treasury dollars into the bank, not Federal Reserve dollars. Those are the new ones they print. These are existing reserves at the United States Treasury. They're buying and holding their own debt to pump money into the banks. And the reason they do that is because banks have a liquidity problem. When you go back to COVID and you think about, and this has been a regional bank story for quite a while, when you look at all the empty shopping malls and all the empty office buildings in town, all of those mortgages are local bank obligations. They're assets on the balance sheet of your local bank. They tend to not get syndicated. So what it tells you is because these banks have so many poorly performing loans, that their ratios are getting to the point where the federal Treasury has to step in and they have to buy and then put cash in. And the question is, why is cash any more or less liquid than federal treasuries? And what are they doing? What do you need cash versus a treasury? A treasury's liquid. The bank can pick up the phone call. Well, not anymore. You contact your broker, or you do it electronically, you sell and you buy. So the question I ask in that story is why? Why are they doing that? And of course, it doesn't tell you in the story. They just tell you the fact that it happened. But the bigger question is, what would prompt the Treasury to take $12 billion, they could build a bridge, to buy bonds from a bank instead? That's spooky. That's spooky.
Yeah, it is. Did you look at the cover of The Economist magazine from a few weeks ago, talking about the issues ahead for 2026, and they have the dollar crashing and the dollars are all falling off the chart? I mean, it sounds like The Economist magazine, which is the big globalist magazine, thinks that we're in for a dollar collapse next year.
Well, this is a serious problem because when I started the Eastman Financial Report in March of 2023, that was 2.5, almost 2.75 years ago, gold was trading at $1,805 an ounce. And when I went back to the reruns in the vault, by the way, if you want to see the reruns, subscribe to the vault. It's a great product.
Thank you.
But the point is, it was $1,805. And my question then was, could gold ever go to $2,000 an ounce? Could it ever happen? Well, today, when I was preparing for the show, it's $4,250 an ounce. It's more than doubled in less than 3 years. That suggests, and of course, the gold coins didn't get bigger. The gold blocks didn't get bigger. It's the same size ounce. It's you need more paper dollars or digital dollars to buy the same ounce of gold. You need more paper dollars to buy an automobile. The average price is $50,000 for a new car. You need 436,000 of these paper dollars to buy a new house. That's the median price of new houses. So when you start to look at commodity prices within the United States economy, what you're seeing is inflation that's way above the 3%. And of course, if you're on Social Security, you get the letter from the Social Security Department saying you get a 2.8% raise. That's the consumer price index. But we all know that the dollar is deteriorating. And when you look at, from a financial perspective, at the United States government with 330 million people and 165 million taxpayers, and we got 38 trillion, now maybe going to 42 trillion in debt, that's unsustainable. And the world knows it. So if you're some country somewhere and you've got a bunch of resources and you want to park your resources in safe international currency, well, it was, 100 years ago, it was the British pound was the gold standard. Well, then it was the US dollar. And now it's gold. You can see more and more people are migrating away from the dollar because there's this concern. How do you have a federal Congress that spends $2 trillion a year that they don't have and keeps borrowing? The debt's getting bigger and bigger. The debt service is taking up more and more tax dollars. And then look at that as a stable investment. And you can't. That's the reason when you say a dollar collapse, what that means is there's no global demand for dollars. Now, back in the 70s, we were cleverly pegging our dollar. We took it off the gold standard and we put it onto the oil standard. Those are the petrodollars. And of course, you knew you could trade dollars for petroleum and your country needed petroleum. It created a very stable dollar. But that isn't the case today. And with the mismanagement in Washington, this flagrant mismanagement of our national resources, people are waking up worldwide. And that's why you have BRICS and you got the Chinese making a big pile of gold and other countries. If you look at the demand for gold by central banks globally, it's exploding because people realize that the dollar's position as the global safe harbor is at risk because of the profligate spending by a Congress. And you look at this, with this kicking the can down the road. They shut the government down on September 30th, which was the last day of the fiscal year. And we had 43 days of foolishness. Then they passed something to kick the can to January 30th. So I'm kidding around with my viewers. I'm saying, you know what? We're going to have the same debate. Food stamps going to be cut off. The poor air traffic controllers. I mean, how do you run your family household budget when you don't know if your paycheck? This is broken in Washington. And because it's broken, that's why the dollar is weak. Because finance doesn't look at, your world military things. That's been happening since creation. But what the financial world looks at is the balance sheet and the numbers, and saying, you know what? The United States has more debt and more expenditure than its population can possibly afford. And you're seeing it in fixed assets like gold, silver, and real estate, collectible items. If you're into old collectible cars, man, the prices are through the roof because you'd rather invest in an old Corvette than put it in some bank somewhere. And, you're getting 2% interest when inflation's 12%. This is why we're seeing that.
to the issue of Kyle Busch. I saw Kyle Busch put out a post the other day. I'll play it. I want to see what you make of this. What is this all about? Explain this to our folks, because he and his wife decided to go public with this story. Here it is.
Here we are in New York City. Samantha and I are at one of the major news stations here in New York City. And as many of you may have seen, we have a press release out that we are in litigation with Pacific Life in regards to IUL policies and insurance policies that are also retirement policies for planning for our future. And unfortunately, ours did not go well.
Yeah, as you'll hear when this broadcast comes out, it was a major scam. We tried to do what we thought was best for our family, for Brexton and Lennox. We were trying to be financially responsible for them and plan for our future. And little did we know that by investing money in this scam, it's all gone. And so the reason we came out here today is, as you guys know, who followed us for a while, every time God puts a struggle in our path, we're going to try to use it for good. And so we're out here speaking out about what happened, because this just isn't happening to athletes and celebrities. Right. This is happening to teachers, police officers, veterans. This is happening to widows. These are people who are 70 years old. They have nothing else to fall back on. These are people who are, they've worked hard, they've made a small business, they are ready to retire, and they buy into these scams and they lose absolutely everything. And so, Kyle and I will use this platform to try to do all the good that we can. And so we're going to keep fighting Pacific Life, and we're going to show the world that this was a huge and utter scam.
That's right. So tune in for further updates as we come along further in the case.
Wait a minute. What was the company they said? Let me read that again. Let me hear that.
And I are one of
people who are 70 years old. They have nothing else to fall back on. These are people who are, they've worked hard, they've made a small business, they are ready to retire, and they buy into these scams and they lose absolutely everything. And so, Kyle and I will use this platform to try to do all the good that we can. And so we're going to keep fighting Pacific Life, and we're going to show the world that
Pacific Life, isn't that a big firm?
Well, it raises an interesting issue that's been a battle raging since probably 1933. In the United States, there are different financial products. Insurance is one product, and life insurance, the idea is you pool a bunch of money together, and somebody dies, then that pool pays the beneficiary. And that's a simple concept that comes out of the 1600s, the way merchants used to finance or insure their ships, Lloyd's of London and all that. And that's insurance. If you put money in a pool, and if somebody has misfortune or joins the Lord, somebody gets a check. That's insurance. And that's regulated by the states. There's no federal overlay for insurance regulation. They don't regulate car insurance, house insurance, health insurance, don't get me started on that, and life insurance. Securities, on the other hand, have been regulated in the United States since the 1930s. And the security is putting money into a joint opportunity where somebody else is doing the management. That's a security, and you have to register it, and you have to tell all the truth and the disclosures. So the securities are regulated very carefully for full disclosure of all material facts. The problem we have, and this is not a new problem, and my heart goes out to the Bushes, this is a real problem, is that the insurance companies want to sell securities, but they're exempt from the regulation because they're state regulated as insurance companies. They're not regulated by the state as securities offering entities or by the SEC in Washington. So what you have is a gap where insurance companies are becoming more and more creative in the ability to bring premium in. And it's not just bring premium in and pay it when somebody dies. They put it into all of these investments, very much like a mutual fund or a collective pool of money that's collectively managed. But there's risk involved. And what they're seeing is the downside risk, market risk in that particular product. And that's where they got their heads handed to them.
Well, AOL is reporting this. Kyle Busch's $8 million loss is a warning for those with life insurance. Could your tax-free retirement plan be a scam? Okay. Right. It says here that, quote, I never thought something like this could happen to us, end quote, Bush said in a press release. Quote, these policies were sold to us as part of a retirement plan, something safe and secure that would grow tax-free and protect our family long after racing, end quote. If you go out on social media you'll see various videos thrown at you from time to time where people are talking about how the rich do this. They buy these life insurance policies. And I never fully understood what it was about. I bought life insurance policy as cheaply as I could and paid on it for 20, probably 30 years, 25 years, with a well-known insurance company. But it wasn't an investment thing. It was just $100 a month in case something happened to me and $100 a month for Melissa. But others are saying, this is how wealthy people build wealth. Well, here's a wealthy guy. It didn't work out so well, but he thought he was buying into some kind of tax-free retirement plan with insurance.
Well, in the insurance industry are things called annuities. And the idea is you put a big chunk of money in and then they'll pay you a monthly stipend for the rest of your life. That's an annuity. And those have been controversial. There's good use for an annuity in estate planning, but it can't be all eggs in one basket. The same thing with all of these creative insurance policies. The problem is the people selling those are not licensed as stockbrokers or securities agents. They're licensed as insurance agents. And when they oversell the security or the safety or the benefits, they cross into a zone that puts them squarely in the purview of a security. And if they haven't followed all the SEC rules and the state regulatory rules, that's a regulatory problem, and it creates some civil liability for them as well. So what's important here, and one of the sad things that in America, if you're good at what you do, you can make a lot of money, millions of dollars, but you're good at what you do. And I'm sure Kyle Busch, I follow NASCAR from time to time. He's a legend, man. This guy's great. But I'm not sure I would call him for investment advice, and I don't think he would offer any. So the point is, people with a lot of money are trusting licensed professionals that are licensed by your state to give them the right advice. And it's alleged here that this obviously didn't turn out the way he had hoped.
Well, the way he'd hoped, according to an article over at apnews.com, Bush said he was told that if he paid $1 million for 5 years, he'd be able to take out $800,000 a year once he turned 52. Yeah. He was instead told his money was going to the insurance company's account instead of being invested into a market, so his investment never went up as the market rose. That was a lie, Bush said on the eve of the NASCAR seasonal final. I looked at what it was like. This sounds too good to be true, but you've got to believe in those that are looking at it for you and trusting the people with Pacific Life email addresses that are sending you the documents. That was his quote. Pacific Life issued a statement saying it does not comment on specifics of individuals, matters to maintain the privacy and trust of its clients. So wait a minute. Did he actually lose the $5 million? Or is he saying...
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Pacific Life, and I'm not familiar with this product, and I haven't read his case. This is the first I've heard of it today. Well, other than what I've seen in the news. But I guess the caveat is, if you're going to invest money, and if you have a lot of money, your advisors need to be trusted. And I think, if it's too good to be true, as he said, then it probably is too good to be true. And it takes a lot of carefulness. And you see that in celebrities all the time, where their money people, for some reason, are able to extract a lot of their money and leave some of them broke. It's tragic, but that's a regulatory problem. And the bigger problem is, if you're buying life insurance, you put money into a pool and somebody dies, you get a check, or somebody gets a check. That's life insurance. But when they try to blend it into an investment opportunity or an investment vehicle, you've crossed into securities land, and you're going to be in, if these allegations are true, I don't know, but you're in a different world. And that's why when you buy this stuff, you have to be very careful about what it is you're buying. And there's people have been selling fraudulent securities for, since before Wall Street was regulated. It's a constant problem. That's why we have a perpetual SEC, and every state's got a blue sky office or a securities office. But keep in mind, that insurance product was approved by whatever state he lives in. There's an insurance department, and they approve that contract. You can't sell contracts that aren't approved by the state. And that brings it back to my bigger issue is we depend on our states to protect us. So if you look at Minnesota with that, $1 billion missing and all of this alleged, scamming of the system, you ask, how did the state let that happen? you could ask the same question here. How did the state let these types of products be sold without sufficient warning? And, maybe there was the right warning and they just didn't notice it or read it. You got to read the fine print. So it's a problem. When you think about what you're investing, the more complicated the instrument, the more risk. Period.
Yeah.
That's why if you go to your savings alone, you put your money in, you get a toaster, you get 5%, you're good. You don't have to worry. It's insured. But when you look for 8% and you're out in the market, there's all sorts of snake oil out there. And unfortunately, this is just a good warning. And I think what they're doing is correct, is bringing this issue to the market, to the public.
Something tells me, though, that he'll probably get this back in his legal challenge. That'd be my guess.
Well, it's a contract matter. I mean, if the disclosure was proper and he didn't read the fine print, well, the judge, contract law is very four corners, as we call it. It's four corners of the document. And what the document says is that's what the document says. The courts don't look with sympathy upon people who made a bad bargain in contract law. So, I have no idea what this case is about, but my gut tells me you have to be very careful and don't put your food in one basket. You never do that.
We're going to follow this case and bring you back because this is obviously very interesting. Going to be an interesting 2026. Closing comment from you when it comes to tariffs and taxes. President Trump was out again this week saying we may be able to get rid of federal income tax altogether. But I'm thinking the math doesn't seem to math on this with what we need to bring in, $4 or $5 trillion a year. And then
no, we need to cut $4 or $5 trillion a year and bring the power back to the states. When you look at what DOGE discovered with all of the hundreds of billions of dollars in fraudulent spending and money to NGOs that are doing things that Congress never approved. And even this thing in Minnesota, I got $1 billion scammed out of the Medicaid system. Those federal dollars should all go away. Our federal government, if you read the Constitution, I think there's 18 enumerated powers. You run the post office, you run the military, you issue patents and trademarks so that you can bring creative people in. There's a limited list of things the federal government was designed to do. But after the 1930s and after World War II, the federal government has become an empire. And the 50 states are very much the same as the colonies of the British Empire. And when you think about it, as Washington isn't even part of a state, it's a small little city that controls 50 states of wealth and resources. And they're taxing the people to the point where you raise $5 trillion and you spend $7.5 trillion and you put the $2.5 trillion in debt on their backs. We would be better off as British colonies because we didn't have this problem as a British colony. And that's what we need to do. It's not raising taxes or taking taxes away from the income. And I'd love to see the income tax go away. I mean, when they started this in 1913, the same year as the Federal Reserve, it was people making $1 million or more. That was a lot of money in 1913. Well, that didn't affect anybody. Well, if you've ever tried to fill out your tax forms, it's like it has changed dramatically because there's always creep. So if you can eliminate income taxes and shift it to tariffs, and I've been saying this on my show, President Trump's a brilliant idea, creating a global sales tax. You want to sell in the U.S., we get 10%. You want to sell in Germany, you get 10%. If you had a global sales tax, it's sort of coming out of the same genes, but it's not an income tax. And if you think about it, what slavery was in the United States was people were able to capture the entire economic value of other people's lives. That's the sin of slavery. You steal from them the hours of their life. Well, they're doing the same thing. When they take 35% of your income and ship it off to Washington, and then they have to borrow 40% more, 20% more, they're stealing 35% of your life. It's the same concept. So we need to really cut down federal spending. Washington does not need to be the global empire. Washington needs to serve 50 states. Run the post office, try that. Run the military, they do a brilliant job. And limit it to the few things that they were, the enumerated powers, and put the power back in the hands of the state. Because I'm going to tell you one thing, in Minnesota, the people of Minnesota watched that $1 billion go flying out the door. And Walz is going to pay for that politically. That's a lot of money. And people up here in Wisconsin and Minnesota, $1 billion buys you a lot of cheeseheads, man, in this part of the country. That's going to hurt them politically. And that's what we need. It's a soft revolution. Bring that power back to the state. If we're going to tax our people, we're going to spend it here. And maybe the states should remit money to Washington based on the population. Let the states collect the money from its citizens and send it off to Washington. Then the state politicians are going to feel the heat. But if we don't change the federal model, that all of these naysaying doomsayers are right, the dollar will fall off. Gold will be $10,000. It's getting expensive, and we've got to reel in the federal government. And you know, the last time we had to reel in a federal government, it was 1776. It's a process. Now, you think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, ask yourself the question. You know, the British tax was 12%. We're at 35%. You know, if you could vote, let's go back. Call Charlie. Tell him we're coming back, man. You know.
And by the way, I don't know how you're going to bring in enough from tariffs, though, to cover the operational expense unless you cut the government back to the bone.
You have to. You have to. There is no reason. It's the same thing with the airline industry. This is a brilliant thing. After World War II, the airline industry is created, but it costs a lot of money. Planes are expensive, fuel's expensive, you have labor. So what do? You shift your cost of air traffic control to the federal government, because there's all these ex-military guys from World War II that were, getting planes landing without killing everybody. They shifted the entire cost of control to the federal treasury. Then terrorism comes along in the 70s. Well, they shift the cost of security to the federal government. Think about it. Airlines sell tickets to anybody who buys one. The worst terrorist in the world, they go online, they buy a ticket, you got a ticket. Then it's cat and mouse. So instead of the airline trying to figure out who the bad guys are, they shift the cost to the federal government. Billions of dollars to catch the bad guys. So we're all standing there taking our shoes off and everything. This is the problem. It is so easy to dump costs on the federal government. And if you're in a position to do that, that's where you get filthy rich. And that's what these NGOs were all about. And it's a very good thing that Doge and President Trump are cutting that stuff back. Because, man, if you were in the federal gravy train, you got the $20 million mansion on Long Island. If you're not, you're trying to figure out how to make your pickup truck payment this month. That's the problem. We've got to bring this federal government under control, and good luck, because when you go to Washington, it's an army of lobbyists and 435 locals from back home who have no idea how Washington works, except for a few, Pelosi and those people. They got it all figured out. This is a real problem. And until we fix that problem, this is unsustainable. And there are more and more academics and more economists saying the same thing, that once you hit the vortex with respect to more and more debt sucking up more and more current tax dollars for debt service on debt that's 20 years old, it's not sustainable. And they just keep borrowing more and more and more and more until the economy collapses. And that's why gold's $4,200. Like I said, coins didn't get any bigger. Just the dollars aren't worth as much.
Yep. And I don't see them stopping the quantitative easing, the printing of money, whatever you want to call it. They have no choice but to print the money that they
See, what the Federal Reserve does is it keeps the 10-year bond, the 20-year bond, the 30-year bond in a narrow lane. And the way it does it is through market principles. This is the Federal Open Market Desk in the Fed in New York City. Their job is to trade bonds all day. And what they do is they buy and they sell, to keep the 10-year, the 20, the 30-year within like the bowling alley bumpers. Okay, you got to keep the bonds in an interest rate, and the bond interest is reacting market worldwide. So the Fed's job is to keep it in those narrow bands. That's what they do. At some point, they're printing up so much money to buy, sell, that it's ever expanding. That's why if you look at the Fed's balance sheet online, after COVID and after 2007-8, you're looking at $7 or $8 trillion on the Fed's balance sheet that they can't get rid of. If they dumped all those bonds into the market and sucked all those dollars back and canceled them, well, the economy would go into a massive tailspin and interest rates would go through the roof. So it's unfortunately the Fed's job is to absorb Congress's profligate spending until it doesn't work. And keep in mind, that was invented in 1913. That mechanism of monetary policy is legitimate to the Fed. They buy and sell in the open market and keep the bonds at a nice little tight range, and that's how the interest rates are set. At some point, those tools from 1913 don't work anymore. It's too big. And that's what we're seeing. And that's why when you look at the Fed meetings and, the tiff between President Trump and Jerome Powell, the Fed is theoretically independent, but there's only so much you can do with a printing press. And as Congress, again, we are in a budget situation. They're projecting another $2.5 trillion in deficit spending. Every one of those dollars has to be printed up. You put it out into the bond market, and the interest rates, demand is higher and higher interest rates. The Fed is bringing them back down. And they do that by pumping money into the system. Well, there you go. That's the inflation. It has to stop. We need a balanced budget. And then let's say a magic thing happens. You get a balanced budget. Okay. We got to deal with the 38, soon to be 39 trillion in debt. How do you pay that off? You can't. Keep in mind, the reason we own Alaska, this is crazy, but the reason we own Alaska is because the czars spent themselves broke and they sold us Alaska to pay off the debt in Europe. Well, maybe they buy it back. Maybe the Chinese buy California. What do you do when you can't make your obligations? You sell California to the Chinese. It sounds kooky, but that's within the realm of possibility if you don't get the debt under control. And they're talking about debt. It's 127% of our GDP right now. Those are crazy numbers. When you talk about national debt is higher than an annual GDP of the largest economy in the world, that's not good. Now, in Japan, it's 225%, but Japan's not the largest economy in the world. We have got to find fiscal discipline, and with the current crew of people in Washington, there's no connection between spending and where the money comes from. And it's not the taxpayers. The taxpayers know what they're doing. You fill out your form, you send in the money. But, when you go to the grocery store, gas station, buy a new car, buy a new house, buy gold, buy silver, buy land, buy whatever, you're paying it in a deterioration in the quality of our lives. And you see that all over America. It's getting shabby out there.
Dan Eastman, each and every day, 11:30 Central, right here at Worldview 2. He is a professor of economics. He's an attorney, and he's obviously a very smart guy, and we're glad he's on our network. You can find him every day, 11:30 Central, right here at Worldview 2, Monday through Friday. Professor Eastman, as always, thank you.
Thank you so much, and don't forget, sign up for the vault.
You're very kind. You're very kind. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Folks, we're going to be joined by Anni Cyrus here in just 1 minute. But as again, we're not only doing an online Worldview conference and bringing on major experts on all the issues, law, science, economics, history, family, social issues, education, religion, national security, borders, but we're also combining this with our end of the year share-a-thon. So if you'd like to make a contribution, we'd love to have you do that here today, tomorrow, and give us a big boost as we go into the very last days of this year, 2025. To set up our budgets for the foundation for 2026. One of our biggest sponsors is our foundation that helps us push out Christian Worldview programming for free, where we could put it all behind a paywall. In fact, some of the conservative networks, that's what they do. Their players behind a paywall, their archive is behind a paywall, not us. Our players, where everybody can watch it. And then within a few hours, we put the programs up online for you to watch, at least for 7 days, for free. So again, how do we do that? Well, we're listener supported. And one way is through our foundation. It includes our church service brought to you by our foundation on Sunday nights, worldviewfoundation.com. Please consider going right now to worldviewfoundation.com, making a contribution of any amount, or you can call if you prefer to give over the phone, 901-468-9357, 901-468-9357. Let's see. I want to thank Cherie. Cherie has given $26 online. She's from Wyoming. Let's see who else we have here. We got Keith. Keith with $130 from Newport, United Kingdom. He's overseas. Wow. Thank you for that. We also have Barbara. Barbara's given $104. She is from Ohio, Blytheville, Ohio. And Sandy with $20 from Jackson, Wisconsin. I want to thank her for that. Jeffrey and Darlene, $200 from Iron River, Michigan. Paul from Saco, Montana. Let's see, Greg and Robin from Heartland, Wisconsin. We also have Dennis and Holly, $70 from Port Salarino, Florida. What is this one here? Felipe, West Virginia. Donna and Fred, $300. Thank you. Larry from Waukesha. Well, we know where that's at. Waukesha Expo Center. Larry from Waukesha, $1,000. Thank you, Larry. let's see, R and J, that's their initials, from Coriscana, Texas. Coriscana, Texas. $100. $200 from Sharon and Charles from Heidelberg, Pennsylvania. Melbourne, Florida, Wayne and Patricia. $500, Wayne and Patricia from Melbourne, Florida. So thank you guys for that. We appreciate that. Let me bring in Anni Cyrus here. And then at, let's say, 5 o'clock Central, about 20 minutes from now, we're going to be joined by Dr. Rob Lindstedt, who's just literally last night got back into the country. He's going to join us. Trevor Loudon at 5:30. Dr. Peter McCullough at 6 p.m. Central. Tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, True Social. Let all your family and friends know we're live here on the air with our International Worldview Conference with a lot of great guests coming up. I just listed some of them. Lindstedt, Trevor, and McCullough. Joining me now is one of our broadcast partners, Anni Cyrus. Anni, you think you could hold down the fort for 19 minutes?
Yes, sir. I can do it for 90 hours.
I knew you could. I knew you could.
Yes, I do have some updates for your audience and my audience, so I'm going to go ahead and take over. Good. And it's a big shoes to fill, but I'm going to do my best. Okay, guys, before I die, I have some good news. Well, some good and some bad, but the good news is really huge good news, so I'll get there. But let me do my share, especially to my audience on my platforms. A lot of you have messaged me, and by the way, for next 20 minutes, I'm going to open the comment sections on my platform. So if you have a question, a request, anything, pop them up. I'll check them and I get back to you. But a lot of you have messaged me and saying how happy you are or how you cannot wait Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays for me to start my show. A lot of you have wrote saying that how much you enjoy me joining Brannon on Brannon Howse Live. And I'm very happy that you're there, and I'm very glad that we're helping. But I want you to, just a quick refreshing your memory. I want you to know that if it's not for Worldview Tube platform, the website, the Vault, X account, Rumble account, YouTube account, the events, either online events or in-person events, I can do what I do, but I get constantly shut down everywhere. I don't have a platform. I don't have a network. I don't have a TV. I don't have a wonderful, amazing, smart, young group of people in a control room to do the show. So I'm getting all of that for free. I do my best to contribute to the network through my knowledge, my research, but I'm asking you to contribute on your behalf, and again, Brannon already said, your contributions are tax deductible. So chip in. You can either go to let me read so I don't mess it up, worldviewfoundation.com, or you can pick up the phone, which I would, because I feel safer talking to a person that I trust rather than going online. 901-468-9357. We're going to be here tomorrow as well, but make your contributions tonight. And then when this is over and the rerun starts, grab the link, send it to your family members, to your neighbors, to your church members. Say, guys, this is what they're doing. And I can say by far, if not the only one of the handful of networks that will bring you, just look at today, not putting me in the list, you have heard from 7 different people from 2 different countries, America and Israel, probably 6 different states, on 6 different topics. Let's be fair. Where do you find that? Nowhere, especially for free. So yeah, send it to your friends, to your families, say this is what they did, they're coming back tomorrow, and encourage them to make a donation as well. Now, let's start with not really a bad news, but somewhat of a bad news. And I'm sorry, I don't have Brannon's access, so I can't put up the things I say. But I did just come across a press release by CARE, Council for American Islamic Relations. This is on their main website. So the headquarters put out the press release, and it was put out at 10:06 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. Somali community leaders, joined by CARE Minnesota and aligned organizations, plan to hold a press conference today, Thursday, December 4th, at 3 p.m. At Minneapolis City Hall, I'm guessing 3 p.m. would be Central Time. I think Minneapolis is Central Time. To announce a series of initiatives aimed at supporting and strengthening the Somali American community amid recent attacks and escalating misinformation. The announcement will include, hold on, this is where it gets, when I say CARE is a standing by to fish for themselves, listen, a call for establishing Somali Heritage Month beginning in Minnesota and advancing toward a national designation. Okay, let me break this down real quick. I haven't found the actual press release video yet. It was less than 2 hours ago, but I'll make sure I have it by either before we wrap up tonight or definitely for tomorrow morning. Okay, first of all, Somali American community, the target right now are not toward Somalian American citizens. So you want to talk misinformation? Hold on, who's in charge of this? Jailani Hussein. Mr. Jailani Hussein, the executive director of CARE Minnesota. You want to talk misinformation? That line right there is misinformation. Nobody's going after Somali Americans, at least not yet, unless they belong on the group of the fraud, the visa frauds and the money medical fraud, which is, it's not targeted because they're Somalians. They're actually targeted because they're American citizens who have committed an American crime. The other part, the ICE, the immigration issue you're addressing in this press release, they're not Somali Americans. They're Somalis. They haven't become Americans yet. So that's one problem. Secondly, what does calling for establishing a Somali Heritage Month in America have anything to do with your countering misinformation? In Farsi, we have this saying of prove your brotherhood, then claim your heritage. No, inheritance, sorry. Prove your brotherhood, then claim your inheritance. Prove the benefit Somalians have brought into this country. Show me a handful of Somalian Americans who have somewhat contributed in any corner, any front of American life. Then we can talk about establishing a month for some. Number two, new and expanded community safety, wellness, and support efforts for Somali families, youth, and local businesses. Coordinated actions from civic, faith, and community partners to counter harmful rhetoric and affirm the dignity and contribution of Somali Minnesotans. Here's a question, CARE of Minnesota. Will you also coordinate actions from civic, faith, and community partners to counter harmful videos of Somali men in Minnesota all over social media saying, we, the non-Somalian, non-Muslim, should be raped? Are you going to put some sort of action for us too, or is this just for Somalians? And what harmful rhetoric? I agree. I just said saying all Somalians are garbage, not a good choice of words. Yes, I understand. I agree that Ilhan is, but okay, Trump said that. But that's not even harmful. You could say insulting. And by the way, this is America. The First Amendment allows me to be insulting and allows you to be insulted. So no crime there either. Moving on, additional plans to additional plans and collaborative initiatives that will be discussed and further developed in the coming days. Anyways, I thought you should all know CARE is at it because that's what CARE does. They wait for an opportunity to jump in and do what? Lawsuits, backlash, poor Muslims, now apparently poor Somalians. They're so poor, but it's so wrong with them that they deserve a month in our calendar. Yeah, good luck with that. Now let's go to good news because I'm excited and I only have like 6 minutes. Good news. On November 20th, which is like 14 days ago, Representative Keith Self of Texas Republican, introduced a bill. Bill number is HR, that's R like Richard, H like Henry, so H like Henry, R like Richard, 6230. Also known as Tehran Incitement to Violence Act. Why is this amazing? I'll tell you in a minute. By the way, on December 2nd, 2 days ago, he got 2 co-sponsors on this bill. One of them is Representative Windman, Democrat, and one is Representative Lawler, Republican. Lawler from New York, District 7 of New York. The Democrat representative from District 7 of Virginia. This is great. The reason I'm excited is you got a Democrat and a Republican as your co-sponsor. There are good chances. Now, why is this a great step? So this bill, in simplified versions of pages after pages, this is a bill that, if it passes and becomes a law, will allow American government, or more like DOJ, because that's where it's going to mainly be, or FBI, it will allow them to indict and convict individuals who are using Islamic fatwas to promote act of violence. Example, by the way, if you read the bill itself, it was triggered by the recent, after the 12 days war, most of you remember because I reported it on my show and then Brannon's show. Iran, 2 Friday prayer imams, religious leaders in Iran, put a fatwa on President Trump and Netanyahu. Then they put up a website fundraising the money for the bounty. That's what triggered. When you read the bill, this is how it was triggered. This is how Representative Self says, oh, okay. So, example that. Anyone who issues such fatwa from Tehran, now this is only towards Iran, but the great news is if we establish that, then we can expand that into other Islamic countries and other Islamic leaders. But the main part, the main amazing part about it is this is the first time in any country, specifically narrowing it down, in America, that there's a bill introduced that is going to separate this freedom of religion. Religious practice will be separated when it becomes harmful, something I've been arguing for years. You want to say part of Sharia is doing a prayer for 5 days 5 times a day? That's not harmful. Yeah, but at the same time, part of Sharia is to sell your daughter at age whatever, right? This bill is going to start that separation that I've been looking for and praying for so long. I am grateful to Representative Keith Self. I hope I'm not butchering everybody's name. Also to Democrat Representative Windman of Virginia District 7 and Representative Lawler, Republican New York District 17, for even having the backbone to say what they said. The wording of this bill, I'm not going to read all of it, but it's basically naming names. Like literally it says right here on findings, the section 2 findings of the text of the bill says, Abdulmajid Kharagani, a hardline cleric and Quranic studies expert, reportedly revealed an online fundraising campaign to the assassination of U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Kharagani claimed that this could be achieved in Europe with $10 to $20 million. That is very accurate. I reported it. I translated this cleric's words that 10, 20 million, somebody in Europe will do it. But pay attention to the language of this. Not one, we're naming names. And the list, by the way, goes on. I think they have, let me see, 18 names dropped. Like literally 18 names are ready as soon as this bill becomes a law. These 19 names are going to be immediately indicted, convicted, and punishments are as followed. Blocking property of certain person with respect to conventional arms activities of Iran, imposing sanctions to respect to Iran, prohibiting from entering to the country. See, these are the things. If we can have that, we can eliminate a lot of them coming. Remember the Iranian imam in Florida who preached 2 days before the gay club shooter when I started killing people. And in that preach, he literally sat there and said, out of mercy, go kill gays. The guy was in that sermon that night, right? Anyways, I don't know if you're as excited as I am, but I'm very excited because the language uses Quranic experts. We're using the word Quran in a bill now. We're naming names. We're saying clerics and religious leaders. This could very well, now, am I getting my hopes all the way up there? No, but I am getting my prayers all the way up there. Because this is the moment that one person, later two added to this person, have finally to come to see the darkness of this religion. So when you open that little bit of light, Lord will help you because you have come to see the difference. And as I said, this might be just targeting Iran. But when one bill passes, the rest becomes a lot easier. The moment we can prove there are separations of religious aspect in Sharia, even Quran as mentioned, versus non-religious parts, we have a higher chance of fighting the Islamization, the jihad, giving exception to certain visas, having to let these imams come in, yada, yada, yada. And from this, we could actually also bring it back home to where imams inside America could face punishment and consequences if they, because that's the thing, you start with a fatwa, judgment bounty on President Trump's head, and then you break it down, we know there is more. We know there are fatwas on individuals, right? And then there's more act of violence when there's a, fatwa by an imam in a mosque in, I don't know, Michigan saying, female genital mutilation is okay. So it's like a downhill thing. We just need to achieve one. So I'm very excited. Again, thank you, Representative Keith Self. And I hope he gains more momentum. I really encourage more representatives to co-sponsor this because we need this. This is amazing. Though I'm mostly, sitting here saying nobody's going to do anything about it. Looks like one person somehow, I don't even know how he came to think of it. No, I know how he came to, how did he think that this is not going to destroy him, especially because his rerunning again in 26 midterm. So let's pray he doesn't lose his seat over this, because as you know, CARE is going to go after him. Epic City is going to go after. Everybody in Islamic side is going to try to go after him. And let's not mention, he is in Texas, where the majority of operators of Iran itself are located. But I'm just grateful. I'm very grateful. And I couldn't wait to share this amazing. Go check it out, guys. Let me pull it back up. It is bill number HR 6230. Again, 6230, introduced by Representative Keith Self, Republican, Texas. Go read it, first of all, because I think you might understand my excitement when you read the language of the bill. It's amazing. And the presented list of 18 proven names involved with fatwas that were used to harm people, from officials to non-officials. So read it, and then if you're in Texas, of course, support Representative Self. In Virginia, District 7, in New York, District 17, if these are your districts, support them because they're getting involved. And then I would strongly suggest, comes Monday, pick up the phone, call your representative and say, sir or ma'am, I want you to co-sponsor HR 6230. I will pick up the phone immediately. I'm like, actually, I'm surprised his name isn't there yet. I'll call him. Jim Jordan is mine. I'm going to call Jim Jordan's office. I'm like, Sarah, I need you to co-sponsor HR 6230. Let's do that. Let's get our representatives to back it up, co-sponsor it, speed things up. And until we get to Monday, though, remember, I haven't done much today, but Worldview Tube has been live covering many different topics that matters to all of our lives since 9:30 a.m. Central Time, 10:30 Eastern. And aside the purpose closing of the year, we want to make sure everybody understand what we went through and what we could expect coming 2026, but it is to raise possibly majority of the budget for Worldview Tube to continue putting programmings out. I don't want to super promote my own show, but I have a beef here, guys. So don't let me down. Worldviewfoundation.com. That's worldviewfoundation.com, or call 901-468-9357. That is 901-468-9357. Or, as Brannon says, if you want to write a check because you feel more comfortable, when you go to worldviewfoundation.com, there's an address there and who to write it to, where to send it, and it is greatly appreciated. And I know you all will reach really, really deep in your pockets and send as much contribution as you can. Do I still have time? I don't know. Do I need to stop talking now? Because I have few more things I want to cover. Okay, good. Yay, I have more time, guys. Okay, there is something else I want to cover quickly, or kind of. Okay, earlier today, Brannon was talking to Aaron Lavarco during his Worldview Radio, and he brought up the whole, how Germany, with Israel's help, they are getting their Arrow system up because they're worried about Russian missiles coming toward Germany. And Brannon, kind of serious but jokingly, said Israel should take it back until Germany stops all the anti-Semitism that's going on, the Islamic narrative. On that note, I'm going to top it with a few more things. Report just came out that, Eurovision this year, 25, they boycotted Israel, meaning Israel wasn't allowed to attend Eurovision. They announced today that, 2026, Israel is back in. And the moment that news came out, 4 European countries, not Middle Eastern, 4 European countries immediately confirmed that they are withdrawing from Eurovision 2026 because Israel is showing up. Ireland, I have the names here, so I have to look that way. So we have Ireland, Spain. Really? So Spain has reached the level of anti-Semitism, not through Islamic migration, but through their own corrupt government, to boycott Eurovision. Now, I should say Spain has been one of the main players. Spain's always there. I think from day one, Spain has been involved with Eurovision. But anyway, so Spain, Ireland, and Netherlands have officially announced, meaning they have sent in their withdrawal letters to Eurovision. Why am I bringing this up? Because when we sit here and we say anti-Semitism is skyrocketing, not just in America, in New York and in Michigan, but across Europe, this is what it is. Earlier we touched on it and then we moved on, but aside the fact that some of us felt like we should write a letter to FIFA and request the honorary qualification for Israel's soccer team, aside the fact that they were fighting a war, their team couldn't go play for qualification. Well, they played some of the games, but how do you function? Anyways, the second reason was I personally so badly wanted Israel to be part of World Cup just because of this, just because of how an entire country boycotts a traditional annual event because representatives from Israel are showing up. And yes, selfishly, maybe wrong of me, but I so badly wanted Israel to be one of the teams that's going to play in World Cup. Because I promise you, there would be a lot of other countries that would boycott World Cup and not show up. And that would have been delightful for me to prove how sad we've witnessed it in America. We've seen NFL and college football and NBA getting so deeply involved with politics. Remember the kneeling and all that charade? But when it goes into a global scale, we have passed the point of politics, disagreement, one side of aisle, other side. We have passed the point of all of that. We're at a point where at a global scale, countries are against Israel with no reason. Like if you would pick up the phone right now, I don't know where to find the number, but you would call Spain person in charge of declining and withdrawing from Eurovision, say, so here's a question. What is your problem against Israel being part of Eurovision? The answer would be, we do not want to enable genocide. You were like, okay, which genocide are you talking about? Gaza genocide. Oh, you mean the retaliation after the bloody attack on October 7th? And immediately they would hang up. Like that's how short the conversations are now, right? Now, I will take this into politics for a second. Spain, I'm going to talk about Netherlands, Spain, and Ireland here because I have the names proven, signed that they're withdrawing solely for existence of or for approval of Israel to attend Eurovision 2026. Here's what I'm going to say. You want to stop genocide? No, you don't, because you're part of genocide, right? What is it that you will benefit? Let's talk about benefits, right? Politics as benefits. And nowadays, politics affect everything from Hollywood and Bollywood to NFL and World Cup and everything that's in between. So what is the benefit of you boycotting Israel or you standing by Israel? Let's do a comparison side by side. If you support Israel, now this is where we come back to, is Europe past the point of return? If you support Israel, if you tell the truth and say there is no genocide, if you tell them that what Israel is retaliation, what you did on October 7th is unforgivable, here's what you're going to face in Paris or Netherlands or Ireland or Germany or the rest of them. You're going to have bunch of Muslim immigrants all over your tiny little streets, burning it down. But if you boycott Israel, if you lie about Israel, if you don't stand by Israel, you think all of those Muslims around your tiny streets are going to be happy and never hurt you. Now, again, out of this list, when I saw Spain, my jaw dropped. You've been through this. Historically, dear Spain, it took you a decade or more to de-Islamize your country. What are you doing? Specifically, Spain has been through this. So, the illusion that if we please them, they'll keep us alive. They won't kick us out of our land. They're not going to hate us. The illusion is what we're watching today. Again, it was for me. I'm sure today, just today was enough for you to know how much I dig into World Cup. Even before I was involved with any of this, I pretty much grew up with soccer. That's the only thing we have over there. But it was I was looking forward to know that Israel is coming. I couldn't wait to see reactions. I couldn't wait to see how many of these countries are going to say we're not attending World Cup. I couldn't wait to see if somehow tomorrow's draw on the Group A or Group B will end up with Iran soccer team having to face Israel soccer team. Because these are the events that proves the depth of anti-Semitism and the depth of the illusion a lot of people from top of the governments to just average people, the illusion of if you don't provoke them, they leave you alone. If you don't push them, they leave you alone. They're here to coexist if we let them be. If we didn't call out Somalians, they would coexist. All of that. I love it when that illusion is boom, bubble burst. And events like Eurovision shows it. Events like World Cup would have shown it. I couldn't wait to see what is Canada going to do. Not give visa to Israeli team? What about Mexico? Would they say they can't come in? One of the things I complained was, why are we? I said it earlier, about 60 or 62 of the games are taking place in America. So how are we going to handle this ban? We just put Iran was already on the 19 countries list of travel ban from earlier this year. Now, the new thing is, after what happened in DC, is that all process, if any kind of visa, immigration, everything is on hold until further notice from the 19 countries. Okay. Iran's soccer team, their entire coaches and assistant coach and all representatives and federation members have to come to America for the World Cup. How are we going to handle that? The same way we handled the Pezeshkian travel, the president of Iran travel recently. You can't buy anything from Costco. Oh no, because that's how we handled it. Now we're so tough and we put this absolute hold on any visas issued. What are we going to do? We're going to tell FIFA that we are not allowing Iran's team to come into America and play? Of course not. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. The money World Cup is bringing is going to hugely help our economy next year, by the way. Huge help. There should be celebrations in California, considering how many of the games are in Los Angeles and San Francisco. They're going to make a lot of money. So we're not going to upset FIFA. We're not going to tell them we're excluding few of your teams. These are the moments that I say solutions are very simple. But as long as we're operating based on illusions, solutions become absolutely far-fetched. So I'm glad these, and I promise you, by end of next week, probably 5 more, 6 more European countries are going to withdraw from Eurovision. Their plan is withdraw enough of them that Eurovision is forced to kick Israel out and tell the rest of them, come join us. But this is how you can operate by watching, say, so this is how this world is being ran, and this is where Brannon Howse, Anni, Cyrus, Yusama Dakdok, Hediye Sharon, these people aren't making things up, and they're not fear-mongering reporters. They were right when they said this anti-Semitism is going to continue to where countries are going to turn against Israel. There you have it.
Well, and the Bible says all the nations of the world will turn against Israel. All the nations. I hate to say it, at some point, I don't know when, probably after the Trump administration, I hope it's not during, but at some point, and we'll get Rob Lindsted's take on this here now, but at some point, all the nations of the world means all. That means America at some point is going to turn on Israel.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and that's what I was trying to ask Aaron or Itamar this morning, that do you think if Israel stands and say we're not going into next phase of the peace, is U.S. going to stand up to Israel, or is U.S. going to understand and say, you're right, let's adjust the peace plan?
Wow. Annie, thank you for holding down the fort for a few minutes.
My pleasure.
Let me, Annie, Cyrus, live up to freedom.substack.com, live up to freedom.substack.com. Let me bring in Dr. Rob Lindstedt, who just has returned from out of country. By the way, Logan, if you wouldn't mind also putting up our mailing address up there a little bit as well for those who are asking, because some are wanting to know. The mailing address for sending checks is at worldviewfoundation.com, but some are wanting it up on the screen occasionally. That would be great. Let me bring in Dr. Rob Lindstedt. Dr. Lindstedt, we've been live and broadcasting since 9:30 Central Time this morning. We're doing our international 2-day worldview conference and then combining it with our end of the year giving for our foundation. So thank you for joining us for this special broadcast.
Great to be with you.
And you've just returned.
Just got back late last night and had
Where were
plenty to
you?
do at school. We went to Burma, to our sister school there. We brought in stuff for their academic programs, microscopes, chemistry lab equipment, books, textbooks, and library books, and other items. So, yeah, it was a great trip. Had 8 students with me, other adults as well, and exposed them to the program that's going on there. It's just incredible to see people coming to Christ, and to see the opposition that they're living under. They live in a very military government where they actually you get a couple hours of power a day. You get internet maybe a couple hours a day, but it's just really an unbearable situation. But by God's grace, the school continues to grow. Matter of fact, it's almost as big as our school. If we had more space, I think it would double. That's how people are responding to Christianity and to education. They read English perfectly, taking the same curriculum that we do at our academy, and they're outstanding students. But right now, they're blocked from even coming here to graduate. We usually let them come the last 2 years to graduate at Sunrise. That way they can attend U.S. colleges and go back and really make a difference, especially medically. Some of these kids are so bright, and but by restricting that, it means that they've got to almost do whatever vocation their father does, or whatever vocation the government tells them to do. And so it's a double-edged sword in terms of benefit. The other thing that I love is that the kids memorize entire sections of Scripture. They go to a home that's 2 or 3 generations. Often grandparents are there, parents are there, and they're quoting these verses. They're singing. If you'd hear them sing the Hallelujah chorus, it's just staggering. And so it's a great way for us to bring the gospel to these people and to help them in terms of their economic situation and their political situation. So it's really it's one of my fascinating things in life, is to be able to help in some of these international schools that we're involved with.
Well, it's wonderful to hear those testimonies. Wow. Well, thank you for that ministry work you're doing. I know you've done this all over the world, the various projects you've done. The school is just another one of them there in Burma. That's excellent. You sent me an article from the Wall Street Journal. I want to show it. Here it is. Make money, not war. Trump's real plan for peace in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Respond to this, will you please?
Well, I'm concerned because it appears to me that the main thing that we have is our political base is making money. I watched as the Saudi Arabia prince pledged to invest $1 trillion. That's a lot of money, but he wants something for it. And so after traveling, I see how pronounced AI is in the world. Wow. These countries I'm going to, I'm talking about Bangladesh and Thailand. I'm talking about Korea. They're so saturated with AI that you don't know what's true and what's not. If you would see the news over there, and by the time you sort out AI, it's dominating it's shaping the mind thinking of the entire world. So here we sit, and we have a president, and I think he's done an incredible job in so many ways. I don't want to just throw him under the bus, but it seems like the richer you are, the better reception you get. And so all of a sudden, we were friends with Israel. Israel thought we were a hero. Why? Because we stood up to the world and said, no, what happened on October 7th was wrong. We're going to stand with you. And I just talked about this. Where's our backbone? Where is the truth backbone of this country? Where's the spiritual backbone of this country? And so we have some little midget leaders like Macron, and he's never liked Israel. He's always been against Israel. And now others are joining. And so we have, now we're watching, I'm watching my own country say, okay, let's go back to a 2-state solution. Biblically, it's wrong. It's absolutely against what the Bible says. And I want to side with the Bible. I want to side with God. And so this is not just a matter of politics. Yes, it's involved in politics, but it's not a matter of politics. It has to do with the Bible. It has to do with the truth of God's word. And if a person reads the Bible, studies the Bible, they would have to say that God chose the land of Israel. Joel chapter 3, verse 2, you mentioned a minute ago, says, I will gather all the nations against Israel. Why? Well, they're going to come down to Armageddon. And as I see the rally, it just makes me think that these things are in motion. But he says, they come to part my land. And so here we are with a two-state solution. Here's a real simple question. We've tried a two-state solution. Did it work? The answer is no. It didn't work. And so if it didn't work in the past, how is it going to work in the future? What are we changing? The only thing we're changing is we're saying, okay, if you don't do this, Israel, then we're going to abandon you. That's the only thing that's changing. We haven't changed the economic conditions for the people of Gaza. We haven't changed the political situation at all. What we've done is we come in like a bully and said, okay, look, we're your friend. Stop firing. Israel was within a week or two of completely eliminating Hamas. Everyone knows that. Every single person knows that that's how close it was. But instead of allowing the job to be done, we gave them a reprieve. Now they're rebuilding. It's unbelievable that the Pope would say the only way to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is a two-state solution. That's not a biblical answer. That's a prejudiced answer. And so I guess I'm just so tired. Here's the UN, and they're trying to pull their power to say a two-state solution is the only way to go. Here's now Eurovision. Anni did a great job of saying, you know what? If we had a backbone in this country, here's what we'd say. If you don't welcome Israel to the games, then we're pulling out, and you're not going to use our facilities. Everyone wants to come to America for the World Cup. Everybody does. The whole world does. Don't kid yourself. They want to play here. So tell them, fine, you don't let Israel in, then why would you let Russia in? Isn't Russia violating more civil rights than Israel? Because Russia is not just defending itself, they're aggressively going after the Ukrainians. You could name a half a dozen countries that are more aggressive against their people than Israel is in terms of Gaza. Israel was attacked by terrorists. They have every right to stand up. And so if they say, okay, boycott them, France has been a chicken all along. It's France. Their leader is a shadow boxer. He's not a leader. He's a follower. He's a leech. And so now we have the Netherlands. We have Ireland. Are we talking about countries that really matter? You know what? Tell them, okay, fine. You don't welcome Israel, then we don't welcome you. If you want to play in the World Cup in America, then you allow Israel to participate. If you don't want them, then you don't want us. I'll tell you what, it would solve that monkey business with the World Cup in about a week. But we don't have the guts to do that. Why? Because you see, some people are not willing to stand with the Bible. The Bible is clear that if we take away Israel's land, if we divide that land, then we'll be judged by God. And the truth is, God has blessed us. He'll continue to bless us as long as we obey his word. I just finished on the plane reading 6 books of the Bible that probably a lot of people don't enjoy reading, but I love them. 1st and 2nd Samuel, 1st and 2nd Kings, 1st and 2nd Chronicles. And I watched the kings because it says this king did right in the sight of God. And I see how God blessed. This king left the law of God. And God destroyed them, brought them into captivity, sometimes to Babylon, sometimes to the Assyrians. Look, God has not changed his principles. We need leadership that's not afraid to say, we're not trying to run a popularity contest. We're trying to do what's right. And what is right is that Israel was attacked. They have every right to fire back against that. And they're willing to do it. And we've been a good friend to Israel. But all of a sudden, I see the pressure being put on Israel to accept a two-state solution. It's not going to work. The people of Israel, you watch, there's some very influential people in Israel who will not settle for that because they know a two-state solution is no solution at all. It will put us right back to where we've been, and we'll have terrorists crossing, doing all kinds of destruction, not just in Israel, but other places as well. So to me, this is one of the great, huge things that is taking place right now. And I'm afraid that it's being swept under the radar because we keep talking about, okay, Saudi Arabia is going to invest $1 trillion. Well, what are they going to get in return? Here's what they want in return, a two-state solution. Saudi Arabia is not giving us $1 trillion because they like America. Saudi Arabia is doing it because they think they can buy America. And all over the world, I think we're selling ourselves short because the dollar is what we're going for instead of for the truth, for what our country stands for. So that's one of my big concerns. I think that's one of the top stories that's kind of being swept under the rug as all the other things go in and out.
What about this one here? Two-state solution, the only way, says the Pope. So the Pope is for a terrorist state, quote, Palestinian state, which is a fake people, as you and I both know. Just to remind the audience, there is no Palestine. Their name came from the Emperor of Rome, who said, let's call it Philistine or Philistine, after the Philistines, the Philistines, like Goliath. That was the arch enemy of the Jews. Let's call it that. Philistine, which again, if you go over there, you'll hear people pronouncing it in a way that's kind of a combination of Palestine and the Philistines for Philistine. With their accent, that's more closely how they pronounce it. Then Yasser Arafat comes along and says, yeah, we're the Palestinians. Their DNA isn't from there. They're not from there. This is a fictional people. And they were given the chance. What was it, 2005? All the Jews left Gaza, pulled out, left them. And what'd they do with it? They spent billions on building terror tunnels and amassing weapons so they could carry out October 7th and all the other attacks they've done against Israel. They had their chance to be a state. They blew it. They should have no others chance. But Pope Leo, I guess, he's for a terrorist state.
Unbelievable that they would find someone who's supposed to know the Bible, because for him to say it's the only way, what's gone on for the last few years is a two-state solution. Has it worked? Are the Palestinian people happy with it? No. Is Israel happy? No. Is the world happy? It's a total failure. It's hard to believe that we would fail so bad at something and say, okay, let's go back and do it again. How can we expect something different? And so we've gone through the ceasefire. It's amazing. 20 points, 21 points, 23, it changes every day. But so how are we doing on the 23 points? Well, not too good. We still don't have all the bodies back. We're within one or two. Some of them weren't even actually part of the massacre. But the world says, okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're about to accomplish that. Now the next one is to disarm Hamas. It's not going to happen. We've allowed them to reload, and anyone who thinks that they are disarming is foolish. They talked about making it so that there was not, at first there was not going to be any part of Hamas in the government. You cannot make a government there that won't have Hamas a part of it. Every time people go in, they're shocked because they're finding, here's another harbor of weapons. Here's another place where goods are stored. Here's the support that's going supposedly for the Palestinian people. It's being robbed and sold by Hamas. Hamas is still in control of that area. A two-state solution will not work in the past, and it's not going to work in the future because the corruption is so deep, the hatred that's there. Look, these people even hate the Palestinians. I mean the Gaza people, the Hamas people, they're willing to kill the Palestinians and the Gaza citizens. That's how evil Hamas is. So the Palestinians, as you mentioned, are not a nation. Now, here's the United Nations trying to make a two-state solution for a people that don't exist, for a nation that doesn't exist. So let's invent another nation. I mean, if you stand back and look at it, you can see that someone's pushing this agenda, but it's never going to result in something that's going to bring peace to the world and not even relief to the people that they're talking about. I've been to Israel a number of times. I have good friends that are both Arabs and Jews. We sit at dinner, we talk, we may not agree on many things, but you know what? There's a lot of fine Arab people. But when it comes to terrorists, you don't have dinner with them, you don't do business with them, and you don't make deals with them. And I'm afraid that we've been sold as a country. We've been sold for $1 trillion because why did Saudi Arabia offer $1 trillion for a deal? It wasn't because they need money. They don't need us to make money. They have oil. They can make money. They can probably do everything we're going to do with AI investment. Why did they do it? They're going to get something for their investment. And what they're going to get for their investment is they set out to have a two-state solution, and they're going to buy it. They're going to buy it from America. And as a result of that, America is going to collapse. You know, that's on one end of it. And let me show you the other end, how foolish this thing is. In Chicago, I don't know if I sent you this article or not, but in Chicago, they're talking about this universal guaranteed income. Now, what a crazy deal is this? Because they say that if we can have a universal guaranteed income, to me, that sounds like Marxism. I don't know about you.
It is, yep.
And so Chicago says, well, here's what happened. We want to do this because people, they felt lower stress. Is that a reason to bring in Marxism? It says that it helped their mental health. It was money that they could possibly use for an emergency. You know what I say? Go get a job. Just go get a job. So on one side, we're welcoming $1 trillion from a country that doesn't agree with us on the very principle in the Middle East. And within our own country, here we are saying, okay, let's guarantee everybody a wage. This is so heartbreaking. They even said, I think one of the things was, well, AI is going to replace a lot of people's jobs. So if we guarantee them, that way they're not going to be afraid of AI. No, go get a job. You know, find a job. If AI takes your job, find another job. I mean, it's possible. I see places that want people to work, but people don't, they'd rather have a guaranteed income. I don't want a guaranteed income. And someone said, well, how's that different than Social Security? Now they're looking at my age and they think, okay, here's a guy on Social Security, guaranteed income. No, on Social Security, you've paid in. You're getting back what you've already paid in. That's very different than a guaranteed income. We're talking about guaranteeing an income for people out of high school, out of college, because they don't want to go get a job. And so we're going to guarantee them an income. I hope to goodness that Chicago rejects it. I hope as a country we say, no, we're not going to do that. You see, I think we're allowing money to manipulate what used to be principles of America. Principles of America, let's do what God wants. Let's do what God's word said. God says the land belongs to Israel. Brannon, I want to go back and pick up another thing on the two-state solution. As you know, when I traveled to the Middle East, I frequent not only Israel, but Jordan, Egypt. I've been to Israel a good number of times, about half that number to Jordan and to Egypt. I love going there. I love seeing the pyramids. I love seeing Petra. Jerash in Jordan is one of my favorite sites in all the world, Mount Nebo. And so I enjoy those countries. But the thing that just is amazing to me how much country there is in both Jordan and Egypt. And so let's say that people were really concerned about the people in Gaza, the citizens of Gaza. Do you know how much land there is in Jordan that's on Egypt? Egypt has, I think 90% of the population of Egypt is in Cairo and Alexandria, and 10% is in the rest. They could easily put you travel for an hour or two, and you don't see anybody there. You could put all of the Gazan people in either of those countries, and there's other countries. Matter of fact, why doesn't Saudi Arabia make a place for them? Now, if they want to have a two-state solution and put them in Saudi Arabia, that would be great. But isn't it interesting that Egypt will fight for them against Israel, but will not allow them to have any part, any ownership in what we call Egypt? That says there's something wrong. They don't really want the people. They just want to do something against Israel.
Oh, that's a great point. Let me ask you about this before we let you go and go to Trevor Loudon. And that is, I was looking at this one here. People are betting on Polymarket that there's almost 100% chance Israel strikes Iran in 2026.
Yeah.
There you go. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. Here's what I know. I know that there's still some backbone left in Israel. Some of the people in Israel have paid dearly for their freedom. And there's a backbone of people there that I wouldn't be surprised if they do have to strike again. Now, will the United States be a partner with them? I'm not sure. I hope so, but I'm not sure. Will they strike again? It's so hard to say because I really don't know what was really destroyed and what wasn't destroyed. I know this, that Iran holds Israel responsible for making the United States an enemy. That sounds funny, but that's how they look at it. Iran actually is foolish enough to believe that if Israel didn't coerce America, America would be friends with Iran. I got news for them. That's not true. I think the majority of Americans would say, no, we reject your form of government. We even reject your form of religion. And we reject your takeover attitude. So Israel, though, is in a different situation. Israel does action. And so it's highly possible that Israel, see, I think that Israel stands on a situation and in a peculiar place in the world where at any moment they're a target of Lebanon, they're a target of Syria, Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Qatar. Any one of those countries could provoke Israel to where they would have to strike. And so I don't know that I can say who they're going to fight. I wouldn't be surprised if the Lord doesn't come before 2026. I'm kind of hoping that he comes this year. This would be a nice year for the Lord to come.
Yes, it would be. Yes, it would be. We're so glad to have you on our team, Dr. Rob Lindstedt. His broadcast airs every day right here at, what is it, guys? 11 a.m. Central? 11 a.m. Central, they tell me. I did have it right. 11 a.m. Central each and every day right here. He's just back into the country, just returned from Burma, and we're glad he's with us and on our team. Dr. Lindstedt can be found at BibleTipNow.org. Bible, TIP, stands for Truth and Prophecy. BibleTipNow.org. Dr. Lindstedt, thanks for your report tonight and for your partnership.
Thanks so much. Enjoy being with you. God bless you.
You too, Dr. Rob. Dr. Rob Lindstedt. Dr. Rob and I have been working together about over 30 years now. Over 30 years. Can you believe that? There you go. All right. Thank you for all your support. Before we go to Trevor Loudon, make that phone ring. Call in. You can use a credit card, 901-468-9357, 901-468-9357 to make a contribution to our foundation. We'll send you a receipt with our EIN number before the end of January 2026. Or you can just go right online. Make a contribution now at worldviewfoundation.com. Worldviewfoundation.com. Again, worldviewfoundation.com. Let's go to Trevor Loudon. Trevor, we've been going at it since 9:30 this morning for our 2-day International Online Worldview Conference and our end of the year giving campaign. Glad to have you here with us at 5:40 Central. We got Dr. Peter McCullough coming up in about 20 minutes. Thanks for being with us.
Oh, look, always a pleasure, Brannon, and congratulations for the event, and I hope it's very successful.
Thank you. It has been so far, but people need to keep giving so we can meet our budgets for the first quarter of 2026. But thank you for that. All right. What is Trevor Loudon covering? I don't know. Think about that while I ask my first question. We've talked a lot about the military. We have the seditious six, as they're being called. We have now Senator Mark Warner. Was that his name? Senator Mark Warner.
Virginia, yeah.
Yeah, talking about how, well, it may take the uniformed military to save us from Donald Trump. And then, of course, we see what seems to be an all-out assault to get rid of Pete Hegseth. I'm reading that there are some Obama-Biden people behind that. The reports are accurate. They really don't want Pete. I thought personally they could probably find a better candidate, but when, once they picked him, and I'm like, president's entitled to have who he wants. And so, I've been wanting to support him since he got in there because that's who the president wanted. And I'm certainly not interested in seeing him taken out of the job by the deep state, the Marxists, the globalists, the military industrial complex. But boy, they're going all out to get rid of Pete Hegseth. Tell me how this we started out today at 9:30 this morning, our first interview with Daniel Greenfield. And we talked about moving from a cold civil war, as he was predicting and said we were in several years ago, to he says, now we're right on the line of a hot civil war. And I asked him about this attacking of our military, the way these folks have been doing, trying to undermine the president, the commander in chief, confuse the troops. The attack now on Pete Hegseth. Is all of this part of a color revolution, Trevor?
Well, look, it's all part of a revolution. I hesitate a little bit on the word color revolution because that's been associated with the deep state and, the CIA and that sort of thing. This is Russia, China, and Iran. This is where this is coming from. So this is not so much internal. These people dance to China's tune. They dance to our enemy's tune. So yes, this is a foreign directed attempt at insurrection and revolution in America to destroy the chains of command, cut confidence in the leading figures, destabilize radicalize and revolutionize. That's what they're trying to do.
And is it going to work? I mean, what do you see coming?
That depends on how resolute President Trump is. I personally think that the reason he's getting aggressive with Venezuela right now is because that is a hotbed of Russian, Chinese, Iranian activity, Hezbollah, all that sort of thing. That's one of the nerve centers of the American Revolution. And if he can take them down, that's going to make it a lot easier to deal with the insurrectionists on our soil. That's a command center for these people.
Why doesn't he tell us that? Marco Rubio came out and basically said this yesterday or the day before. Why are we not hearing this kind of straight talk from President Trump from the Oval Office Resolute Desk as we are from you?
Well, I don't know. He's got Tulsi Gabbard as his Director of National Intelligence, who is the most unreliable Director of National Intelligence I could possibly imagine. So is he getting the right info? Is this being done? Now, Trump's going after Venezuela, but who's really guiding that policy? I think it's a good policy. So I don't know, why doesn't Trump come out and tell the American people why he's doing these things? Does he fear a lot of blowback from the media? Does he think his words will be misrepresented? Will he really lay out to the American people what's going on? Because we need to know. I think maybe he hesitates partly because he's a little bit misinformed by people below him, and partly because he's scared of the media blowback and how the Democrats will play it. You know, he's trying to stand up for America here, and that's why they're trying to take down Pete Hegseth and destroy the chain of command and undermine confidence in the military, because they know that if Trump's successful, can keep a straight course, he can set back the communist revolution for 50 years. But if he's not, we're into a communist revolution in the next 2 years.
Let's talk about Great Britain, the UK, the Labour Party, the Fabian Socialists. The Labour Party, as you know, was birthed by the Fabian Socialists, who are the globalists, who want a long march through the institutions, socialism by evolution, not revolution, over time. And they're just destroying the UK, the Great Britain particularly. And now we see that Keir Starmer's come out and canceling all kinds of elections and trials by jury. Listen to this report from GB News. Listen to this. Respond to this, please.
So Labour is postponing a load of next year's mayoral elections until 2028. 4 new combined authorities, Essex, Hampshire and the Solent, Sussex and Brighton and Norfolk and Suffolk, will have their polls pushed back by 2 years. 2 years. Gosh, what, Jamie, your immediate reaction to this then?
My immediate reaction is, I think it's unbelievable. Yesterday, Reform UK announced their Essex mayoral candidate, and the following day they're going to cancel them, or so they're suggesting. But look, whatever you try and do, you cannot stop the British people from wanting change. They want change. They want Labour gone. They will never trust the Conservative Party again. And keep cancelling your elections. This is people's democratic rights. These are not optional elections. People have the right to vote. And the government should remember that, as should the local Conservative parties that are begging for elections to be cancelled. People died for this country so we would have freedoms and the democracy that we enjoy today. It is a fundamental right, not an option. And this government needs to wake up to that. People's rights are not optional, they are fundamental.
I just wonder, look, we're going to get more detail on this. Yet again, as often happens with breaking news, I find out about this at the same time as you do, and we read the first bits of detail on this. I'll get some more information for you when we do the papers in the next section and also in the next hour. But I can't help but wonder if we were living under a Nigel Farage government and the elections were being postponed at this rate, it's not the only set of elections that have been postponed under Labour, how long would it be before the accusations from the Labour Party benches of us living in a dictatorship would come flooding out? I don't think it would be that long, would it? But anyway, Jay.
Now, the reason I bring this up is because these are some of the same globalists, power elite from the UK that are here in America. They're helping to influence our policies. They want to shove America right up underneath them. They want, I think, make us a Eurocentric world government. And I was playing a clip the other night from, I'm sure you remember it, a 1982 interview. Norman Dodd, he was the chief investigator for the Reece Committee. And he was asked by G. Edward Griffin, who I've interviewed, several times, what is their goal? What are the goals of these foundations that were influencing, according to the Reece Committee, influencing and funding education in the 40s, the 30s and 40s, to teach collectivism, not individual rights, but collectivism, socialism to America's kids? The foundations were supposedly funding this in the 40s even. He said, what's their objective? What's their goal? And he said, some of them is to see the United States rolled into the Soviet Union. Others, he said, they want to see a return of the British Empire. They don't like what happened with the establishment of the British colonies, America. They want to put us back up under them. Well, to me, that fits with what my eschatology Bible prophecy described in the book of Daniel as a revived Roman Empire, a Eurocentric world government. So when I see what's going on over in the UK and the attack on religious liberties and freedom and free speech, I pay attention because A, I think Europe is ahead of us, but B, I think a lot of what's happening in the world is being driven out of London, which is a major financial center. And I think this is the center for a lot of the globalist policies that they're trying to drag and suck America into. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, the Royal Institute for International Affairs, was influential in setting up the Council on Foreign Relations in this country. So there always has been that that strand there, that Alfred Milner, going back into the 19th century, Cecil Rhodes and all those people, and they tie in with the Fabian socialists. Every British Labour Prime Minister ever has been a Fabian socialist. And one of the main plans for Britain is to take away power from Parliament and give it to the local authorities, but unelected local authorities, amalgamate all these local authorities and turn them into new Soviets. So to basically eliminate the power of the British Parliament and put the power into these local authorities with appointed officials. And I think one of the reasons they're delaying elections is that the Reform Party might win them and scuttle their plans. So they might be, being hoist with their own petard here. But yeah, look, we are, we got competing factions out there. There are the straight out globalists who think they're going to have this big world government, and they worked for a long time with the Soviet Union. And now you've got this block of Russia and China who are have infiltrated that group a lot. So we got a lot of enemies out there, and they all hate the American Republic, the constitutional republic that our founding fathers gave us. Some of them are royalists, some of them are communists, some of them are globalists, some of them are Satanists. But every single one of them hates America, the American constitutional republic. The royalists hate it. They destroyed the divine right of kings. The communists hate it. The Islamists hate it. It is the greatest form of government ever to have been on the face of this earth. This is a blessed nation because our founding fathers, guided by God, gave us the best possible political system in human history. And that's what we got to preserve because it's got enemies all over the world right now.
Enemies all over the world. Okay, so let's talk about the midterms. What do you think that the Republicans need to do if they're to win the midterms?
Well, I think President Trump's got to be a lot more disciplined. I don't want to hear any more remarks about not enough qualified Americans to do jobs. I want to hear him being a lot tougher on China. I want to hear him kick Qatar out of the country. I want to hear him exposing the people, the deep state that he was elected to expose. I think a lot of people are disappointed in that, and he's released the Epstein files now, but there's a lot of redactions in there, I believe. No, he's got to. It's all down to President Trump. He has got to get back on message. He's got to do what he promised to do and not get diverted from that. Just do it. I'm very supportive of many of the things he's doing, but he just wanders off message far too much.
Is that because of his personality, or do you think it's because they keep a level of confusion around him at nearly 80 years old to keep him like that? In other words, I'm concerned about some of his advisors. Have some of his advisors been put there to make sure he isn't successful?
Yeah, look, I think it's a combination of both. He's an impulsive guy. He likes to, react to things. And we could tolerate that and be amused by that in certain circumstances. But we're getting too close to disaster to indulge in that kind of thing. But I think there are people around him, and I would point to J.D. Vance as one of them. I would point to several of the Yavinites around Trump who are trying to push him in a sort of push our allies away, trying to sabotage his agenda. Yeah, I think there are people around him who have to go. Tulsi Gabbard being one. I think he's got to get rid of certain people from the State Department. He's got to get Tucker Carlson totally out of his orbit, and just get back on message. There's a civil war going on inside of the administration between the Marco Rubio people, who are much more sane and rational when it comes to foreign policy, and the Yavanites, who tend to be much more pro-Putin, pro-Russia, anti-Israel, and this kind of thing. So he's got to stick with the conservatives, stick with the patriots, and get back on message.
So what do you think was the big story, before we go to Dr. Peter McCullough, what do you think was the big story of 2025? What do you think will be the big story in 2026?
Well, 2026 is going to be insurrection on our soil. It's going to be world instability. It's going to be probably a Russian invasion of Europe. It's going to be, it's going to be insurrection on in American soil.
What does that look like?
The elections.
What does that look like?
Well, Islamic terrorism, Black Lives Matter on steroids, Chinese nationals doing bad stuff on our soil, airport attacks, or maybe biological attacks. I think there's going to be a whole raft of things. Is that happen.
What is the goal with an election year? What is the goal of our enemies leading up to the November election midterms?
Well, they want to just create maximum stability and make people just so desperate for stability that they'll vote for some kind of semi-sane Democrat, which is an oxymoron, really. They want to destroy Trump. They want to destroy his agenda, because their agenda has been the only thing that has threatened them in the last 10 years. So, and Trump's a bit of his own worst enemy. He doesn't stay on message enough. He gets people around him who are not very trustworthy. And he's gone off message from what he got elected on. A lot of people who elected him are getting disappointed now. And we can't allow that. This is just too important to make sure we get through this period. We can't allow the next 2 years of impeachment, then a Democrat president, then legalizing the remaining 30 million illegals here, and just having a socialist America then forever and a day after that.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on what we're seeing unfold in Minnesota? $1 billion fraud with the Somalis up there. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we all know this has been going on for some time. The left imported put those Somalis there to flip that district and flip that area and turn it into a revolutionary hotbed and a bed of corruption, etc. I'm glad that Trump's going after it. He needs to go after it hardcore and clean it out. There needs to be lots of indictments, lots of prosecutions.
In fact, I think people will be shocked that something I know, but most people don't know up in Minnesota they have what's called the DFL up there. And a lot of people don't know about that.
The Communist Party, by the way.
The Democrat Farm Labor Party, the DFL. Tell our audience about the DFL in Minnesota.
Well, the DFL was originally the Farmer Labor Party was set up in the 30s by the Communist Party. It was a Communist Party creation, and it spawned a whole lot of very famous Minnesota politicians who were secret communists. Some of them ran for very high office. And then it amalgamated in the 40s with the Democratic Party. But that communist element has been there ever since. It's never gone. That's why you have the Keith Ellisons and the Peggy Flanagans and the Tim Walses and the Paul Wellstones. These all came out of the Marxist movement. Virtually all of your leaders at statewide level in Minnesota have Marxist backgrounds. And it started with the Red Finns in the early 1900s, but the DFL has always been a communist infiltrated section of the Democratic Party, effectively.
Mm-hmm. Is there any other? I used to live up there. Is there any? Is there any other state that has a DFL, or is Minnesota the only one?
No. Well, I think there was something similar in South Dakota or North Dakota, I think, but not to the extent, like Minnesota, northern Minnesota was communist central. They had all these red Finns, communist Finns that immigrated there in the early 1900s and turned the whole Iron Range into a communist enclave. That's where we got Gus Hall, the Communist Party leader from. Then we got the Farmer Labor Party, and that's led to Keith Ellison and Tim Waltz and all of these people we see now, Peggy Flanagan. I could list them all. The senators and the congressmen, they are red as red can be, and not in the good way.
Well, I brought that up because I wanted people to realize that what's happening in Minnesota is multi decades, and a lot of people don't know about the DFL. And what they're doing in Minnesota, they want to do in all the other 49 states.
Yeah, Minnesota is a bellwether. Where they started there, it was the revolutionary center in the Midwest, and they've wrecked that state. They've completely wrecked that state, and the Somali immigration into that state has made it way worse. And that was a deliberate policy. Like I went to
Wilmer, Minnesota?
Wilmer, 15,000 people. And they're right in the middle of the cornfields. Michelle Bachmann's old district, right? And there's 5,000 Somali refugees in a town of 15,000. You go down the main street and you just get hostile glare after hostile glare because you're a white person and you're not supposed to be in there. And so this is endemic. It's not just in the Twin Cities. This has spread to several regions of Minnesota, and this is part of the revolutionary process. Americans need to understand that the enemies of America have been trying to bring down this republic for 200 years now, 250 years. But in the last 100, specifically since the Bolshevik Revolution, they have targeted heavily Minnesota, Oregon, California, and New York and Illinois, and I would also say Massachusetts for the revolution. But Minnesota is the Marxist capital of the Midwest. There's no doubt about that.
No doubt about it. TrevorLoudon.com is his website. TrevorLoudon.com. TrevorLoudon.com. Trevor, as always, thank you for your analysis.
Well, good. Thank you, and congratulations on your event, and I hope it continues to be successful.
Thank you, Trevor. Appreciate it. Trevor Loudon checking in. You can check out his site, TrevorLoudon.com. All right, joining me now is Dr. Peter McCullough. He hasn't been on with us in a while. We have Nick Holscher on all the time. We had him on early this morning when we started out. But it's great to have back Dr. Peter McCullough himself of the McCullough Foundation. What's that? Hey, they're telling me 1 second. Oh, I thought someone told me in my ear he was ready. They can't let him in he's in the waiting room. We have to wait for one interview to get over to get the other guy in. All right, I got it. Just let me know in my little ear when you're ready. In the meantime, after my interview with Dr. Peter McCullough, we are going to go to, do we have the concert available, Logan? We're going to have most of the concert, not all of it. Huh? Well, why don't we do the one we just got finished doing from 2024? We're going to bring you the concert from 2024 that Logan, I know we still have to do 2025, which he's working on in there. But we'll bring you our concert that I did in 2024. We just post-edited that the other day. We're going to bring you that concert when I'm done with Dr. Peter McCullough tonight. And then we have the news at 7, the Worldview Report, and then I'll be back at 7:30 for Brannon Howse Live. And my guest is Dr. Erwin Lutzer. Tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, Truth Social. Dr. Erwin Lutzer, author of numerous books, including one of my most important historical books in my library, Hitler's Cross, on how the German Christians gave up and surrendered to Hitler and even dissolved their denominations and united under the Reich bishop handpicked by Adolf Hitler. Only a few stood up against Hitler from the church leadership. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Martin Niemöller. Other than that, that was the confessing church. Most all the rest of them just fell like a cheap shirt. So we're going to have on Erwin Lutzer talk about why we must not be silenced, why we cannot be silenced. That's tonight, 7:30, Brannon Howse Live. Dr. Erwin Lutzer, former senior pastor of the very historic Moody Church in downtown Chicago. All right, joining me now is Dr. Peter McCullough. We had the director of the McCullough Foundation, Nick Holscher, on earlier today, but now we have the man on himself, Dr. Peter McCullough. Doc, welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Great to have you on board. All right. We have not talked to you in a while because you were busy and we got really, very comfortable with Nick coming on a lot. But I said, Logan, we got to get on Dr. Peter McCullough for our 2-day International Worldview Conference. And so thank you for joining us. I want to talk about the flu shot. It's flu season. And a lot of people are thinking about getting that flu shot. Now, long before I knew you, I just didn't want to get that flu shot because I'm thinking, what if I get the flu from it? So I think I'll take my chances. And then I found out later, they don't even know what strain of the flu virus is going to be out. And then I found out, so it's really probably not that effective. But thankfully, I was opposed to it just out of my own gut reaction, not really any science per se. My own gut reaction was I'm not taking that. But now there's a lot of science as to why you should not take it. What do you say to those who are being maybe corralled at the workplace or the school or at the local drugstore to get the flu shot?
Well, Brannon, thanks so much for having me on the program. I'm in practice as an internist and cardiologist in Dallas, and I can tell you I've stopped recommending the influenza vaccine. I've stopped taking it myself. I had previously taken 40 of these shots, over 40 years, because, in a career in medicine, we're required to do so to be on hospital staff. But what the data are showing is that each year it becomes less and less effective. It's way less than 50% theoretically effective. And that there's a randomized trial done in children showing that if a child gets the influenza vaccine, they get some modest protection against influenza, but they're more likely to get the common cold. And now a paper from Shretha and colleagues, Cleveland Clinic, get this, those who took the flu shot, they were more likely to get the flu. So right back to your original suspicion that the flu shot backfires. Now, about half the whole nation takes a flu shot, as we sit here today, but I think you're going to see those rates drop.
Well, we should. Now, do we know about anything that's in the flu shot itself, like aluminum or mercury or anything like that?
About 4% of the flu shots. In fact, the last one I had aluminum in it. Now, they're going to get the aluminum out of the flu shots, but, they can cause some aberrant immune responses. This happens rarely, but because so many people take them, the cases pile up. And the single greatest risk that I would worry about is Guillain-Barré syndrome. That's where the body becomes paralyzed after taking a flu shot. It starts in the feet, it works its way up to the chest. People can end up on the mechanical ventilator. It happened to a colleague of my brother's here in Dallas. When this happens, it's a complete lifetime disaster. It's all avoidable by skipping the flu shot.
Wow. All right. Well, there we go. We got that. Now let's talk about something that I think you talk about over at thefocalpoints.com. FDA leaked memo of childhood COVID-19 vaccine deaths. 10, right? Is that the number 10? But isn't the number much higher than that? And if so, how much higher?
This is an astonishing revelation. Over Thanksgiving holiday, somebody inside the FDA leaked a memo. Most leaks are intentional. Probably was an ethical worker at the FDA who just couldn't watch this any further. They had 96 children who had died after taking a COVID vaccine, 10 of which they think is absolutely positively the vaccine was the direct cause. This was leaked out over the holiday weekend. And then FDA staffers were out with the Washington Post and other CNN trying to do damage control here. But, this is what so many parents have thought is that, sadly, parents lost their children after the COVID-19 vaccine. I know you and I, Brannon, we didn't take it. Our family members didn't take it. But, others sadly did. The total number of deaths reported the CDC after the vaccine in the United States is 19,500. That's probably grossly underestimated. I'm calling for all these vaccines to be pulled off the market. We need to examine all 96 cases, not just the 10, and then widen the probe to 19,500 reported in the VAERS system. And not the CDC or FDA reviewing this. We need independent review committees. We need to call the family members, get all the medical records, get the EKGs, labs, hospital data, find out what has gone on. There's been so much money put into this vaccine campaign. Sadly, we're going to have to put in more money now to dig our way out of it and figure out what happened.
Now, over at thefocalpoints.com, your website that you and Nick and John write on, it's a great website, by the way, folks, thefocalpoints.com. You have an article over there that I'm really happy that you wrote about, because I don't know what to make of this. But I see these reports, a lot of them on social media, about the importance of taking your shoes and socks off and walking in the grass, getting your feet on the ground out in the yard. And I'm like, I don't know. I have no idea. Is this, kind of kooky, or is this real? But here you have over here, the science of grounding. You write over there at thefocalpoints.com. The Earth maintains a negative electric charge, constantly replenished by lightning strikes and atmospheric processes. The human body, composed primarily of saline, water, and conducting tissues, can absorb electrons when in direct contact with the Earth's surface. And according to Ochman, 2015, grounding, quote, produces measurable differences in the concentrations of white blood cells. I'll let you go and explain the rest of this. So when I've been watching this for about a year, people talk about the vital importance of taking your shoes and socks off and getting in the grass and on the ground. I didn't know what to make of it, but there seems to be science behind that.
Yeah, I tell you, this is an astonishing revelation. I grew up in a lower middle class Irish upbringing. We were always told, Brandon, to put our shoes and socks on.
Right.
We were always told that as kids, right?
Right.
I think it's because a lot of poor Anglo immigrants to the United States. Actually, I think originally we lived on dirt floors. I'm nearly certain of it. And so we were always told to keep our shoes and socks on. I went to our original family house in Northern Ireland, and for sure it had a dirt floor. I went there. So that was the reason why. But what we've learned over all these years of wearing shoes and socks all the time is that it's led to poor foot health. It's a direct contributor, by the way, to plantar fasciitis. And one of the ways out of plantar fasciitis is to go bare feet. That was my personal experience when I had this.
Stop right there, if you will. Stop right there for a second. What is what you just described? I know I've heard the term, but what is that? Because I don't talk about this on the air, but since you brought it up, I have feet that are tender. I have to keep a pair of slippers so that if I get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, I put those slippers on because I don't want to walk across the hardwood floor to the tile floor because my feet are sore. And my wife is always like, we got to go out and walk. So I get the best cushy pair of tennis shoes I can. But doggone it, if after walking a few miles, I get home, my feet are so doggone sore, like bruised, and it can take weeks for them to get to feeling better again. So I don't go around with bare feet on because my feet are so sore all the time. Is that what you were just describing?
Yes, you're describing the vicious cycle. So plantar fasciitis on the heel, it becomes so sore that when you first get out of bed in the morning, your feet touch the ground, you get that pain. It turns out that's due to an imbalance of muscle strength in the feet. There's 20 intrinsic muscles in the feet. And when they get weaker and weaker, you start to get pain on the bottom of your foot, typically right by the heel. And then you start to wear cushiony shoes and keeps going on. And it gets worse and worse and worse. The way to break the cycle is to go bare feet. I know it's uncomfortable. Let your toes spread out. Let the bottom of your feet toughen up. And you'll notice that your foot balance strength will improve. You can roll your foot over a tennis ball or a cross ball. That can help. But you're going bare feet has all these podiatric benefits. And then, as you pointed out, it's interesting that, we're the only mammalian species that wears shoes. All the other animals are grounded, meaning that they touch the ground. Touching the ground is a healthy thing. When you let your dogs outside in the backyard, Brannon, it's healthy for them to run around and have the pads of their feet touch the ground. The same thing is true for us. Listen, my son ran for Baylor. They have barefoot running for cross-country workouts. The University of Oregon started this years ago. There's a lot of goodness to going barefoot.
Wow, isn't that something? Well, that's a very fascinating article I found over there at thefocalpoints.com. All right, let's talk about something that's over on your X account that you brought up, and that is you wrote on, which I think was today, you wrote that radical transparency needed for all 19,536 U.S. domestic COVID-19 vaccine deaths. Tell me about that. But now that is just 19,536 based on the VAERS government reporting website, which is only reporting we've heard, 1%? So that number is much, much higher than that, right?
It's catastrophic. And if you can bring that graphic back up, Logan, I want to point out that there's about 1,100 that die on the first day they took the shot. Most of that was back in 2021. Another 1,200 die the day after. I mean, Brannon, this is nearly immediate. You know, people are having cardiac arrests and dying in the vaccine center in Dallas. I remember hearing the reports of this. And I interviewed on my show Harry Fisher, a paramedic who did CPR on so many of them. He said the vaccine was the direct cause. But these are the cases reported to the CDC by doctors like myself, and we've determined the vaccine is a cause of death. So these are the solid death numbers. And I wouldn't report a death to this system when I didn't think the vaccine was implicated. So you're right, this is underreported. In an FDA testimony, a conservative underreporting factor is 30. That means we're between 550,000 and 600,000 vaccine deaths. And we need radical transparency. This is worse than a war. I was responding to Senator Bill Cassidy, who has been pushing vaccines, including the COVID shots, and he doesn't want to see any reduction in the childhood schedule. And the current ACIP, adult committee, the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices for the CDC is meeting. They're going to meet tomorrow. They're probably going to start to take the first steps in lessening the burden overall of vaccines. First up is the hepatitis B vaccine on the first day of life. It's only needed in 25,000 babies where the mothers are Hep B positive. It's not needed in the other 3.6 million babies born per year. And I think we're going to see a reduction in vaccination. I was just on Fox Business across town going over this. And, you know, Trump, put on True Social this morning. He said, we're poisoning the babies. It's too much. And he's right.
Are you happy with the MAHA movement? Is it going well?
Well, the MAHA coalition, I think, is a mixed review. We wanted to see things happen with Health and Human Services, and some things are happening. It's clear, watching everything going on, Brannon, that there is a biomedical deep state, just like there's a deep state in terms of geopolitics. There really is. And let me give you an example. And the CDC has 12,000 employees, MDs, PhDs, people like me and Nick, and they have a $9 billion budget. Now, they don't run any hospitals or clinics. They don't see any patients. They're supposed to be doing some research, and they do some, and they provide recommendations to me and you. But Brannon, 12,000? $9 billion? Let me tell you what, these people are entrenched. They have jobs that essentially they do nothing, and they are going to do everything to preserve their job status, their government job status, and that means fight against Trump and RFK.
Wow. Let's go to this real quick. Worldviewhealthcare.com, worldviewhealthcare.com. This is one of our major sponsors here. And of course, we recommend the wellness kit. We have a bunch of them here, and I would travel with them. We just went to Illinois. We took it with us. We don't go anywhere. We don't take the wellness kit with us because I don't want to get out of town, get sick, need an antibiotic, and then find myself sitting around in a urgent care that I don't know. So we take our own urgent care meds with us. I've had to turn to it before, as you know, last year with the pneumonia. This is a great thing. We've turned to it for other family members, Melissa, Logan. So folks, we highly recommend this. Dr. McCullough is tied with the wellness company, as you well know, and the website is worldviewhealthcare.com. Tell us about a couple of these products before we let you go tonight.
Well, you know, I'm the chief scientific officer of the wellness company. I was with the founding group. This company now, Brannon, has had over 30 months of progressive profitability and growth. It's one of the great startup stories in America coming out of the pandemic. The products are best in class. Most people need to be on the ultimate spike detox, Brannon. You've had COVID.
Yep.
I know Logan, other people have the ultimate spike detox, helps clear out the spike protein, the residual part of the virus that is stuck in the human body after the infection. So I was on it. I'm still on it at a low level. I cleared out the spike protein. I checked my blood test before and after. It's very gratifying to see that. And you're right, the emergency medical kits, my wife was just traveling. helped my daughter change apartments, and my wife got stabbed by a cactus in her finger. So a cactus thorn. It quickly got infected. She was going to have to go to the ER or urgent care. And I said, get out the emergency kit. And sure enough, we went through the steps. She needed both oral antibiotics and topical, and it completely pulled her out of it. And we were able to avoid. Listen, these ER visits or urgent care is easily over $1,000, and it's many hours of time.
Indeed. Sit for hours and hours and come out of there. Who knows what you know with the bubonic plague or something when you come out. So go to worldviewhealthcare.com if you guys would. Great way to support yourself and us at the same time, and the great work of people like Dr. Peter McCullough, worldviewhealthcare.com. Now, I want to point you guys over to thefocalpoints.com. This is a great website. John is there. We've got to get John on more often. We've got, of course, Nick there. We got Dr. McCullough there. All of it's there. And then, of course, you can follow Dr. McCullough. Then you just click Dr. McCullough right there and find out all about him, what he's up to, his books, all kinds of great stuff. If you go to the very bottom of the page, then you see all of the different pages he's on. So that's how we get to his Twitter real quick. And then you see his Twitter handle, which is @P_McCulloughMD. And you can follow him and keep track because he tweets a lot of great stuff. And you should be following him. And it's always great to have you on with us. And thank you for making time for us. Before I let you go, last question. Anything rumbling in the your world that says that they're planning another plandemic or pandemic? Is there anything going on, particularly with the midterms coming up?
Remember, we've already had an attempt at a monkeypox pandemic during the Biden administration. We snuffed that out with just good, in a sense, counter-narrative reporting. I was on national TV dozens of times for that. Then a bird flu pandemic. Remember, they were inching closer to vaccinating all of us for bird flu. The wellness company, we stepped in, we distributed bird flu kits, treatment kits to all the farmers in the United States. We told them to stop killing the chickens, and they followed our advice, and we ended the bird flu crisis. And, we presented this to HHS and Robert F. Kennedy. I actually had a meeting with the CDC, and, they didn't really go along with our plan, so we took matters into our own hands, and we took care of it. The wellness company is essentially delivering public health in the United States. I mean, it really is amazing. But, Bill Gates, who supports CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation, they have a piece out over 100 pages saying there's a disease X, that they will have another illness, and it's going to come out of a lab. It's probably going to be a respiratory virus, and we're going to have to stay alert. And Brannon, if it happens right in times for the midterms, I mean, I was listening to a piece, Brannon, you're following this. I think there's like 40 members of the House of Representatives that are retiring. So it's going to be a huge midterm.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Well, folks, if they release something like that you mentioned, the wellness company with the antibiotics and all that, this is, again, why people should have this stuff on hand, right?
That's right. And especially immune defense. Immune defense is super important. Now, we've developed a nasal spray and throat spray that guards against cold, flu, RSV, influenza, all the other respiratory viruses. Use it twice a day. Have it on you at all times. Very affordable. Go to Wellness Company and get immune defense. It comes as a pair, a nasal spray and a throat spray.
Excellent. Well, as always, Dr. McCullough, we sure appreciate all you're doing and for being the frontline health department for us patriots. Thank you for what you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Dr. Peter McCullough checking in tonight. Look again at his X account so you can follow him, write it down, take a screenshot with your phone or your iPad at P_McCulloughMD and keep track of what he and Nick and John are doing. They're doing some great work. If you want to, again, get some of their great products, we highly recommend you go to worldviewhealthcare.com. That's the page that has all of the great stuff for them. And then you're supporting us at the same time. So thank you for doing that. Worldviewhealthcare.com. All right. We need you guys to, continue to help supporting us because this is how we push out the network, listener supported through the products, whether worldviewhealthcare.com or whether it's Bella Grace, which I take each and every day, which is, of course, melissahousebg.com, whether it's having your own satellite phone like I have, which is available at Worldview talk.com or the solar generator or the bulletproof backpack or the beanies and blankets that knock down the electromagnetic force. Again, you'll find that at worldviewtalk.com. A lot of these things make great Christmas gifts. These are great ways to help fund the network. We got to bring in about $40,000 a month just to pay all of our different bills and expenses for keeping this network going. So we are a listener-supported network. So thank you for your support. You'll find all of our sponsors at worldviewtube.com/sponsors, worldviewtube.com/sponsors. You'll find all of our sponsors there. In fact, I'll just take you there real quick. Worldviewtube.com/sponsors. Just go there and you can scroll through and find all the different sponsors. Glutathione, that's in the Numi, the Bellagrate, or the Numi, the Swish. The glutathione that detoxes your cells. Some studies show it may remove mercury from your brain, helping prevent Alzheimer's, dementia, and Parkinson's. Melissa Howse GPA, that is a phytoplankton. That is a scoop. I have it every day in my water. One small little scoop, the equivalent of 90 billion plant cells. I give half a scoop on Dolly's food to her each and every morning. She gets half a scoop. There are several clinical trials on this. There's particularly a pet product. It's a little bit cheaper than the adult human product. So I buy her own, pet product. Here's Binks the cat, had a tumor in its eye 3 weeks after getting on the phytoplankton. It's gone. So again, Dolly's on this each and every day. Melissa's on it. I'm on it. We also, as I said, do the Numi, which is the glutathione. And of course, we do the Bella Grace as well. We also, of course, know that Bella Grace has their skincare that Melissa highly endorses. And then the Bella Melt, which activates your natural GLP-1, where there's all the negative stuff that comes from the Ozempic and whatnot you hear in the press. This all-natural Bella Melt stimulates your own GLP-1, and it helps you feel full, cut your cravings. There are also, according to some of the studies, great cardiovascular health reasons to take this. Melissa lost 3 pounds in the first week. She was only taking one Bella Melt a day, but then she found out from Dr. Lucky, hey, you can take 2 or 3 of these. A lot of people take one before each meal. So there you go. This is very popular. In fact, I hear it's doubled the sales of the company. It's that popular with people. You'll find it all at melissahousebg.com. All right. Okay, we need you to keep calling 901-468-9357, making your contributions, 901-468-9357, or contributing online at worldviewfoundation.com. Thank you for doing that, worldviewfoundation.com. All right, we are going to go to, I did a concert at our Ozarks conference, and well, I have for the last few years, but the one that we have just finished post-editing was from 2024. We got a little busy in 2025. And so we came out of 2024. We hadn't finished it. Logan finally finished it about 10 days ago or so. And we want to bring that concert to you. And then at 7 o'clock, we'll go to our news. And then 7:30 Central, 8:30 Eastern, we're back with Brannon Howse Live. I'll be back here with you. And then we still have to bring you maybe by tomorrow, the 2025 concert that we did. But I hope a lot of you will appreciate this concert. As you guys know, that's how I started out, was as a classical tenor, doing concerts in churches all over the country. And then I fell into writing and speaking. And then I was doing all of this, traveling to churches and speak on Sunday morning, concerts on Sunday night, seminar on Monday night. Still doing about one concert a year now. We like to film it and turn it into a TV special. And I hope you enjoy this. Maybe it'll bring you a little more peace and tranquility in this crazy world. Maybe you can enjoy your dinner with my grand piano and piano player and the concert I did a year ago. And then we'll come back with our news at Worldview Report at 7 Central, and then 7:30 Central. I'm back here with you, Brannon Howse Live, with Dr. Erwin Lutzer. So tweet, text, email, Facebook, Getter, True Social. But please keep giving, because don't you appreciate a network that brings you the news and information through the lens of a Christian worldview? You notice, folks, despite how popular our network has become, and we're doing many times 1 million views a day, 1 million views a day. And despite how popular we become, we're not compromising, and we haven't. You know, some people do that, right? They become popular, their networks grow, they grow, their audience grows, and they want to stay popular, become more popular. And so they start censoring and becoming more supposedly mainstream. And they end up really defeating the whole purpose of what their mission statement was at the beginning. Well, I've been doing this now next year, 36 years. We're not changing course. And we have, yes, grown. And yet we're not changing. We're still the Christian worldview organization that we started out to be, and we still are, which is why we bring you programming like we're going to bring you right now, because we love to concentrate on all areas of a Christian worldview. And that includes the issue of worship and music music that is, well, godly and Christ-centered and has great theology and doctrine in it. And I hope you appreciate this concert from 2024 that we just had post-edited. And then we'll go to the news at 7 Central with our Worldview Report back here with you at 7:30 Central with Brannon Howse Live and Dr. Erwin Lutzer. So I hope you enjoy this concert.
Should I feel discouraged? Why should the shadows fall? Why should my heart be weary and long for heaven and home? When Jesus is my portion, my constant friend is He. For His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches Let not your heart be troubled. These are the words I hear, and resting in His goodness, I lose all doubts and fears. I draw Thee closer to me. From cares He sets me free. For His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. And I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. For His eyes on the sparrow, and I know and I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free, for his eyes on the sparrow, and I know he watches me, and I know he watches me. The love of God is greater far than tongue or pen can ever tell. It goes beyond the highest star and reaches to the lowest hell. The love of God, how rich and true, how measureless and strong, it shall forevermore endure. The saints and angels song. If we with eke the ocean fill, and worth the skies of parchment made, were every storm on earth a queen, and every man a scribe by trade, to write the love of God above, it would drain the ocean dry, nor could the scroll angels swore. The saints and angels swore. The love of God. Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Oh, sometimes it causes me to tremble, tremble, tremble. Were you there when they crucified my Lord? Were you there when they nailed him to the tree? Were you there when they nailed him to the tree? Oh, sometimes it causes me to tremble, tremble, tremble. Were you there when they nailed him to the tree? Were you there when they laid him in the tomb? Were you there when they laid him in the tomb? Oh, sometimes it causes me to tremble, tremble, tremble. Were you sometimes I feel like shouting, glory, glory, glory. Were you there when he rose up from the dead? Were you there when they crucified my Lord?
On the screen, if you would, and I'm going to invite you to join me in singing the last verse here in just a second.
shall I fear? The Lord is my